imagine some of them go to therapy over this. I'm not even joking. I would imagine some of them go to therapy over this. I know I've witnessed this that families stop talking to each other. I've had members of my family that stop talking to each other. I've always played the high road thing where I'm just like, oh, I dislike both of them equally, and then everybody gives me a pass, and so like at family events, I don't go more difficult on one, I do the other, but I'll ask questions, to stir the pot a little bit. But because I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, I don't catch the strays that you would expect. But the title of the room we just changed, unpacking why Kamala lost to Trump. I want someone to take a shot. Why do you think she lost?
Because America wasn't going to fall for a foot-cooking ass Indian cosplaying as a black American.
No, man. She's a woman.
I think you can boil a good portion of it down to Trump sold the future, Biden-Harris sold the present. And at least in my lifetime in American elections, the person who's selling the future always does better than the person who's selling the status quo.
So I heard a couple things. I heard because she's a woman, her status quo. What's the real reason she lost?
She's a foot-cooking ass Indian that was raised in fucking Canada. I mean, does there need to be any more of a reason? Like, America's not buying this bag of freaking spoiled garbage.
Mr. Mojo, I must unburden what has been. I mean, like, that shit got real weird, okay? And if that didn't do you in, the stuff about the yellow school bus, I mean, she had some word salad that was just like, what? And then for me, it just was a little scary with our open border and knowing that she had lied, and it wasn't even lied, it was like asked in an interview, and she's like, I haven't been to Europe, so what? It was just like, what the fuck? I mean, if Hillary Clinton would have been a bad first lady president, this one, no way. Not holding the coast to the nukes, man.
Kitty, let me ask you a question. I want your expert analysis on this. Do you think if she had said that she washed her greens in the sink like a normal human being, you think she would have done better in the election?
Maybe with the black vote, but she had already won over the female black vote. It was the guys that got privy to her crazy. So I don't really want to say yes to that. I'm against it. Also, now that you bring that up, she got sassy black in Atlanta, and then turned around and flipped the switch, was like all white girl in California. That was kind of weird.
Hey, can you give me your best impersonation when she was thanking a union member?
I probably will do a bad one right now. I'm trying to think of that one YouTuber chick. She did it awesomely. Like it was her laugh. Her laugh terrified me. That was the one that stuck out in my head. It was like that cackle. No, I don't. I really don't think I can.
Hello.
Oh my God.
My name.
There's been a lot of trolls tonight. A lot of pseudo black trolls, like from South Philly, but they claim to be from Durka, or somewhere in Africa. I'm just saying.
All right, hey. I'm not gonna do too much of this weird shit. So.
But I really want to ask Alexa. Remember,
I'm gonna have it.
Mojo.
All right. Let me see where the button is. There it is. Sorry, Kitty. You got it.
So, in every election, there's some vulnerability that the politician has to show that connects with the people. I mean, Obama took a minute, but he found hope and change. She was unable to show any vulnerability, any way to criticize Biden. And yes, she only had 90, 120 days, whatever. But there was, whether you like Trump or not, but I didn't vote for him, he was authentic. People sensed that what he spoke was what he believed for the most part. And he connected with enough people. And Republican messaging is always better. If you could keep it on the border, if you could steal, which was a hoax, even their birther criticism of they're eating the cats and the dogs, got to some people, and the Democrats were all over the place, and they allowed, when Trump said your kid could go to school as a boy and come home a girl, they allowed the fringe parts of the Democratic Party to be portrayed as mainstream, and America isn't that, and they lost.
I'll try and take a crack at this. Democrats can't have the moral high ground on quote-unquote defending democracy when their candidate is installed, literally bypassing the guy that was actually nominated to be the next nominee for the Democrat. I think her bypassing the primary avoided her actually building even the smallest of coalitions you could imagine, a genuine coalition. Instead, they put on this media-ran AstroTurf campaign to generate some enthusiasm, and she paid, millions of dollars out to celebrities to come out, and that only does so much. They propped her up. At least initially, when she got announced, they propped her up for a good few weeks to try and hold on to what momentum they could. However, they had all the media and even fake polling in their favor, and she never had a chance. She never had a chance. Neither did Biden have a chance either. He never recovered after the pullout of Afghanistan. It was just a dwindle of support, because when you talk as much shit as you do about Donald Trump in his first 4 years, his first term, and then you deliver Joe Biden, this senile segregationist, and that's the best the Democrats could have. Of course, they're going to have people that are not enthusiastic to vote for him or are willing to switch their vote. And what happened, and Trump benefited 2 times from running against the first 2 women, which they're just bad politicians. I'm not against women politicians. I'm a fan of Margaret Thatcher. However, he benefited big time from running against Hillary and Kamala, which they don't have the it factor. And I don't know how else to describe it than that, but they're bad at what they do.
How are they going to regroup? Like, what do you think they're thinking right now? Like clearly they lost. Do you think they changed their playbook to some extent?
Yeah, thinking.
There's been no postmortem, I'm sorry. And I think that there needs to be some introspection. The biggest problem of the Democratic Party is that they've been waiting for Trump to fail since 2015. And that playbook hasn't worked.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to probably run against Trump again in 2026 and in 2028. And you can tell by a lot, just by talking to Democrat voters, in what they are parroting is just the same old talking points about Donald Trump. And I've asked this question before, and it just goes over their head. They can't even imagine. I'm like, okay, you're going to run against Donald Trump essentially for the 4th time coming up in 2028 here. Do you think it's going to work this time in getting a majority of the voting?
I wonder if anybody's ever sat them down and just said, let's think about this logically. We've thrown everything that we can at Donald Trump, including they tried to kill him. They tried to throw him in jail. They tried to throw him off the ballot. They tried to put him 6 feet under. None of it worked. And the country preferred him over their candidate. Now, I don't know what they're thinking, but I just want that aha moment when the people that hate him the most, that thought by saying, oh, but what about this and what about that, to realize the realization that the country preferred him over the Democratic Party and right? Maybe, and you start thinking about these things more deeply, and you realize, like, fuck, I fucked up. Are the Democrats between now and the midterms, or between now and the 2028 election, are they going to have those moments where they say, we really fucked this thing up?
No.
I don't think they have it in them to do that.
I haven't seen that yet. I'm going to give an outsider's perspective from a non-American. And what I saw, and part of the reasons why I think that it's all about, I think that she lost rather than Trump actually won. There was a weak public image that was, that was definitely there. I think she was perceived as being very ineffective in her communication. That's number one. She had a lot of approval ratings, what I remember as well. I think one of the other factors was that she was seen perhaps as like inheriting, I guess, like a small luggage. So she was basically going to be fine. On 2.0. I think part of the other reason why Trump worked well because he had a relatively high turnout. The campaign messaging also was just fucking wishy-washy, and how she turned up in terms of her performance when it came to the debates was like terrible. I think people really saw that. I think part of the big reason why Trump won, or actually she lost, was because I think America was sick and tired of hearing and having a leftist related policy, right, social policy, and people going to be able to have the strength. I don't think that I think if it was another Trump, a different type of person, it wouldn't have mattered as long as the person was strong. So in order for them to be able to regroup, they need somebody with strength, conviction, clarity, somebody who could really hold up the banner very high.
Did they have anybody that fit that description?
I would have a clue.
Yeah, it's funny because they would probably come up with names, and then the names that they would throw out, most of the people in this room would laugh. Like if you threw in Gavin Newsom, for example, right? I'll tell you this: if Gavin Newsom were to run, holy shit! If you think Harris lost bad, it will be even fucking worse.
And
Because-
he really tried to step away from the Democratic Party in a lot of ways recently in his podcast.
Yeah, I think he's trying to position himself. In fact, I think he had set himself up to be a backup plan. They actually thought they were in good footing when they had Harris run. But what was really odd, one of the strangest things that we saw in the last cycle, was when DeSantis and Newsom had a debate, a public debate between governors of two different states. These are people that both have presidential aspirations, but yet, why are they debating each other? And clearly, the hope was on Newsom's side was that he wants to get national attention and get his name out there. I don't think he can win though. I think that the commercials that they would run in every state outside of the West, you surrender the severely deep blue states, but you put all your spin into commercials in all the other states to just simply say, actually, you don't even need to spend in the deep red, but you just all of the purple areas, and when you're looking at okay, these are the states that have to win. You just throw all your money into, do you want the nation to be run like California? And then you just show the fucking the things that are going on in California. I don't think he can survive. This would be another situation. I remember before the election when some of you guys were talking about, the Democrats are going to, Brent was on here, he would say, the Democrats will hold the blue wall, that's how they're going to win. And then after the election, he denied ever saying that. I don't think in any of those states, the swing states, if you guys remember, I said that Trump was going to sweep all of the swing states. I said it, I was correct. Even the Republicans were like, no, you're being too optimistic. And I was like, no, I'm reading the tea leaves here. And I called it, and I will call this, and I'll call this from a distance. If Gavin
Newsom would have to try and come to the middle just a little bit. And you saw when he just was recently interviewed by Charlie Kirk, or Charlie Kirk was on his podcast, and he came out and said, well, you know, probably men in women's sports isn't a good look, or maybe we need to change that. He got skewered by the radical leftists after that. And I think the Democrats are in an issue that they have. It's a structural issue where the radical left have taken over the party, so much so that if you try to run any type of moderate positions, they will defeat you down either in a primary, or they won't show up to vote the national election. So I think they have to go back to the drawing board. Trump was lucky enough to put himself in positions where early on he was winning 80-20 issues, kind of like the men and women's sports. 80% of America don't think men should be in women's sports, and yet the Democrats continue to double down on this ideology, this radical gender ideology.
I'll make a prediction. If he runs against someone like Vance, Vance destroys him in a debate. If he runs against someone like Rubio destroys him in a debate. If he runs against, I'll pick someone on the bench on the R side, Glenn Youngkin destroys him in a debate. I think Newsom is definitely better than she is, but it won't hold a candle debating the others. Definitely would be destroyed by Vance in a debate.
I think another aspect to the loss of Kamala Harris is the mainstream media's monopoly over information has weakened. It's not gone away, but it's not where it was even a decade ago when Trump first started getting into this. And you can see this now with the Democrats trying to come out, and with, Newsom trying to put on his own podcast. They can clearly see that they're behind in the podcast world. However, it's not like Joe Rogan's this bastion of Republicanism. It's just they lost him. They lost Joe Rogan too. They're still not reflecting on what their main issue is with their policies and their ideas. They continue to think, well, we're just not selling it correctly. We're getting, heard by enough of the right.
Well, look at the messaging now. I mean, you've got this cranky Bernie Sanders talking about oligarchy. Half the people don't know what he's talking about. Campaigning with AOC, that is just still part of the very liberal part of the party. And those messages are not going to win a national campaign. I mean, even the Clintons, whether you like them or not, they knew you had to get elected. If you didn't get elected, nothing else mattered. And the Democrats seem to have forgotten that.
Yeah, when I first started following this, the Democrats were good at being radicals in suits. And however, they're no longer. They've let their true colors show, and maybe to too many people. I think there was definitely an agenda of letting in these millions of illegals was to swell up the census for 2030 to try and put more House seats in these deep blue states to give them better leverage for the presidential elections leading into the 2030s. And now, if Trump's able to, not only did he thwart it, but now reverse it some, pull back on that some, it's putting the Democrats in even a bigger hole now than that they knew was coming. They could tell that they were starting to lose support from Black and Hispanic voters, and they were planning to replace them with at least a new census block, and then eventually a new voting block over time.
So let's do a thought experiment. Let's pretend we're a room full of committed Democrats that need to win in 2028. What would we do? Knowing what we know, because we're all so smart, what would we do if we were Democrats who wanted to win?
I would talk to the governor of Michigan, see if I can get her. I'd vote for a candidate like that.
Okay, so candidate,
Gretchen Whitmer.
yeah, okay. And then, Naya, I heard you say something.
I would stop talking about transgender kids with male rapists in these prisons. Stop advocating for men to be able to sports. Stop being pro-abortionists. Support family values.
So, I'll say this, I definitely think that they should back off on a fringe issue like the trans thing. I think that amongst, the majority of people, you don't have to be a diehard, Republican to just say, hey, you guys are pushing that issue a little too far. It affects far too few people for them to continue to push that issue. It's not gaining them any support. What I would say is on the abortion issue, I disagree with you. I think they should absolutely continue. Maybe they can shut up about it in states where they know that they can't win. But now that it's a states' rights issue, I think they should absolutely put that to the top of the agenda in the states where they have the support. Because in some of the states where they have the support, it's like 70-75% that they have in some of these states. And so I think they would be crazy to stop talking about abortion.
Even when Trump was on the ballot this last time, more states passed pro-abortion laws than not.
Yeah, I think that's a good one for them to continue to do. But I think they need to get strategic, right? They need to realize that, like, if those symbolic, like, hey, we're going to fight the power, like, dude, fighting that fight in the states that truly want to disallow it, like, I think they should surrender that. And I think what they should do is continue in the states where they're strong. They use that messaging for fundraising, right? In the states that you know you're going to win anyways, you only talk about it because it helps you to raise money. But then you spend the money in the purple states where that issue plays well and you need to win. In the states you're going to lose, don't worry about it.
I would fire the media haters like what they're doing right now. I think this is going to benefit the Democrats in the long run. Getting rid of Colbert, putting the View on hiatus. This constant negativity, while it plays to their base, it pushes away community voters for them. And the party itself has become the opposite of a big tent. It's a smaller tent now. They have a loyalty test, and that's one of the. And you can always see when the parties start to contract in support when the loyalty tests come out, or the purity test. How socialist are you really? I mean, they were cutting off people. You can tell just in our own conversations with people. If you don't buy into the mantra, you get excommunicated from the left. You have to be 100% on board with them, or you're not one of us. And and that's how the Republicans were coming out of Bush Jr.'s second term. It became this, test to see who was the most conservative, right? A bunch of bullshit. So you can see that now that the Democrats are facing that issue. And here Trump ran on a big tent philosophy, generally speaking, and it ended up benefiting him. And if the Democrats can get back to accepting 80% allies rather than 20% enemies, they'll be on, driving towards gaining back power.
I'm going to throw out a name that I think podcast circuit and relate to people in a way. Like, he's been on Joe Rogan, by the way. He can go on Joe Rogan. He could go on all of these other podcasts, which, by the way, I think played a much bigger role in Trump's victory than some people realize. Being able to get up there and relate to people is really important. There's not a lot of Democrats that can do that. But you also need somebody that, when something's thrown at them, they can have a personality about it, and they can shrug it off. You really, like, if you think about what Trump does like, he deals with his hecklers better than any president since Reagan. Reagan was pretty good with the hecklers, too. Here's the name, and you guys tell me if you think I'm fucking crazy. I personally don't think he'd be interested in it, but if he ran, I think he'd win in a landslide. And the candidate would be Bill Burr. I think if Bill Burr ran, the independents would flock to him because they like him because he's funny. The Trump-style communication of trying to browbeat them into submission, you're not going to do that with somebody like Bill Burr. Like, if you've ever seen him handle that fucking Philly crowd, in that comedy club, he's precisely the guy that you can have go to town hall meetings, and there's nothing that a Republican can say to him that he wouldn't have a winning retort for. And if you can't get him, what I would do is I would highly recommend they hire him as a consultant to work whatever candidate you have, to prepare them to how to communicate. I think Bill Burr would be the perfect candidate for the Democratic Party.
I'd rather have Mayor Pete again, I'm sorry. Rhodes Scholar, military. He also goes on Fox, talks in their camp. He's more eloquent. And that would be my candidate.
Yeah, that's what I think it'll be. Is he's the only one in 2020 that actually showed having the ability to think on his feet during debates.
Are you talking about Buttigieg?
Buttigieg. I mean, now, granted, it's an awful roster. It's an awful bench of politicians, but in 2020, Buttigieg was the best quote-unquote politician, right? Politician. Yeah, Bill Burr would probably mop the floor with him in relatability, being able to, share a beer with him, things like that. Do you think they could pull off just propping up someone that has zero instincts in politics? Could they really prop up like a comedian and run them? Like, you have to have a little bit of instinct.
Hold on. If you think that Bill Burr doesn't have good instincts, I would argue that you haven't listened to him. He's one of the most quick-witted human beings on the planet. And he actually pays attention to these issues more than you realize. Now, do I think that he would be like a constitutional scholar or the person that's going to write legislation or help influence it? Absolutely not. But as far as a spokesperson, to be able to take the arrows that are thrown against him and fire them back, like, I don't even think Trump could handle that smoke. I think that's the one guy that I see that seems to side with Democrats more so than Republicans, and I think he would probably piss off a lot of Democrats too. But I genuinely believe that is the person that would be. I think he would be a fucking steamroller over the Republican Party, and I think a lot of diehard Republicans would jump ship if he was the guy. I think that he would make them laugh, he would relate to them, and I think they would leave their party and they would join it. That's what I think.
It takes more money to get him name familiarity. Like, he's known in the media, but as a candidate, Buttigieg has already spent that money to a degree and is better known. I think that you almost have to lose your first election to get people to understand him. You forget that Trump was known in New York, but The Apprentice introduced him to the rest of the country. Highly edited, well-run show. And that bought him billions of dollars. So, maybe for you.
I think you have to look at that wild card, which is the independents. My state, 30% of the this last election. When Trump first ran, the Democrats in Pennsylvania had close to 1 million, it was like 900,000 plus advantage over Republicans in registration. As of recently, it's about 170,000 of an edge, Dems over ours in that state. I mean, the registration for Democrats has just shrunken dramatically in the swing states. And in some of them, in a lot of them, the Republican registration's gone up, or they just stay as independents. So I think that's the thing that you have to really look at.
Abby, you're aware that right now the defective Republicans make up the majority of the quote-unquote independent side. Many of them are that the Republican Party has lost their way. Some against Trump, some, even though they're for Trump, this time they're still against the Republican Party.
Clearly, because they came out and voted for Trump in this, it would make sense. At least in my state, we just kept seeing all these rural counties voting. We couldn't figure it all out, and the independents went red. But if I was a Dem running, I mean, that's who I would focus on. You know, in this last election, our senator was up for re-election. Every ad that she ran, every single ad said, "I don't listen to any party. I vote my conscience. No party tells me how to vote." I mean, it was kind of astonishing. I mean, she just absolutely ran to the independents. So that's what I would do if I was James Carville, like the newer version. I don't know if they could get their party to focus that way because of what Roger was saying before, or someone was saying, because the tent is actually small.
A very telling poll question that has recently come out, and it was either Rasmussen or Big Data poll, that they were talking about. They asked majority of Republicans, has Donald Trump delivered? Do you think the Republican Congress has delivered on Donald Trump's mandate? And majority numbers, like 60%, have come back. Republicans have come back and said no, the Republican Congress has not. That's going to affect Republican support. I know we're on the Democrat side right now, but it just got me thinking about that. That independent vote. I think we're going to lose more Republicans after, people that identify as Republican after Donald Trump, largely because the Republican Party is just awful. They're not good. Thune hasn't even finished seating all of Trump's nominees. So I'm getting on a tangent, kind of off topic.
Why is everyone so quiet? I think they all fell asleep.
So my question, sorry to get up with these running so early, but it seems the midterms too.
But here's what's fun about doing it. Normally, we sit around and we talk about how bad they are. I sit around and talk about how bad both sides are. But for the room that's here, I mean, a lot of the people in this room either voted for Trump or lean in that direction. I think it's a fun thought experiment to, like, if you were on the other side, what would you be thinking? What would you be doing? And what's amazing is if you go and listen to the other side, they're not having any of those conversations. all they're talking about is like, how, why do they still like Trump? He's a bigot. He hates foreigners. He hates women. He hates gays. Like he hates blacks. Like they can't get out of their own way with their own retarded conversation that they have in their head. Like all of these things that they're saying right now are the same things they were saying before the election that led to a disastrous performance. Like they literally learned nothing. Nothing at all.
I guess the only way you can probably fix the Democrat Party is you got to fix it at the grassroots level, because they have been twisted left and right with one fake outrage after another for the last decade. And how do you unwind that mental health issue? I try to bring this up, and people think I'm trolling when I'm saying it, but there's significant mental health issues. And look, I think there is on the right as well. In how people on the right were treated under Biden's administration, how they've been treated over the last decade, with losing their jobs and families falling apart and things like that. So I'm not saying it's unique just to one side, but the left has absolutely lost their mind. And how do you fix the party till you start fixing the voters? And how do you fix the vote?
I just think they need to be honest with themselves. Like, I mean, like, to me, like, the post-mortem should be an exercise in asking the honest questions. Why did we lose? And in order to ask it honestly, you can't just live in that same deranged state of mind that you were in that led to the disastrous finish. You have to clear your mind of all that shit. And you have to just look at, what does the numbers tell you? What does the math say? When you see groups that traditionally vote in larger numbers for Democrats breaking towards Trump, those are things you have to ask yourself, why? What did he do that resonated? And more importantly, what did you do that did not resonate? If you can't lock down your base, if you can't get them to turn out, and worse, they're turning out for the opposition, you do have to ask yourself why. English, please.
What did you say, Stu?
My fault. I didn't know my mic was on.
Oh, good. What do you have to say about the conversation, Stu?
Fuck Kamala Harris.
I like him.
Hold on, do you think she washed her greens in the bathtub?
Yeah, sure.
You do?
It's still real.
That's true.
How's that mayor of Boston doing?
Yo, fuck Mayor, nobody likes it.
Why do you think?
Jesus, spending money on something else. Fuck that. I think they cheat in these deep blue cities, Abby. I lived in New Orleans 15 years. I think it was only 15-20% of the registered people even came out and voted. I just feel like there's some significant corruption that goes on at the local level in these deep blue areas.
Yeah, Stu, who'd you vote for? Or were you legally able to vote?
Nah, I'm not. I'm just trying to. But I would have voted for Trump. What made Trump cool and Kamala Harris lame? He was white.
me back channel. What's up, man? What are your thoughts?
He might be a dumbass, but Stu, your head is way too big to be talking shit to.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. I appreciate that. Talk to me like that.
What are you gonna do, big head? What are you gonna do, big head? What are you gonna do, big head?
You won't talk to me. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, if you threw 3 punches, you'd have a heart attack. You'd be out of fucking breath.
Fucking heart attack.
Hold on. Everyone look at this guy's PTR. His fucking face is fat as fuck. That is definitely you. You fat ass.
You're fucking fat ass. I guarantee it.
You fat ass little bitch. You're a fat ass little bitch. You look like Snuffleupagus, you fat elephant.
Don't stoop to this level, bro. Be better than this. Jesus Christ. Yo, shut up.
Hey, you got a really hard time, bro. He's obviously has to be a good dude. He's out in nature. He has a frog in his head.
What's wrong with his face? What's wrong with his face? Did he get like stung by bees and he's allergic to it?
Wait, wasn't it a lizard? Frog.
Oh, that was a lizard.
I have to look at it again. I know there's a frog here, right? Could we have like a good debate on like what's a better color?
He probably fucking ate the frog. Fat fuck.
I was just inquiring because I was trying to figure out how when he initially said, "Oh, I didn't realize I always saw, how my an English accent," but then he switched to an American accent the second time he came out. Like, so that's what I was trying to figure.
Hold on. Okay. Gunter, you guys have been doing, you fucking don't even know how to unmic. So this, Alan Dean, the resident racist of the NAP, said Roger wouldn't last 1 hour in Boston. Well, I've been to Boston. I'm not impressed. Unless you're ordering a lobster roll, their food fucking sucks there. I'll tell you that. And like the idea that you think that Boston is tough, I have news for you, Alan. I don't think that you would walk a single street in Oakland, California. And that's where I grew up. So Alan, why don't you go to Oakland and then tell me how you do?
I don't know. Haddock sandwiches are pretty delicious. But that wasn't Klaus. Klaus is their best.
Boston. The fuck? Boston's supposed to be tough now? Fucking kidding me?
Boston's a fucking rat hole. I mean, unless you're like in the downtown, like historical areas. I mean, that's kind of pretty, but the rest of fucking Boston shit.
I like Nathaniel Hall.
The way, Massachusetts has the #1
Roger grew up in Berkeley and pretends to be from the tough streets of Oakland. Actually, I grew up in Oakland and then I moved to Hayward. So I went from the black hood to the Mexican hood. Something that none of you can say. You guys all grew up in these plush little white neighborhoods. All of you.
Has Matt Cole ever said anything intelligible? Never.
Why are you ripping on that Cole? Why would you pick a fight with Matt Cool? Matt Cool is gay is the person that's talking the shit.
No, I would just say Matt Cole in general.
Yes, he's great.
Yeah, William Wallace knows where I'm from. And I think he would vouch that there's nothing in Boston that was as tough as the streets that I grew up on.
Yeah, William's the only one in that clique that I like.
Why do people I don't think people realize like how close Berkeley is to Oakland and how close to Richmond. Like,
Well, hold on. Berkeley's on the border of North Oakland, like Mosswood Park and stuff.
that's what I'm saying.
Right, but Mosswood Park, that's not exactly the toughest part of Oakland. That's why look, Berkeley is it's a college town, a bunch of fucking weirdos. There's a reason why North Oakland is never talked about when you start talking about the tough neighborhoods of Oakland. So there's that.
But it's not so okay. Let me say this. I would take my jury off in West Oakland, but I would also take my jury off if I'm in Berkeley. Because the majority of the time, like, people are gonna do crime, what are they gonna do? Like, if they wanna rob you, most of the time they're gonna come from like West Oakland, East Oakland, and they're gonna go to a place like Berkeley. It's not like Berkeley's just this safe place. It's not like it's back in those days, like it was hippies, so they probably were cool because of that. But in today's world, I don't think it's safe.
It's a lot safer than you're suggesting because Berkeley does have a police department that doesn't play, and it's fundamentally different than Oakland. There's neighborhoods in Oakland that the police won't even patrol, and like if you talk about Richmond, shit, that's even worse. You go up into East Hill, and like I don't think a squad car will come in there until after the body is cold. Like they don't fuck around in those neighborhoods. So in Berkeley, like if there's trouble, like all the squad cars are there. In fact, they will call in backup from Oakland, and the Oakland police officers would be happier to patrol Berkeley and to respond to something than to patrol their own fucking neighborhood.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I feel like you're more likely to get robbed, right? In Berkeley. And like, those are hoods in Oakland. Like, so most of those people know each other. It's not like they're gonna rob each other in the hoods. When they go out to like, to rob people, they're going to those places. They're going to different places like Berkeley.
Isn't it because most people in the hood are fucking poor and don't have anything to steal in the first place?
No, I don't even think
That's why you go to the affluent areas to steal expensive shit.
You go to the affluent areas to steal expensive shit, but it's not because you're poor, it's because like you grew up in this area.
Yeah, but if you like rob your neighbor in Oakland and they have a 1980s tube TV, I mean it's not worth anything, but somebody has a fucking 110-inch flat screen plasma, then that's what you're gonna want to rob. You don't want to go to the rich people area. You want to steal all their fucking Rolexes and their Patek Philippe's and shit like that.
Absolutely. But now just regular violence like gun violence, gang violence, yeah, it's probably rampant as fuck. In Frisco, like in the hood, the Jets, like, yeah, it's, I mean, the Bay is just wild itself. It's just, the Bay is not a nice place.
What is it?
But I'll tell you this.
Wait, hold on, before you carry on, let's look at a comparison Springs is familiar with the Bay Area. It used to be a time before total gentrification of the area where Palo Alto was on one side of the freeway and it was a very affluent neighborhood. And then over the freeway overpass, you went into East Palo Alto. That in the early 90s was competing with DC and Detroit for being the murder capital of the fucking country. And it was crazy because it was literally an overpass that separates these two areas, but the police were in Palo Alto, right? The police would not go into East Palo Alto. And so, yeah, if you have commerce, if you have restaurants, if you have people that are paying taxes that expect, the police to patrol it, then you get a better result. And it was incredible. Like, you could go out in Palo Alto and never worry about getting robbed.
Alright,
The people in East Palo Alto knew for certain that it was trouble. Just the fact of going over that bridge, they had anxiety. They knew it was a bust. Because what are they gonna do? Drive up in their tricked out fucking lowriders, with the loud stereo system, or drive over in a jalopy. The only way they'd even fucking make it through there is if they knew somebody that actually had a nice car that wasn't gonna stand out like there were some like hood rich, kingpin. Like it was, they just stayed where they were at. You didn't see the riffraff at all in Palo Alto, and they were separated literally by a freeway.
Alright, Samoa, bring your ass up here. We're talking about the West Coast and Trump.
So how many robberies, don't Google this, how many robberies do you think we had in Las Vegas last year?
I would actually say it's probably quite low considering the surveillance state you had.
It's 503.
Hey Roger, did you know Samoa lives in the same city as you?
He lives where?
Where you live?
No, he doesn't.
It does, same city.
No, he doesn't. I promise you.
You live in...
I'm no longer in California.
No, you're in Seattle, right?
No, I'm not in Seattle. I'm outside of Seattle.
But I mean, Washington City.
Yeah, Washington.
Yeah, he lives in Washington State.
Are you in Bainbridge?
No, I wish I was in Bainbridge. Fuck, if I was in Bainbridge, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. Bainbridge or Mercer. If I'm ever living in one of those fucking places, I won't have time for you.
Well, they have a bar downtown in Seattle. I want to say it's called Monsters. That place is probably the best I've ever.
There's actually a place that I like down there. It's a dive bar that's got a bunch of fucking pinball machines, and to me, that's the best spot down there. The other spot that's cool is the Crocodile. The Croc used to be the place where a lot of those grunge bands first came up. Yeah. But now, if you were to catch me out of the house, out cavorting with hoodlums, it would probably be hanging out at a casino and sitting at the craps table. That's where you would find me. Moshi says Kamala would have let Iran get a nuke. Yeah, probably. She would probably also cheer on the destruction of our allies. Black Lives Matter. I think it would have been a disaster. I think we dodged a bullet. There's nothing redeeming about her, in my opinion. Nothing.
She's loyal to her bosses. Hey Roger, so if we can get like immigration under control and like the way it looks at progressives and liberals, the way they're breeding, how long do you think it'll take before all the people in Washington, Oregon, and California die out so that conservatives can move in there? You think it take 100 years or less?
I don't know. Let me tell you something.
I love those places. I'm just saying the people there, most of them suck. I love to move there.
So listen, the people, so like the island Anchorage, Fairbanks, Mercer, these places, those people are not liberal.
Oh no, I was just specifically talking about the liberals.
No, hold on. Those people are, they're the limousine liberals.
But they're not real liberals.
What's a liberal? Tell me what's a liberal.
They want to control. They want you to be poor. They want you to stay over there. Oh, no. For instance, it's like the rich people in California. They'll say stuff like, "Oh, feed the homeless, when the homeless and the poor show up on their doorsteps, now is a problem." And it's the same type of thing. They just want to control. They want to control this thing.
They be going to those neighborhoods with those
First of all, you guys paint with a very wide brush, okay? We have military in Washington State. We have conservatives and farmers in Eastern Washington. We have one county that has a lot of population. That is
David, you were paying attention.
Okay.
You were paying attention to what I said.
I was paying attention to everything.
I said how long until the liberals die out?
Hold on. David's making a point here. You guys are missing it because you guys just want to be trolls. Look, David's one of the good ones. He's one of the most honest people on this app when it comes to this shit. You know, when his party is fucking up, he'll call it out. When the other party is fucking up, he'll call it out. I wish you guys could learn to respect people a little bit more when they speak. What David's trying to tell you, it even educates you if you guys would clean out your fucking ears and just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. There's 39 counties in the state of Washington. There's only 3 of them that add up to over half of the population of the state. And the majority of that is one county. So you take Pierce County, Snohomish County, King County. So you have Seattle, and then you have Everett and Snohomish, and you have Tacoma and Pierce. That makes up the Western Washington I-5 corridor, and that's literally over half of the population of the state. The rest of the state, there's a couple of purple counties, and then the rest of the state is all red. It's a very, very diverse area. The reason why the politics suck is because what happens is Inslee, who's the governor, has no creativity whatsoever. So whatever Gavin Newsom passes in California, they just go and they pass in Washington without even thinking about it. They're just like, oh, California did this, okay, we'll copy it. And what's interesting that's happening is that there's more people in this state that, like, in terms of, if you look at the spread, if you look at north of Snohomish County, if you look at west of King and Pierce County, if you look east of all of those 3 counties, with the exception of Spokane, which is pretty purple, and the exception of, what is it, Clark County, is that where Vancouver's at? Whatever county that is. Those are 2 purple counties. So you have 3 deep blue, Skagit sometimes is purple. For the most part, there's 2 purple, 3 blue, and the rest red. And believe me, that the people that are red are redder than a lot of the fucking people in this room that claim to be diehard Republicans.
Yeah, I've been all over California, Oregon, Washington. I'm sorry that you guys just recently lost Sherry's. I love their fucking diner and their berry fucking pies and all that shit. I mean, they're delicious. But I've been all over Eastern Oregon, Washington, Eastern Oregon and Washington, all over the entire both states in Northern California, and I'm completely aware of that.
die out. It's not just liberals.
No, I was just, all I was trying to say, David, I love black people in Oregon and Washington because a lot of like yuppie fucking black people, they're like, hi, how are you today, sir? And you're like, what the fuck? But no, I'm just saying like the prettiest places in Oregon, in my opinion, are places.
Why do you want them to
I don't want them to like die out like somebody murder them. I'm just saying, how long do you think it will be before their reproduction rates are so low that they just like disappear? I've always said like,
I would hope the liberals never disappear just because I would hope that the progressives would find a new place to go. But I think it's
okay, progressives, I meant sorry, I should have said libertarians.
This is going to be the downfall of the day. You guys can't even fucking read the fucking slogan. If you don't know the difference between a liberal and progressive, like it'll be to your own.
Wait, were you talking about like 1980s liberals or are you talking about today's modern liberal?
There is no modern liberal. That's the point. The only liberal on this fucking app, the only true liberal on this app is more. Anybody else that's left of center is a fucking progressive. For whatever reason, you guys are stuck in like 30 years ago language, listening to like Michael Savage and the Savage Nation talking about liberalism as a mental disorder. Like it's so crazy that you guys hear a slogan, you get it in your head, and you think that liberals are the bad guys. If conservatives would have shut the fuck up, or why not say progressives are nothing but commies? But that would have been more the truth. The fact that you guys shat on liberals, you know what that did? It's caused liberals to fucking run into the progressive camp. Oh, we don't want to be the fucking thing that everybody says is a retard. You guys fucking, it's so fucking stupid.
Okay, so like I make the example.
I hate conservatives.
I make the example all the time. I would move to Seattle or Portland today if all the fucking progressives and the fucking woke agenda people would fucking fuck off and go somewhere else and go like New York.
Why not isolate and say the wokies?
Okay, the wokies, I did say libtards, which is for me, you know, an alias, or it is the same. The point was I was trying to make is that I wish that all the fucking far lefties would fucking fuck off from Seattle and Portland because it's such a beautiful and amazing fucking place, including California. California is one of the fucking prettiest states in the country. I've been to 47 of the lower 48, and it's beautiful and amazing. I just wish all the fucking woke people would fucking leave and all the lefties. And then everybody from Texas can go there and make fucking California, Oregon, and Washington better.
I agree with you. In fact, I was just reading on one of the older Abby's you probably knows. I mean, 43% of people who left California in 2023 went to Nevada. So,
oh yeah, and then
their politics and to Texas, and they bring their politics with them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, David, if we can get immigration under control and we can stop all the fucking Venezuelans and fucking Mexicans flooding into fucking Oregon, Washington, and California, and then eventually the fucking far left fucking dies out, and then we can pull the fucking Hispanics back over to the conservative side, which even a majority of them are, as long as they're not on social government benefits and shit, you know, we can pull them over to the fucking right, and we can make fucking California, Oregon, and Washington great again.
It was true. Our elections are so. We have people running who are outright communists. Then you have the progressive libtards. Then you have a normal Democrat who is branded as a Republican around here. So you don't have any balance. And if you have 40% of one party rule, Democratic rule, 40 years of it, everything is corrupt. The court systems, the people who are appointed, and it's like endemic. And I've lived here 73 years, and things used to run, and we used to have some balances, but we don't. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's taking too long.
Well, let's get back to the question I asked earlier. How do you fix these voters? I mean, for the better of America. I mean, it's hyperbole to want to think that they're just going to die off. They're not. We're going to, coexist with these in our country for the rest of our life.
And yeah, but Joe, non-binary people, trans people aren't having babies, so they will die off eventually.
I'll probably die too. That's the problem. Like
You start talking about immigration, I'm sorry, and Brandon Ball pay their taxes. The trans people don't matter as far as population. That's the fact. So unless you said it for hyperbole, that's not going to be the reason everything changes.
Yeah, I agree. All the trannies and all the gender fluid people are going to fucking die. They're not going to repopulate. They're not going to have kids. You know, if best they adopt, you know, that's.
You know what's interesting is that most people, when they look at politics on a national level, like there's 435 people in the House, there's 100 people in the Senate. If I was to go around the room and ask people to name all the people in Congress that you can think of, I would bet in this room when you look around, maybe somebody might get 35. Like, there's so many people that are in here that you guys only know the loudmouths. Like, you only know the loudmouths. And by the way, the people that you don't hear of, their votes count just as much as the loudmouths.
I don't know the loudmouths. I actually will tell you that I know the opposite of that. I know that group in the middle that are the ones that no one pays attention to but are getting all the legislation through.
Have you ever met MGP?
Have I met
MGP.
MGP? Not Marjorie Taylor.
No. Marie Glossenkamp Perez. She's in Washington State. She's a blue dog Democrat that she's not perfect on any of the issues that I care about, but she's incredibly reasonable. I've met her a couple of times, and I can tell you that she is as frustrated with the Democratic Party as anybody in this fucking room. She's got her head screwed on straight. Like, I don't think her politics, like her and I have a lot of differences, but she gets it. She's fucking non-woke. She opposes a lot of the crazy gun legislation. She's reasonable on moderate decisions around abortion. She's not a fanatic on either side. Her party criticizes her for it. The other party, thinks that, that she's still, opposition. I think that she's somebody that nobody talks about, nobody hears about, because she's in a district that doesn't have a microphone in her face every 10 seconds. And she's somebody that's incredibly reasonable. She's a Democrat. She's one of the few blue dogs that are left. I don't even think they talk about blue dogs anymore. She's also part of the Problem Solver Caucus.
I was just going to ask you if she's a problem solver.
Yeah, she's part of the Problem Solvers.
And that caucus is great. I mean, that I could rattle off the names of a lot of the people in that caucus. That's kind of who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
And
I would recommend meeting with her, Abby. I know the issues that you care about most, and or at least some of them. And I don't know if I've ever met a Democrat that's sat in Congress that's as reasonable as she is, especially in 2025. She's somebody that the next time that you're doing the rounds, go out of your way and go talk to her.
no, I'm just looking now to see if we endorsed her. Let me check. Spell it. Say her last name again.
Just look up MGP. It's Glossenkamp Perez.
Hyphenated. Okay.
Yeah, she's cool. She's super cool. Independence lover. The Democrats in her district really like her. And it's just a telltale sign that she's doing something right. The Democrats in her own state that are outside of her district absolutely can't stand her. And so she's got balls. She's a good one. And before she got into office, she was just a small business owner. She's like a real person. She's amazing.
She looks so young.
She's like 36, 37. She's one of the few Democrats that I think like, man, if they all acted like her, I'd still disagree with her policies, but at least it wouldn't be the woke mess that we have.
Those moderate Dems are kind of beside themselves. They don't know what to do. You know, they get bombarded by their constituents, you know, complaining, and you know they kind of throw their hands up. So a lot of them have, you know, reached across the aisle more so, and we see these votes that are the controversial votes, but there's just like a lot of other law going on, and a lot of committee work where these moderates are getting stuff done.
There's any chance that some of these moderates will join the American Party?
That's funny.
Now, I think that they're, like, my closest friend in Vegas is also my member of Congress. I talk to her about it all the time. And she is happy being a Democrat. She doesn't want to leave her party. You know, she's like, as Roger talks like a blue dog, she's an old school Democrat. And really believes in it. Just wants to, you know, engineer her party to get back to you know, her vision of it. And I don't think that they want to abandon the party. Now, if the party, if that, as you were saying, the tent stays small, and she's not really, you know, they're pushed out, then maybe they would look elsewhere. I don't see them becoming Republicans. Like, you see the people that switch parties, it's always interesting, but I don't see that with them.
I think real quick, if there was a viable way for her to win office as an independent, she would leave the Democratic Party tomorrow. The only reason she caucuses with them at all is because you need to run under one of them, and I think that some of her positions puts her outside of the norm of Republicans just enough to push her into the Democratic camp. But Joe, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask both Mojo, the Glossenkopf Rose, and Abby, the person you were referring to. What is like a stark, contrasting idea that lack of a better term, blue dog Democrat today, or someone that's outside this radical woke leftist, what positions do they hold that are different? I mean, the best I got is like Manchin, Sinema, not wanting to use the nuclear option in the Senate. Do they actually have policy differences?
Yeah. She spoke out against relief for student debt. That was one that I can remember. She breaks with the party, I would say, a good couple times a year, and every time she does, like, I have a lot of people that will, like, you know, hey, check this out. She's like the one Democrat in the state that you should pay attention to. And she's in a unique spot where her district is purple, and you know, there's enough Republicans that like her, enough Democrats that like her because she's got the D, and the independents are really the thing that puts her over the top. But yeah, she independently thinks about this stuff. She probably lands on some things that you and I would disagree with her on, but there's also things where she will break with her party to side with people like you.
Okay, my friend is Susie Lee, and she, during the Biden administration, she and maybe about 14 or 15 other Dems signed, on my issue, she signed letters to Biden when he was holding back arms on sales, on arms to Israel. She took on Biden. She also voted to censor Tlaib, which was, you know, there weren't a lot of the Dems that really stood out to do that. On policies, she's on the appropriations, and she's on military appropriations, and she's very much in favor of a strong military. And sometimes get sideways with other members with respect to that. She's also very involved with, I don't know of the things you want to vote for, like, one of the things generally, and I would say this to people that are independents, is look at these members of Congress when they're running for re-election and where they're ranked. They do a ranking of the bipartisan voting. You know, and if they're in the top 20 or 30 of bipartisan votes, I mean, it's a really positive thing. It means that they can work across the aisle and that they're not, you know, going on the party line. And they definitely rank them every year or every cycle.
Hey, here's another one, Joe. Tell me if you like this one. She's one of only 5 Democrats that voted to condemn the Biden administration's handling of the border.
There you go. She might have a future in becoming a Republican. Because the current Democrat Party would never let her get, she has to grow from Washington and, you know, move up the ranks at her state, which is definitely doable.
I think one of the things that she can do is if she sticks around long enough and becomes like the leader and the spokesperson for both the Blue Dog Democrats and the Problem Solver Caucus, starts getting the microphone thrown in her face a little bit more, then maybe she could run for Senate. And then if she ran for Senate, that would be a game changer, I think. Have you guys heard any more about Harris and her aspirations moving forward? There was talk about a Senate run, talk about a governor run. Like, what's the latest?
She gave a speech the other day. I was just going to ask if anyone saw it. I didn't hear it. They had shown some of it on the news.
Didn't hear it. Last I heard, she was flirting with the governor race.
That would be the only time in history that a vice president and a presidential candidate would then run for governor. Correct.
I don't know the statistic. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah, it just seems like typically you move up or out. You don't move up and then move down.
I bet she'd win California too.
Interesting. If they ran the right person, they could get a Republican governor in California. Yeah. A Republican could win. People, I mean, it's changed since, but you gotta remember, once upon a time, and it's not that long ago, they had Pete Wilson as governor. And Pete Wilson was like, he was pretty conservative. Arnold. Yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta go a little further back from that. But
What about Duke Majan?
Governor Duke Majan. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the first Armenian governor.
I think Pete Wilson was an interesting one though, because when Pete Wilson was in office, he was the governor. They passed a bill to make illegal like a crackdown on illegal immigration. The gay marriage stuff didn't pass. Affirmative action didn't pass, and so that was like, I want to say that was like.
Are you talking about like Proposition 8? Proposition 8.
And yeah, and you remember the Mormons were the ones that were doing the phone banking to call people in California? Like a bunch, they like had like this major call center in like Salt Lake City that was like just day and night fucking dialing numbers in California. It's amazing. The other two I'm looking at is Prop 187 and Prop 209. Do you remember those? Adams. Adams. Are you there?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so just so you guys know, Prop 209, it was passed in 1996, and it prohibited affirmative action, public education, public employment, and public contracting. And they tried to repeal it in 2020, and it was rejected. So as crazy as California can be, there's sometimes they get silly sticky.
That's why UCLA has the big Asian population that it has. That came up in that Harvard lawsuit that they didn't have the issue in California. But it is something interesting that I said this in a room the other day that I learned. I was on the phone with a friend of mine in San Francisco. I think maybe you heard this about that school. It's like like a magnet school or like a high-end high school, public high school in San Francisco. And you have to test to get in. It has a huge Asian population in the high school. And prior to the Harvard case, Berkeley admitted 3 out of that high school. And after the Harvard decision came down, 28 kids got in this past year into Berkeley. Went from 3 to 28, all Asian. You know, with like perfect SAT scores and perfect GPAs. But California, interestingly, did not, population there because they didn't have affirmative action in the state. And what I was saying was Berkeley, for some reason, after took three kids from the top school in San Francisco, and then after the case came out, now accepted 28. But UCLA did not follow it. Affirmative action.
So they've really been discriminating quite a lot.
Well, UCLA didn't. Berkeley clearly did.
You said there's a lawsuit. Is it a lawsuit against them? Or
No, it wasn't. It was a Supreme Court case. It was the Harvard case, the Asian, I can't remember the name of the group, the Asian something society versus Harvard and North Carolina.
But Berkeley just switched their policy year to year in response, but managed not to get sued.
Berkeley wasn't added in that lawsuit, but that lawsuit ended affirmative action on admissions in colleges. But apparently Berkeley was following the affirmative action when UCLA, as by example, wasn't based on the population. But that case, that's one of the things that's coming up now with Trump. In his demands with Colombia and his settlement with Colombia, when you read the settlement, it's not just only about the protesters and the anti-Semitism issues. He's trying to force them to comply now with the Harvard decision because they were trying to find an end game around it and still have admissions the way that they were doing it, where it was affirmative action. So that's one of the, if you look at the list of demands or in the settlement with Colombia, that's one of the things that
talking about as recent as 94, 96, we had in California, Prop 187 passed in 94 with like 59% of the vote, and then 209 passed in 96 with 55% of the vote. Just speaking to the fact that, at least in the 90s, those were things that, if you brought those things up now, you would expect that California would overwhelmingly shoot down, and you had a significant margin to pass defunding illegal immigration as well as ending affirmative action. It's a pretty powerful statement back in the 90s.
I mean, do you think there's any chance of birthright citizenship gets,
No, I don't think that goes through.
Affirmative action, it certainly should be illegal everywhere. But the way that people address it, it depends on what you're asking. I don't believe that we should have quotas. I think that that's clearly bigoted. I don't think we should even have preference based on these things. But essentially, in California, affirmative action does not is not allowed in universities or in employment. That's why they switch it to these DEI conversations to what they look to do is create policies that where they're not looking to do quotas per se, but they effectively try to do the same thing. What they'll encourage people to do is to run employment ads that are like gender neutral and shit like that. It's all crazy to me. I don't know why we can't just say hire the best person.
So it made me think about this story in 2009. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 only on the case is called Ritchie versus DeStefanis. And it was all about these firefighters. They held like this promotional exam, and they were going to give a promotion to these firemen, and when no black candidates signed up, they canceled the offering the promotion because it would have only been a non-black candidate that would have received it. And so they ended up getting sued over that when that all came out. I just think we would be living in a world today if the Supreme Court was just one vote different that would have case precedents that if businesses did not promote someone when they said that they were going to, all because it wasn't the preferred race, that's how close we were, one vote off. Makes me think about that every time this conversation comes up.
You know, when the affirmative action ruling came in initially, it was Sandra Day O'Connor wrote the opinion, and it was supposed to have a life of 25 years. Like, that was the outlook for it, that it would need projected 25 years for the country to correct itself in the school system. So it wasn't in perpetuity that we would have affirmative action. And that's one of the things that came up when they argued the Harvard case. And she was a Reagan appointee, by the way.
things that Reagan got wrong.
Yes, unfortunately.
Reagan's one of those guys that I think that everything about him is exaggerated. Like when people like ask the question like, oh, how would Reagan handle this? There's almost this like exaggeration that like, oh, Reagan didn't mess around. You wouldn't want to mess around with Reagan. But dude, when Marines were killed in Beirut, like the way Reagan handled that, he was such a fucking pussy. He just cut and run. Just literally cut and run. Reagan is. There's some things that I really liked about him in terms of being a communicator. Like I thought he was good at that. And I think he sold the idea of the Republican Party better than anybody, maybe ever. But in execution, God, some of the things he did were so ass backwards. Like when he was governor of California, like he did more to harm gun rights for Californians than any Democrat in the history of the state. So, yeah, I got a real mixed opinion about Reagan. I have a soft spot for him in some ways. I think he is delivering speeches and Noonan, helping him with some of those speeches. Some of the best delivery ever, but sometimes he did some real fucking stupid shit that nobody really holds him accountable for. Like I don't hear people talking about like what a fucking sissy he was when the Marines got killed in Beirut.
Do positive political actions not resonate as much as poor political actions by politicians, say, decades later? Because there are some glaring issues Reagan did with the insurance companies, allowing them to run the federal flood program. However, the government couldn't do that anyhow. There's a wide variety of different things that he did that even a lot of everyone has like their special interests. It's like this, if you're going to be the Republican Party, why would you essentially create a fascist flood insurance program? And I just think that sometimes you recognize this stuff more so than the positive he did, because tearing down the Berlin Wall and essentially ending the Cold War was a super positive thing, and maybe he got a lot of benefit because of how significant that was.
I think all of the people that played a role in ending the Cold War, whether it's the Pope, whether it's Thatcher, whether it's Reagan, whether it's what was the fucker's name that wrote the Gulag Archipelago, the Russian dude, Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, so you got to give credit to all of the people that helped to end this thing. I think that book is a big part of what helped Russians as well as other Europeans understand just how fucked up Russia was, or the Soviet Union. But Thatcher, Reagan, and the Pope, they kind of held strong. The collapse of the Soviet Union is a big fucking deal. Can you imagine the times that we're in today if the Soviet Union hadn't collapsed? Oof.
No, I can't. I cannot imagine that world. That's what I'm saying. That's so impactful, and I can't see it, but I can definitely see a lot of issues on some of Reagan's actions, the stuff that went bad.
See the movie about him? I did. I liked it.
Mojo, I know you're a movie critic. What did you see, Reagan?
The one with Quaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Just okay. I think a lot of these political dramas are pretty bad. Because you have to pick if you're going to be, are you going to do an impression of the person, or like are they going to make you look like him with makeup? Are you going to just try to sound like him, or are you going to just be a fucking actor and try your best to capture the essence of the person? And if enough time goes by, you can make a real biopic where you don't have to do the impression, you just simply have to capture the essence. And so I think there's far too many people that are alive that remember Reagan to really be able to put your acting chops on and do it the right way. That's my opinion.
Did you see? It's interesting you say that because you made me think. Also, the movie Golda came out, and Helen Mirren, I mean, was amazing. I mean, really looked like her, had all the affect of the character, and so it's funny that you say that because people have played her before that didn't fully match her, but more the essence. I'm not sure which is better.
I definitely think Helen Mirren's just in a different acting class than Quaid.
Yeah.
And so, that being said, if we're talking about political biopics, I think Gary Oldman's portrayal of Churchill is one that I wasn't alive when Churchill was doing his thing, and so that's to me that was that worked better. That's probably my favorite biopic.
Oldman also did an amazing job. You said Gary Oldman, and I perked right up. He's my favorite actor. He's on my bucket list of people to interview. But he also did an amazing take on Lee Harvey Oswald and J.
Yeah, Gary Oldman's one of my favorites as well. An underrated gangster flick, State of Grace. I thought that was the movie where I literally was like, I think this is my favorite actor.
Yes, I've seen every Oldman film. He is the bee's knees, as they say. I just love that man. Here's a really sad but fun fact about Nine McGee. I used to run the Gary Oldman fan club many, many years ago. That's how crazy insane I am.
Nice. You know who my favorite actor is now?
Keanu Reeves.
No, come on, for fuck's sake. Do you know who Stephen Graham is?
Let me Google him. Hold on, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
The name sounds familiar, but let me.
I know Abby, if she doesn't know the name, would know him from Boardwalk Empire.
All right, who did he play?
He was the guy that played Capone.
Oh, okay.
And wait, he just did a dynamic performance in Adolescence. Did you see that?
Yes, amazing. He's amazing. He's also in The Irishman. Have you guys seen The Irishman?
Definitely saw The Irishman.
Yeah. I think Stephen Graham right now is the best actor right now. That doesn't mean that, like, I think he's better than peak Daniel Day-Lewis or peak, Gary Oldman. There's a handful of people that I think in their peak were better. But right now, I can't think of anybody that is better. The only people that I would even begin to say that, like, okay, that's a tough one would be like somebody like Christian Bale.
Oh my God, I swear to God, I was just about to say Christian Bale. Yes.
Rockwell.
You know, Bill and Nicolas Cage are about to star in a Mad movie.
Yeah. He plays Al Davis, right? Cage plays Matt and Bale plays Al Davis. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Wait, this guy you're talking about is playing Springsteen's father in the new Springsteen movie.
Stephen Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing. I legit think he's the best actor right now. Abby, do you remember when Greg Ellis used to do their shows on the rooms on here?
Yeah.
I was able to, in one of his rooms, talk to him about Stephen Graham. I told him how I thought he was one of the best actors, and apparently they know each other fairly well. They did some project together, and I was asking him, like, what's he like in real life? Is he intense? And he was saying, yeah, like, he said like, the guy, he's like a legitimate tough guy. And I don't know if you've seen him in some of the other works that he's done, but some films he gets super jacked. Like, I don't know, man. I think this guy is, to me, he's like the British De Niro. Like, he's pretty fucking good.
was still awake, but I just changed the title of the room. Just want to invite people in and change the energy.
Yeah, I'm up work and I'm listening in the background. I just drop out from the prayers.
I hear you. This will invigorate people. As soon as Shakima wakes up and sees the title of the room, he's gonna get excited. Ooh, Dr. Adams is back.
Adams, have U.S. race relations improved since 1960s?
Well, like I said, I feel like Martin Luther King ran away, and
Wait, why do you keep saying this? I heard you say this in another room. What's up with that? Well, are you trolling or do you really believe this? Because I'm so...
you don't believe that Martin Luther King?
No, listen, I love to put on a tinfoil hat. No, listen, Adams. I love to put on a tinfoil hat every now and then when I need to understand why I need to wear one in the...
What do you mean?
I've never heard this theory before that MLK Jr. is alive and hiding out in Florida. I've never heard this until you said it earlier.
Right. He's living in Pompano Beach.
But what, where are you getting this information from? Why do you believe this? If you believe this, or are you just trolling?
So, again, Martin Luther King wanted to get away from black people. He wanted to live his life, right, in Pompano Beach with his white wife. Why is that like a conspiracy theory?
Adams, I effing love you. I don't understand. I'll roll with it. I've never heard this before. I think it's hilarious. Okay, I'll just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? It's 2:14 in the morning. I want to act.
Okay, so do you have evidence that Martin Luther King is dead?
No, I don't have evidence. I just recall a nurse reading not too long ago, a couple years ago, a nurse claiming, allegedly, she was in the hospital the night they brought him in after being shot, and he wasn't dead. But because of government intervention and government wanting him dead, they directed that the staff kill him, smother him, suffocate him, off him in the hospital, and say the assassination, the gunshots, were the official cause of death. But she claims, the nurse allegedly claims, she was a witness, that he did die from the gunshot wounds, that the staff killed him by orders of the government. That's what I've heard happens. Talk about conspiracy. But this, your theory, is just super delicious. Wow. I like.
Listen, I'm not trying to break up a happy home, okay? At the end of the day, Martin Luther King is alive. The man who lives in Florida, and, he has white children. It is what it is.
Wait, does his family know? Just like, Hollywood knows, well, there's a secret that Denzel Washington has a secret family. It's an open secret, I should say, but does MLK's family know? His children, do they know he's out in Florida with the white wife and the biracial babies?
Of course.
Somebody in the chat said he lives with Grant Cardone. Oh my, what? Is the T-Mobile guy there too, Sean?
How old would MLK be if he was still alive today?
96.
Wow.
this is the issue that people gaslight on more than anything. And I know it's a big issue because of the history, but I feel like some people like to gloss over the history and like not give it its proper perspective. But then the other side is like equally as disingenuous in the fact that they accept, they don't accept the fact that progress has been made, or just how much fucking progress has been made. I think both of those positions are fucking weird. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging the history and acknowledging the progress. I think that's the honest conversation. I certainly don't think that's ever really happened here on Clubhouse. Like when the issue comes up, you just get people. America's always been racist. It's still racist. It'll always be racist until the white devils are dead.
Is America racist?
Yeah, people really believe America's racist. I think we're the least racist country in 2025. I don't think there's a single country that's less racist than us in 2025.
I do. Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead.
I'll make it really quick. My opinion is they don't like to acknowledge that progress has been made because how else would you be able to keep black people in a perpetual state of victimhood and using oppression as a crutch? If, you know, black folks, especially Democratic black voters, not all, you know, they think the white man, boogeyman, is hiding in the bush. Now they claim that, you know, he's going to take them to concentration camps as part of Project 2025. So, no, of course they can't talk about the progress of race relations because they have to keep stuff on stupid with victimization.
So let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Democrat?
No.
Got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've never met a person that actually thinks of other people as property. Like the idea of that is just ludicrous to me. Like I can't even fathom it. To say there hasn't been progress from the period in time when people thought of other people as property. And that still goes on in this world. Yet I've never met anyone in our society that actually thinks that way. And it's just, I mean, it's one of the most far out ideas I could ever imagine it, and I can't imagine it to consider other people as property. It's absolute ridiculous. And I think that's really the sign of we've changed drastically.
Got it. So let me ask you a question, Joe. Do you support the British?
The British, like the country or the people?
I mean both.
Not really support the country.
Got it. Got it. So, I mean, do you take into the context that a lot of those people are enslaved?
Like the general population, not in the sense of being thought of as property unless we are commodities in the financial system.
Got it. But at the same time, British people have to bow down to a king, right?
To a certain degree, they signed the Magna Carta.
What do you mean to a certain degree?
But yeah, to a certain degree, they still adhere to it.
Right. So, do you feel like this is the same reality of people in America?
No, not at all.
Got it. This is my point. So, you know, it's very crazy for people to assert a certain type of notion as to, you know, how Europeans and this European construct as to how people should feel in terms of gradually moving us into communism as opposed to, you know, the American everyday fabric that we live in. And it's funny that at the same time, you have a lot of freaking Europeans that come onto the stage, come onto this app, and they have to bow down to a king. see the differences?
Well, rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth II. Adams, listen, I've interviewed, and this has nothing to do with anything you stated, but just to kind of speak to the topic, okay, I've interviewed members of the original Black Panther movement, and you know what they told me? They said, for some guys, they left the party because many of the members deviated from their original mission. I'll give you a direct quote of one member told me. He said a lot of them just got to the point where they wanted to smoke weed and bang white girls. Okay? And the civil rights movement, part of the civil rights movement, you have a lot of black scholars who agree or who debate that, you know, we know black folks were fighting to, or I should say fighting. They were protesting, demanding, advocating to sit in safe spaces with white folks at the church, you know, sit next to them at the coffee house. So, and this is not debatable, they wanted access to white hot interracial sex. This is why when I hear people talk about race wars, especially on X, when white folks and white men, specifically the incels, and they're trying to convince their followers that black guys, especially the so-called black nationalists, are pushing for race wars. And I'm like, are you insane? Black people, especially black guys, are not wanting no race wars. They're not wanting to lose access to white sex. So have race relations improved? Absolutely. Black folks can have sex with white folks now without being lynched, hung, hanged, buried, and burned. That's progress. I'm not even trying to be funny. But you speak to some of these voices in the community, and that's all they talk about. That's what's important to them. White hot interracial sex, not losing access to it. So I would certainly call that progress. And I'm not even trolling and trying to be.
Very clever point.
Also, speaking of progress, Adams, you asked me if I've been to Africa. No. But you also know something? You'll find a lot of black Americans don't want to go to Africa, and a lot of TikTok videos have confirmed that some black Americans, when they move to some African countries, they can't wait to come back here. You know, of course, we have some that thrive there. They go there and they thrive. They're doing quite well, building up businesses, homes, et cetera, et cetera. But I've seen too many videos across TikTok of black Americans going to some African nations and complaining about, you know, not being able to twerk, emancipate, malnutrition cows, not having access to, you know, colorful Takis and candy-coated dill pickles that they can stick peppermint canes into. They're very spoiled with our Western ways. I call that progress. They don't have adequate electricity and water flow. They have lizards and snakes crawling in the bed with them. That's what they say. They're ready to come back home. They recognize the problem. They flee America due to racism, they claim, and lack of opportunity because they're black. They go to Africa and find they're worse off, and they're ready to come back here. I call that progress.
So, do you feel like LARPing as Black Americans it's progress?
Wait, you cut out the first part. Which?
So, do you feel like a lot of people on this app LARPing as Black Americans? Do you feel like that's progress?
Well, for them it's progress because there's something about the Black American experience that they put on a pedestal that they think is better than whatever's going on in their own in Tetherland, right? So they'll LARP as us, but while at the same time claiming that we have no culture and have contributed nothing to American society. So it's progress for them. I suppose to some degree, Black Americans could be flattered that many want to copy our culture and claim to be us, while at the same time mocking us. But we know what that's about. It's just jealousy to some degree because they're not us. and they understand our influence and how cool we are with so many things. Listen, I saw a video the other day. Black folks created a dance to the theme song of Law and Order. Okay, if we're not God's gift, I don't know who is.
Shout out to Law and Order.
Yeah, it's a viral TikTok dance to the Law and Order theme. I mean, who does that? Us. We're so colorful and so not serious at times, but that's why I love us. Progress.
What do you think it's going to take for people to accept the progress? What I mean by that is there's the people that are on Clubhouse, and I don't know how much of society they want to that.
Roger, Africans and Caribbeans have to stop LARPing as Black Americans. That's the first step.
Who's the LARPing? Who's the LARPing?
I mean, like Londo, for example. He's LARPing as the Black Americans, you know, gassing up Black people.
Isn't he Haitian or something?
Right.
Yeah. What do you think it would really take? Because when I hear people say, "Oh, well, there's a debt owed" and blah blah blah, it's like I don't think if that bluff was called, and let's say somebody did write a check, I think the first thing that would be said, no matter what the denomination is that it wasn't enough, or how can you put a dollar amount on those lives? And it's like I don't even think the thing that they ask for, that some are asking for, I don't think that would solve anything. I think that at this point, people just want to have something to complain about. And I feel like if reparations ever were paid, I think it would. I think they'd lose their minds over it, because then they wouldn't have this thing to complain about any.
Listen, I think there would be an increase in violence, black on black violence. We saw it during the COVID checks. If memory serves me correctly, didn't Trump give us some Trump checks during COVID? And I remember so many stories, not a lot, maybe a handful of stories of family members. You know, somebody got a Trump check and someone in the family did not, so they were shot. I remember one particular story, a girlfriend's a female in the house, her boyfriend shot up everybody in the house because they wouldn't give him some of the Trump check money when he didn't get one. So can you imagine if we receive reparation payouts in the form of financial, right? I predict we would see an increase in violence, because those who didn't get a check would have beef with family members and friends who did receive reparations payout. And when they went to, ask for a handout, hey, let me hold 500, let me get 1,000, and they don't receive any money, or they don't get the answer that they're looking for, somebody's getting shot or choked the fuck out.
So you don't think that Black people actually receive reparations during the Summer of Love?
What, in the form of STDs? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
No, as far as, the amount of money that was subjugated to the Black community, you don't think that Black people actually rendered reparations during the Summer of Love?
Are we talking Summer of Love like Woodstock, Flower Child 60? Because if so, I'm not familiar with these
No, I'm talking about
things.
people making $80,000 to $90,000 a year in, janitorial companies.
Well, I think, Adams, I don't know, sir. I can't speak on that. You know what I'm saying? I try not to speak on things I don't know nothing about.
And why it was crazy. I got rear-ended by a woman in a Nissan Altima. And, she had no car insurance during the pandemic. And and it was one of those things where she was just like, oh, you know, I'm getting my PPP loan money. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, what is this direct support supporting?
Well, listen, you know, you mentioned business. I'm all for reparations payouts if it's in, in the form of helping small businesses or helping black businesses, building up black businesses. I wouldn't mind reparations payouts, in the form of free education. Maybe it could be allocated to in the health medical industry somehow to solve some disparities. And they're always claiming black women are dying the most in childbirth and heart disease and ovarian cancer and this, that, and the other. I wouldn't mind money being allocated to studies.
You don't feel like we already got reparations?
That we already have reparations? Is that what you said? You broke up.
Of course.
I suppose in some way. I would really have to think about it to fully answer the question. But I don't know, Adams, to be honest with you. Hakima's giving me the coon eyes. I don't know. If we have received reparations in some form, I am open to listening to ongoing debates about why new reparation payouts are deserving for, these new age blacks. But I would have to hear more about your opinion, because I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, I have a quick question. Sorry, Joe. What's the proper dollar amount and who should get it? And then
see what I mean?
That's what I want to know. And then Joe, if you want.
Yeah, proper dollar amount. Oh, go ahead, Joe. I don't know if that.
No, I was just gonna make a point to what you said. Go ahead and answer his question.
I can't put a dollar amount on there, but who should it go to? If I had to say, I would pick. If my grandparents were still alive, I'd pick them, and my great grandparents, I would pick them. I think the elders should get the funds. Those most closest to the last, those most closest to in the family tree.
So the next of kin is the victim.
I feel like my grandfather would be upset. Like, she would be upset. 6 different kids with 5 different men. And again, she had to land a whale, to be able to make herself be able to take care of herself, in her later part of life. So, I mean, when you want to look at reparations, like, what do reparations look like?
Land distribution. I would be open for land distribution more so than a financial handout, right? I'm for in education, reparations, and land and education.
Got it. So Roger actually, pay for black families to have families?
Well, I'm interested in the fact that there's about 40 million black Americans. And if we were to honor the field order that said 40 acres and a mule, what's interesting is that we can come up with the 40 acres. Interestingly enough, what we could, well, in the 28% of the land across the U.S. that is owned by the federal government, you can come up with it. What you can't come up with is 40 million mules. So there is no 48 million mules, so we couldn't give them the mules.
Well, F the mule is 1,000.
Look, I've done the math on this. It's only about 16. I think it could be 13 between 13 and 16 million. 16 comes to mind that are descendants of chattel slavery, because there was a significant portion of black immigrants that came in the 1900s. So now it depends on if you want to group it in between, descendants that lived under Jim Crow era, as well as, or just descendants of chattel slavery. So that's your distinguishing mark right there. And this idea has been sold and repackaged and rebranded before. LBJ, when the states that the land is in, rather than the federal government. Now, not all, significant places, bases, and, Rocky Mountain National Park, there's some parks that are definitely worth saving. However, there's a ton of land with energy underneath it. And some of this area is undesirable to go and locate to. So if you could open it up and allow the land to be leased, and a portion of what money's raised from the energy sold, because it's a ton of natural gas out in the west out there, and then reparations being paid through the form of energy payback dollars, kind of like what they do in Pennsylvania or in Alaska, specifically Alaska, really. I would be okay with that. But then again, the caveat is to it, it's just a perpetual cycle. Mojo's correct. What will be the next time? 2-3 decades later, what will be the next branding of reparations to make things better? Ultimately, it uses the Black Americans as a pawn in our electoral system.
I have a question. What Americans, Black Americans, are you talking about? They came in 1900s and these millions could actually make. The answer is not. The answer is
No. Oh, I thought you were asking me a question.
it wasn't really a question, but the answer is, like you said, out of the 40 million Black Americans, only 16 million are descendants of child slavery, and the rest came in 1900. That just simply, like you made that up. That never happened.
No, two-thirds of Black Americans today are not descendants of chattel slavery. I'm not making that up.
Where did you get that from?
I studied this. I've gone through this before. Do you want me to get a source?
Please.
Yeah, okay.
Black immigrants in 1900s is crazy. There's all them blacks in Africa and Caribbean come in the 60s and 70s, but those are not the people you're talking about. Over 40 million Black Americans are descendants of, by and large, descendants of chattel slavery.
So, Akiva, what number do you think the U.S. government should pay out that would make Black America say, okay, we good?
I have no idea what the number is, but another thing he said is like in 3 generations there will be reparations again, rebranded like as if we already have one round of reparations and we're working on the second round of reparations. That crazy shit Adam was saying that we got reparations because of summer love and that silly shit. I'm not a big reparations. I don't think I'm ever pay it. I'm not people lie to say we got it or most of us not even descendants of slavery. That shit just nonsense.
But do you think that there is a number that would cause the majority of Black America to say, okay, cool, everything's good now?
Everyone would be happy with it.
I mean, just a consensus. Yeah, of course you're gonna have outliers.
Well, it should be a number that we reach. Everybody should be okay with it.
Do you remember when they came up with the number of 6 quadrillion?
Yeah, more money than it is in the whole world. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was 43 times the global GDP.
That's ridiculous. Well, like some kind of money, some kind of like tax breaks, education, land, combination of those, not to make every Black person rich, like $10 million in 20, that should be big.
So I just asked ChatGPT because I was curious, just give me a number. What would be a satisfactory number? ChatGPT says $350,000 per person, per Black American, 40 million descendants of enslaved people.
So, one of the organizations that's done $51 million times the 40 million people, and it comes out to something like $6 quadrillion.
Yeah, that's insane.
What if they did something like, what if they just came up with the slavery lottery and they just said, okay, if you were a descendant of slavery, every week we're going to give away $1 million, and we're just going to draw social security numbers, and every week we'll pay out $1 million. Do you think that would satisfy Black Americans? Like the chance that one Black person every week would win $1 million? Why? Oh, I mean, why? I mean, that'd be $1 million a week that they give out. That's $52 million a year. 52 million. There would be 52 new millionaires every year from the Black community. That wouldn't be a good thing. Okay, what if it was $1 billion? That's 52 billion. 52 billion a year that they commit over, let's say, a 30-year period, but that they say, hey, we're going to do a slavery lottery, and we'll call a lucky person social security number. You can't win more than once. And then over the course of 30 years, it's let's see, that's 30 times 52. It's at 1,500 billionaires that you create in the Black community. That's pretty good. What do you think?
That might end up costing more than you think it will cost. Like, where do we stop? They want to steady having kids. Like, where does that stop?
I said we'll do it for 30 years just to call it good.
You know, Cameron, you just said still having kids. I do wonder if such a lottery was implemented, would women receiving government benefits or families receiving government assistance, should they automatically be booted? You know, if you're receiving food stamp on WIC or whatever stamps and housing help. I'm just curious what you would think, you know, because you're a millionaire now. You can use that money to invest, grow. Why do you need government assistance?
Oh, no, yeah, once you get the money, you don't need all the assistance. You should never get assistance again.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to get your take on that.
I'll be cool with just about anything. Like I don't expect anything. I believe it's old. I don't think it's never gonna happen. A lot of me, I would shut the fuck up and get a paper and let it get called.
Hey, what if they just went crazy and like, you guys ever see those Valpak coupons? What if they just started like sending out Valpaks but with like stereotypical coupons that the Black community can use? Like, you know, like 2-for-1 chicken sandwiches at Popeyes or some shit like that. So like, first of all, I'd be in favor of this because I think that would be delightful. And by the way, it's more than what they're giving away today. But I think people would find that to be really racist.
Listen, I just want to recreate Westworld, Future World, Asian World, just like in the books, TV series, movie. And that would require a lot of money. Could $1 million get me started? I mean, it could probably help me to invest in some tech company that could help guide the vision, but it wouldn't fully finance my next level Westworld compound. So $1 million is workable, but not enough for my vision.
I don't be clear, like people, like poor people or Black people, for the most part, are not thinking about reparations. Like there is no poor people not informed, like when my reparations that don't happen. There's no conversation in the Black household where anyone is talking about reparations in a serious manner, and that they're waiting on that.
No, I think you're right.
Reparations is social media talk. It's not real. And I'm saying it's not real. It's working on it, but like
I think it's
not thinking.
I think it's also like, you know, like some Black woman that like went to community college or healed education, and all of a sudden she learned the word reparations and decided she was going to go save the fucking world. Oh, we got Alpha and ASR up here. They were squabbling in the fucking chat. I wonder if they got anything to say to each other.
I'm waiting on Joe his number when all these new blacks that came in the 1900s, which is fucking weird.
You know, it's difficult to find a specific number of actual descendants of chattel slavery. How would you, like, what would be the cutoff? What if it's like, you know, what would actually be the qualifying factor in Kiva?
Being descendants of a slave, like me personally,
How
let
they
me
were
tell you, like me personally, I have no immigrants in my family. I have not one family member that came here from the Caribbean or Africa in the 1900s, 1800s. You know, like my family been here 1700s prior. I have no family that came here then. And most black people I know have no family that came here then.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to figure out. I mean, they have ancestral records. They have plantation records. There's the Freedmen's Bureau documents. The government knows who the descendants of chattel slaves are. They might not keep the records, but they know. It wouldn't be hard to figure.
And exactly what they're going to sue, because this is the other thing that, like, I think if you can find an estate that you can prove that its wealth was derived from this labor, and then you can prove the descendant, then maybe you've got a case. But like the idea of like you're gonna like get the taxpayer dollars to pay for it, like I don't buy that at all. And like I've heard too many people in Clubhouse just generically say, oh, well, white people owe, and it's like, what do you think the percentage of white people was back in the day that actually owned slaves? And then of the wealth, like let's say if they was a family that had this wealth, how much of that wealth might have gotten wiped out over time? I mean, like considering, you know, everything from the Great Depression to just the fact that generations tend to lose the money. You know, like the idea that generational wealth is passed down, the studies will show that actually no, like people that inherit money end up blowing it. Like there's very few families that really pass down generational wealth. And this is why I just crack up at this stuff. I mean, like everything from the Dust Bowl to the fucking to the you know the Great Depression and the wars that we've had. I don't understand like why people think that a bunch of like 18th century white folk in North America like really had it. Like it's just crazy. It was a very small number of people that had it.
Do you guys remember when Barbados tried to come for actor Benedict Cumberbatch? They wanted him to pay for his family's slave-owning pass in Barbados. He's spoken out about it. He said he tried to keep it a secret for a long time. His family warned him not to mention his family's tie owning slaves. But you know, the media picked it up not too long ago, and Barbados came for him. They're like, "Yeah, you're going to pay up." I can't tell you how that panned out, you know, but I just remember that being in the media for a minute.
ASR, are you going to speak or are you just going to type shit in chat?
Versus it's going to be honorable and true and to speak the truth in the chat, so you have a problem with that.
Well, I was going to ask you if you wanted to participate in an audio app. Audio being you use your voice.
Right, what about intellectual app that allows
1860.
No, the relationship between slave master and slave still obtains. And white folks, black folks are still fighting to be enslaved with white folks here.
So, do you live in the U.S.?
Yes, my person lives in the U.S., sir.
Are you a slave?
My person is a descendant of slave. Yes, sir.
So, okay, so you're not a slave.
Yeah, so I don't identify my body because I know my ancestors was. I went and learned that. We don't identify our body. We didn't speak this language. We had a different words. If I make it unfinished, we had a different way of conceiving reality, different moral system. So we didn't go around identifying things we're not. So one of the problems is that you strip people from their autonomous value system. You strip people from the way of access and got hundreds of thousands of memory you had before white folk went and stole their history. So now the black collective United States became like the factory babies with a foreign language and foreign value system. We want to why the collective is backwards.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Not yet, Alpha. Alpha, no. This guy was cooking. You'll get to respond, but let's let him cook.
Yeah, so imagine Chinese folk invading the United States right now and forcing everybody, white and black, to switch and give up their autonomous values. Well, anyone not see how that can disalienate the mindset of Americans? Well, if that's the case, then you see what's going on with the black collective United States.
Okay.
You see, sir.
Okay. Let's pause there. Alpha, go ahead.
First of all, I hope everybody's doing good. Good to see you, Roger. I don't really take sociologists first and foremost to be doctors of anything. Sociology is a very poor discipline, and a poor discipline at that, for trying to understand anything about human beings. At best, the sociologist can do is just observe social cues, social patterns that are usually not replicable in a controlled environment, in a controlled experiment. Even worse, when they try to re-observe it in real life. Why humans change? Why? Big question. We can go into many hard sciences to explain this, and we'll still come up with provisional knowledge, which means that any conclusion we derive from it is provisional at best. It cannot be taken as definitive to try to answer any of these major and complex questions that we try to answer on these applications, that we do so pompously. Second, the idea that my body contains certain wisdoms is very essentialist. Last time we checked in the 1950s when we did the first heart transplant, nobody's body's knowledge, quote unquote, was transplanted to somebody else. The person that donated the heart did not transfer any of their, quote unquote, essence into the other person. That itself just destroys this convoluted gobbledygook. And of course, when we speak about the fact that it will also take into consideration, if we're going to apply the logic of everybody in the present is guilty for the past, then how far do we go back? That needs to be understood. How far do we go back? Because do we go back through the quote-unquote racial ancestry and DNA of every people of color, quote-unquote? I hate to use these terms, but these terms have become popular, so I use it for lack of a better term. To go back and say, okay, your family comes from, let's say, a particular province in the Congos, and at some point before the slavery, you were conquered by such and such people. Should we go and prosecute them as well for conquest and deprivation and whatever they cost? Or is it just specifically to target the United States of America? If that's the case, then it becomes very clear that the idea is not justice and the purpose is not justice. It's revenge.
Yeah, so the gentleman never addressed any argument that my person is propounded here. But attack the argument, never argue. We call that strawman argumentation.
So I'm not sure what your background's in, sir, but my background's in pure mathematics, 4.0 GPA here, summa cum laude graduate, John Hopkins University in the pure computational mathematics program. And in arguments and logic, we look at structured arguments. So you didn't address the argument. So let's talk about the American long history of 100% racial quotas in favor of whites. You know, we have a whole bunch of presidents here where the United States set up specific programs to benefit white folks at the commiseration of black folks, embedded into the program. I can name about 20 of them right now. Radio acts, the whole bunch of acts that were committed just specifically to benefit white folks. So when we talk about institutional oppression, we're looking at the structure of a society. It's funny how white folks like to talk about accountability, but never hold amenable or answerable to institutions of society that create the conditions. They do that to poor white folks too, very classes. So address my actual argument, sir. Not some putative argument I never argued. Refute it based on laws of logic.
Sure, based on the laws of logic. According to the laws of logic, appealing to a degree in mathematics is called argumentum from authority, right? So that itself is a logical fallacy, if you want to speak about formal logic.
You never addressed my argument, sir.
Second, I did address your argument because I went to the core of your sources. You quote from a sociologist that claims to be a doctor. Now, sociologists are not doctors. If you mean by doctor someone, that this is science 101, really. If you claim that a doctor is someone who attains a PhD by publishing a thesis in about 5 years, then sure. I've read many PhDs, and none of them actually hold weight after a couple of months after they're published. Really, they don't. Third, if you're going to use sources that validate your arguments, nobody's discounting that. I'm not discounting that. I'm simply saying, where do you stop? Is it only applicable to the United States, or is it to everybody? And by what measure? Because what you're saying implies that black people, or whatever you call black people, somehow are in a vacuum. They're not involved in the interactions and the complex situational cues and the lives they live in society, right? That somehow they're not there. For instance, let's say in a city, an institution was built like an education center, right? And there were black people and white people working there. For some reason, these kinds of arguments discount the fact that there was black contribution to it. But what they do is, oh no, the black person did work there, they were involved in the institution and the processes, the same institution and the nitty-gritty that underpinned it, right, the workings that underpinned it, and the situation that institution created is involved. But the black person there was just brainwashed or indoctrinated, did not have agency. These kinds of arguments. So I'm looking at really the core principles of and the sources. Because
that's not my argument. I never argue any of that you're talking about right now. So just talk.
You're quoting sources to validate arguments.
So to be specific, let's quote the actual arguments. Quote, systemic racism includes the complex array of anti-black practices that unjustly gain political economic power of whites, the continual economic and other resource inequalities along racial lines, and the white racist ideologies and attitudes created to maintain and rationalize white privilege and power. The economy, politics, education, religion, and family reflects the fundamental realities of systemic racism. This is from Racist America, Roots, Current Realities, and Future Reparations by sociologist Dr. Joe Fagan. Quote, in addition to that, which y'all need to hear, we need to talk about the 100%.
Can we pause real quick? I think one of the fucking weirdest things to happen in Clubhouse is when people read. Can we have a conversation? Or like, if you're just gonna read, like, I'll get in queue and I'll just read from my favorite book.
So never mind that I was citing actual.
No, you can cite what you want, but I want to have a conversation. If you're incapable of having a conversation, then don't have one. It's a social audio.
Isn't that
go fucking write a Substack if that's what you want to do.
Isn't that part of the dialogue, citing evidence to prove one's argument.
Okay, listen. Hold on. I'm gonna do what you just did. Okay. I will not eat it with a fox. I will not eat it in a box. Sam, I won't eat those green eggs and ham.
So you make
That's what you fucking sound like, my guy.
Yeah, but you're making jokes, sir. I'm actually adducing arguments here.
No, you're not. You're reading, and it's boring as fuck, and it's not convincing anybody of anything other than you know how to read. Great. I take my hat off to you. This great country of ours has educated you to the point that you're capable of reading. I love it. It sounds like progress since sounds like progress since 1860 to me, my guy.
You know what? You're not attending to the actual argument, though. That means somebody's reading level is now up to standard.
I don't want to hear people read. It's boring as fuck, and it's evidence that you don't have a fucking position. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. You just want to read. Sam, I am green eggs and ham. I won't eat it with a fox. I won't eat it with a box. No, Sam, I am the goddamn green eggs and ham.
You keep on interrupting because you're not prepared to engage.
I don't want to hear you read fucking tar.
Hold on, come on now, sir. You're talking to an honorable infantryman. So
listen, I'm talking to a goddamn retard is what I'm talking to.
You know that is a defeat my argument, and it does that.
How about this? If you want to join the conversation, I'll mute myself and you can go ahead and talk as loud as you like. But if you're just gonna sit there and read shit because you don't have any fucking thing to talk about, then I'll just move you to the fucking audience. You can't do that.
You ignored the whole argument this whole time. He's talking about stuff he doesn't.
Shut the fuck up. You're like, listen, nobody, and I mean no, like I don't care what, like. That's the dumbest thing. It'd be like if we had a topic here about the Bible and somebody got on here and instead of telling their interpretation of the Bible, they just wanted to fucking go begat. Nobody wants to hear that shit. I'm impressed that you know how to read. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, Roger, all I did was simply apply Science 101. We learned this in junior high school. Look, all I'm trying to do is we're looking at phenomena, right? We look at phenomena, let's say colonialism. Now we say, okay, what is colonialism? So now we're looking at definition, but we also look at the sources of these definitions and how these definitions emerged. Why? Because we're trying to be as accurate and as unbiased as we can be. That way, when we check the credibility, verifiability of the sources, and then we proceed to construct valid and evidential arguments so that we can actually come up with solutions that we can use to solve problems. And we do this in simple sciences like molecular biology, like just general biology or chemistry, or even in legal situations. A judge does not just simply look at, for instance, presidents. If somebody, let's say, committed manslaughter, the judge is not going to say, well, the previous judge before me, common law, as the president, I'm going to look at the president and then derive my adjudication. That's not going to happen because they look at circumstances. What are those precedences? How applicable they are? All I'm trying to do is when these arguments come up, especially against any quote-unquote Western nation, I simply look at it and say,
Alpha, with all due respect, you're boring the piss out of me too. Listen, if you guys want to talk, pause. If you guys want to have a conversation, like you guys are doing this is as boring as, like, I don't know if you've seen, like, when Jordan Peterson went on tour with Sam Harris, and they would spend the majority of their fucking time defining what one word means before, like, as a way to avoid having a conversation. You got one of these fucking assholes on the stage that all he wants to do is read, because he doesn't know the source material well enough to talk about it, so he has to read it. And then you have somebody else that just wants to challenge, the
not much.
No, hold on. Hold on. You know how to have a conversation? Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Requires a yes, no answer. You don't have to go fucking get a book out that you've read. I'm going to fucking ask you one simple question. Has there been any progress made in race relations from 1860 to 2025?
No.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, then you were as stupid as human being.
So wrong with me.
Because you just fucking failed the fucking most common sense test. If you can't acknowledge that there's been progress since 1860, there is no point in talking to you because you're fucking mentally retarded. Respectfully. Alpha. What about you? Since 1860, is there been progress?
More than progress. More than any other nation, in fact. I am living proof. I came to the United States and became what I am, so if that's not progress, then I don't know what is.
Look, I'm gonna fucking sit down here. If one of you guys want to invite one of these assholes in, I don't know about you guys. I get bored when people just read that shit. It's fucking dumb. They don't know the source material. If they did, look, this is not a complicated conversation. There was a lot of fucking injustice that's happened throughout world history, in the United States specifically, and we can do it decade by decade by decade. But if somebody's not going to acknowledge that there's been progress made, I mean, like, used to be slaves, there's no longer slaves. If you can't call that progress, then you're a fucking retard. Period. I don't make the fucking rules.
That's what it is. Every time they change the definition, it's never ending. And when you challenge them on the definition, they just don't engage in it. And the saga continues.
Well, listen, if when it was, look, if somebody just wants to read the list of grievances, right? And this is what was, oh god, the first season of Clubhouse, I'm getting PTSD. Yeah, people that would, like, they would do what this guy did, though. They'd just fucking read off some shit. And, like, and they say it as if nobody's ever heard it. You know, like, did you know that the transatlantic slave, child of slavery, blah, 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 field order, yada, yada, yada. I mean, like, they've got, like, they've got these little fucking talking points that they go through. They act as if the shit that they're saying is, like, maybe the information hit his deck maybe a week ago. And so it's all new information to him. But anybody that's fucking been alive and knows how to read for the last fucking 30, 40 years has heard this shit 1,000 fucking times. Like, okay, let's have a conversation about it. He was completely incapable. The level of just disingenuousness, he can't acknowledge that there's been any progress made. Like, to make that argument, like, I literally, like, you have to have an IQ of about fucking 64.
It's definitely progress. It's definitely progress, but there's a lot of people who don't know. Like I say, like, if you read for that 30 years, you should know. A lot of people don't know a lot of shit. I heard Anthony talk about reparations a million times. And then Michael from the UK, the black dude, they was actually talking, and they said that they didn't learn about slavery. They're like, we don't know nothing about slavery. Like, y'all, somebody just told y'all about, like, what are you talking about? Both of them said that they didn't hear nothing about slavery until they were in the 8th grade. And they watched Roots, and that's how they learned about slavery. Y'all should shut the fuck up talking about anything, because if that's your only introduction to slavery, then it shows that you're not a part of the people we're talking about. You don't know the history. So that opinion about reparations is crazy. Everybody don't know, Roger. So to say learn about slavery in 8th grade is fucking crazy.
That is crazy. You ever watch the movie Roots? was not one of those things that like people like. I mean, people was watching that shit. They was watching it like they were watching MASH or something. Like they were on it. If you guys want to invite that guy back up, you can. I'm probably gonna tune out. I don't. I just there's nothing worse than reading to somebody on the fucking goddamn social audio app. And if you're gonna read, you like the tonality and like maybe if Morgan Freeman wanted to come on here and read about something, then maybe we could allow that. At least he's got some voice inflection. Sounds cool. It's a familiar voice. It's soothing. ASR, are you going to participate in the conversation this time, or are you just going to try to go back to reading?
So ASR, background in history, philosophy, science, particularly logic. So we're used to adducing arguments and looking at the structure of art. Not complain when someone is art, readdress the art, not keep people off the same art. So we're not even on the same standard in terms of talking about the subject matter problem. So when I cited the Kerner Commission, I cited a commission that stated that the white collective was complicit in the situation with ghettos and black folks. And that's a few years after it passed the Civil Rights Act. I cited to show that the whole government recognized that white folks are complicit. 100 years after the so-called 13th Amendment. I should tell you something about what's going on in society. Ain't nothing changed between the relation between slave master and slave.
Wait, hold on. So nothing's changed? How about the fact that there used to be slaves and now there are not slaves?
How about that?
I would say that's a fundamental difference.
The intent to my actual argument.
Hold on. Hey, answer. If you can't acknowledge that the practice of slavery has been ended, if you can't acknowledge that, then I don't think you have the intellect to participate in conversation at any level.
But why would you address my actual argument? I'm talking about the relation between slave master and slave is still the same.
No, it's not. There's no slaves. There's no slaves and there's no slave master.
Listen to the whole argument. Black folks have been brought here to serve white folks. They're still doing it right now, albeit in different ways. So what I'm saying
Maybe you are.
You notice how you're not addressing the argument? You keep on making these red herrings. You're not prepared to engage intellectually about the subject matter based on the standards of logic or something.
Yeah, okay.
I'm feelings right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question. Has the practice of slavery in the United States been ended?
No.
Okay. Got it. Hold on. I have a follow-up question. It's a good one.
What about the original question?
Hold on. I have a follow-up question. Who is your slave master?
So
who is your slave master?
Are you going to allow me to answer something?
Okay, yeah. The question is, who is your slave master? I'd like his name. It's full name.
I'm not talking about my slave.
Oh, so you don't have a slave master? I thought slavery. I thought you were going to talk about the relationship between the slave and the slave master.
But the problem is you ask the questions while I'm finished speaking.
Okay, got it. And walk me through who your slave master is.
What that means is that you're not prepared to engage in subject matter based on someone who's studying. You look at the debate. I want to debate my equals, so everybody else I teach. This is stuff I forgot about 20 years ago. This is basic sociology. So let's deal with the fundamental argument, namely that the relation between black folks and white folks are still represented by the relation between slave and slave master. Black folks are still working for white folks in the United States here, earn a living. That ratio is still obtained. So instead of going on a cattle box, right, to fight for that, we go on boxes now to fight for positions in universities, jobs. It's the same type of slavery mentality. We haven't been identified for being taken advantage of in the first place. So why is that white folks can benefit perpetually off of the backs of non-whites? And then when non-whites hold white folks benefit, now we don't want to talk about accountability.
Yes, sir. I have a question for you.
You know, if you Steve,
I have a question for you. No, listen. Your rant is.
I'm answering your questions.
I'm going to ask you a question. Or maybe you'll respond better if I ask you a question. I want you to explain to me who your
I said slavery still obtains here.
So you escaped slavery. So you escaped slavery. Why would you talk over me? Why would you talk over me?
You asked the question, you want me to answer.
Okay, how about
You asked the question.
How about this? How about this? Yeah. I want to move you to the audience simply because the ideology that you subscribe to is so fucking stupid that if you really believe it, I want to agitate you and I want to show my control over you so that you can go into a room and complain that the slave masters were moving the slaves off of the fucking stage. Because that's about as stupid as you are. What a fucking retard you are. You're just a goddamn retard. I'll tell you this, if slavery still was allowed, you wouldn't be one. You're too stupid to perform any task. Nobody in the right mind would employ you for anything. Certainly wouldn't pay you. Definitely wouldn't expect you to work for free. What could you do? You're dumb. You're a dumb person.
What would you say is Blackbird either ASD or ASR?
Listen, I don't need to justify this. Everybody on the app knows who the blackest person on the app is. Everyone knows it. Alpha, this is not the time. Listen, I'm going to give this guy one more chance. I'll bring him up. You guys can play with him. He says that, this is his claim. He says that slavery still exists. He said that no progress has been made since 1860 to today. He said there's still a relationship between a slave and a slave master. And then I asked him if he was a slave, and he said no. I asked him who his slave master was. He said he didn't have one.
Oh, I am the master.
But he also claims that, I mean, this guy is just fucking retarded, dude. Just fucking retarded. Listen, if you can't acknowledge that slavery has ended, you're just a fucking idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. And nobody, you're not going to persuade anybody. And the reason I can talk like this, some people in this room are probably like, oh, Mojo's going a little crazy. It's going a little hard on the people that are making their black American grievances. Look, I will hear them if they're legitimate grievances. But if you can't acknowledge that there's been progress that's been made, you are too fucking stupid to talk to. I would rather, like fucking Gary Coleman playing Arnold on Different Strokes, he used to speak to a little goldfish named Abraham. I would rather go to my aquarium, speak to my goldfish, because I will get a better conversation from my goldfish than I will talking to these fucking retards on the club.
Do you think talking to Abraham would be better, or just smashing your head against the wall? Is that the answer?
Oh, this guy said, pure mathematics, summa cum laude graduate here. No, you're a fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. I would bet if I gave you one of those child blocks where you have to figure out how to put the triangle in the triangle hole, and the circle in the circle hole, and the square in the square circle. I don't think you can handle that. I think you're that dumb. In fact, I wouldn't hire you to push the fucking jizz mop at the Peep Show. I think you're that stupid.
I do think he was referencing the English and pure mathematics. He
doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just a fucking idiot.
Right, just like my person's not on that profile pic right there in Akin Kufa, Iraq. You don't know about that too, right? That's everything. Y'all just talk as some white boys. You know, someone was gonna patrol the streets looking for y'all. You ain't really about that stuff. Y'all talk so much. Cause then when that black man come talk to you, y'all run the streets.
ASR, you're a bitch. You've always been a bitch. You always will be a bitch.
You white boys running from that black man, ASR patrolling the streets.
And when that black man gets shot,
what you mean?
You start crying about victim, right?
Yeah, do your rounds in the green zone, you fucking pussy. Lifeguard Shack bitch.
Yeah, and we want $1 million for that. Johnny Cochran farm.
Wait, hold on.
So,
hold on. So, So this retard is a gangster in the street, and but he's pure mathematics, summa cum laude. Like, dude, you're a fucking retard. Nobody's afraid of you. Like, if your physical presence is as dumb as your fucking intellectual prowess, nobody would be afraid of you. You're a mental midget. You're literally retarded. Literally retarded. Nobody's afraid of you.
I have a question. Is financial servitude a thing today?
Hey, by the way, I love the idea that he made threats of violence on an audio app. I don't know if he knows that that's against the law, and I'll bet you if he went to jail over those threats, he would just say that that's systemic racism.
Wait, does he realize that the feds monitor these apps too?
He doesn't know anything. He's a fucking retard.
I mean, if Snowden showed us anything, you know.
They probably put this little fucking bitch on the fucking girl side of a prison.
Look, Roger works for the Mossad. You come in here, you make money for him. So, I wouldn't say it if I was you.
I mean, this app was made by an Indian and a Jew, so that'd be true.
These guys are tapped into everything. No Diddy. Why did you have to do the brother like that, Roger? Why didn't you let him come loud?
The guy's a fucking faggot. I wonder if he realizes that about the fact that this is streaming on YouTube, and that the app works with all of the three-letter alphabet agencies, and the number one thing that they look for is threats of violence. I mean, I wonder if he knows that. I wonder if he read that in one of his books.
Wait, was he talking about ancient Egyptians or what?
No, he's just a fucking retard. Oh, now he's claiming he never made a threat of violence. He actually said he was going to look for us on the streets.
When a black man comes to you, you come to me with violence and I'll shoot your ass. I mean, that's
what are we doing on the streets anyway? We're not on the streets. We're family, man.
I mean, can we talk about the fact that he does not recognize that there's been any progress made in race relations in this country?
You know,
like,
Roger.
That is the stupid. The only thing dumber than that would be the people that deny that there was like ever an injustice that took place. I mean, there's two types of ignorant people on this topic. There's the people that make it sound like nothing bad ever happened. Those people are fucking retarded. But the people like this guy that fucking pretend that there's no progress. The fact that he's got a fucking smartphone is evidence of the progress. I mean, like let's think about this realistically. He's got a fucking $1,200 minimum cell phone in his fucking hand, and he says that there's no progress. Wow, amazing.
One thing I always like telling the Muslims when they threaten me is that I'll shoot them with an IWI, which is Israeli weapons industry. You know, it's X95 to 4, and then all my 5.56 did work hard.
Yeah, it's funny. He showed his nature though. He couldn't participate in a conversation that was clearly over his head because he just doesn't have the scholarship to have this conversation. And then once he realized that he was, just out of his depth, he decided to make threats of violence, which can be punishable by law.
I mean, I do feel bad buying a Turkish handgun, you know. I don't like supporting the Turks, but they build some pretty good shit.
Look, Colats is just mad, alright? Because look, Colats, he didn't get his share, so no, there's been no progress, alright? Roger ate his share.
Oh, if anybody was wondering, it's a Canik TP9. SFX. It's competent.
Look, he's a mathematician. He'll figure it out.
God.
Yeah, Terrence Howard is his ASR's hero.
I'm looking at his silly profile here. Second Platoon, Bravo Company, Bulldog. So let me get this straight. So the country that he lives in is so oppressive, but he went to fight in the military. Like, well, you can't even make this shit up. This guy's as stupid as the dude that said that he was a black nationalist, but he worked for the KKK. I mean, this guy is dumb, beyond dumb.
Wait, do you think it's as dumb as Victoria saying that she worked for 3 U.S. presidents?
It's pretty fucking up there. Yeah, he's pretty fucking dumb.
Or that she briefed them in what do you call it? Draw a point, man.
I want to know, if you work in ER or if you work in administration at a hospital, which one makes you a slave? Exactly.
You know what's interesting here too is if these claims of his military service are accurate, like if he's honest about that, which I doubt. He doesn't seem like an honest person in general. But if those are honest, then it just makes the feds easier to figure out who this fucking clown is when they come to knock on his door. And then if he's lying, then he's just like stolen valor. So either way, this guy's just a bitch.
You think he's one of these retards that served his country, but then says, if those fucking feds show up at my fucking door, I'll blast them motherfuckers through the door. It's like, wait, what? You're part of the fucking problem.
Let's bring this half-wit back up. Let's have a little more fun with that.
Mid-wit.
Same thing. Bring him back up. Somebody invite him.
I sent them in.
There's the half-wit.
I noticed the black man speaks. The cowards get this fear. Nobody make no right sword, y'all. I posted a link in the chat of my person patrolling the streets in Los Angeles looking for those Inglewood pigs. That's what I did. They make any threats towards anyone here. Stop moving the goalposts. Secondly, some of us really go out there and protect the masses. White and pale faces alike, black and pale dark faces alike, no matter what. But some of you gentlemen are refusing to deal with the argument. I use argument intellectually. You told me to stop reading. Which one is it? Because when I propounded the stats, you didn't want to hear that. When I gave you my own argument, you want to hear that. So what I'm trying to get at is that you're not dealing with the subject matter at hand. This ain't no fraud here. Some of us know the subject matter like the back of our hand. Attend to the argument at hand. Now, you can make equivalent arguments about classism, which white folks are mostly suffering from in terms of finances. We can do all that too. The point is that no one made any threats towards you, cowards. You feel threatened because you're not engaged intellectually. Right? Deal with the subject matter. The
So
subject
what
matter
is the
is
solution? Look, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say America hasn't changed a bit, all right? We're all racist. We're all brainwashed. What's the solution?
the solution is get rid of the power elite. They don't care about pale face and dark face. Yeah, they killed that white boy, honorable white boy, Huey P. Long, because he wanted to redistribute the wealth amongst the masses of poor whites and poor blacks. In that share wealth program, you know, the namesake of Huey P. Newton was after a white man, and Huey P. Long. They murdered that white senator because he was talking about redistributing the wealth amongst poor folks. They killed him. Let's talk about how they
You're saying socialist policies, but we need Marxist activism until we establish an ideology or an institution that slowly withers away the state that is simply overarching or overreaching everything. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that you have a elite who pick groups against one another. Pale face, dark face, Republican Democrats that keep dividing. That's the whole function of this whole thing. So you understand that. You can understand that. All of us men are enjoying privileges that expensive women because we live in a sexist society. Because we got male pinning and female. These are class privileges. If you understand what race is about, it's not about being rich with Adam. that they pit all of us against one another. So there's nothing wrong with being truthful about these institutions and see how these privileges should be. So I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge that my person will see unenjoyed or unearned privileges for being male and sexist in a society. That means my person is sexist. I mean, I hate women. It means that I enjoy all their privileges for being male. Same thing with white folks. Same thing with classism. That's what I'm talking about. And the only way you deal with that is looking at them, listening to people. You see me saying,
We're gonna take out this flatten all of those to achieve the equality so that it prevents any kind of these
They were trying to do that, sir, and they murdered him. Anybody who wants serve that, they keep on murdering and killing. That's the whole point. They killed that white boy all pretty long because we do that. So there's a need to have this in place. Whether it's racism, classism, whatever, they need to have this separated. You know how to get upset when a general white boy person says, I don't identify with feelings. I'm looking at the solution. The solution is rationality. We gotta look at the structure. Because they don't care about any of us. When these robots get in the place, they don't care.
But also you have to remember that the totalitarian ideologies as well as the dictatorships that they established in the Soviet Union, Maoist China, and Pol Pot, they all believe that rationality is the way. And we know how that ended, right?
Well, they didn't imply that, did it? Rationality is with logic. It has nothing to do with feelings. It has the principle of good sound judgment. It has nothing to do with feelings. They didn't imply it. I'm talking about holistic. Acting holistic, like ancient cultures were acting as one. When you start doing that, you don't have egotism. You put the interest of the majority before the interest of the minority. You put the collective first. If you serve the all first, you'll serve everyone. That's an ethical thing, people don't talk about. You gotta fix the ethics of the United States, and then you could have another constitutional convention. It was founded on a lie. You gotta fix the lie first.
So you're a communist?
No. So you're limited Western purview. You know, outside of Western purview, you had other systems that think about this, like Hamas, don't. You didn't consider that, did you?
You're a communist?
No. This predates communism. But I know that your worldview is limited to the West. And that's the problem. That's why you have problems with repressing your women. Traditional black societies move from a joint. You see, we have different values. I'm talking about sharing power joint towards the all. For the benefit of all. We talking about fighting over feelings and stuff, so. See, you ain't really no song when you drop you in a song all the time. You're afraid to think of it.
Sir, I have a question for you, ASI. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's 3:38 in the morning where I am. I'm half awake, I'm trying to digest what you're saying. Can you give me like the condensed version of our plan is for black people to free ourselves from these modern day shackles of slavery? Just the condensed version.
Yeah, so the condensed version is based on a quote from Dr. Anderson, who's you cannot grow as a people whose value you share. In other words, what's happening to black folks is that we have a faulty value system. We're forced to adopt the backwards framework and we want to work backwards. So we have to fix our mental side first. That's full ethics. We have to teach people how to reason according to the principle of the universe and moral obligation. We had that system when those are originals. Those are original value systems, original religions. When they were stripped from us, we lost the way to civilize our people based on our original values. So we have to fix our behaviors first ethically. That means we got to fix our mind. So one way to do that is go back into the sciences and utilize the general languages like pure mathematics, the ontological, computer science. Why? Because there's no feeling involved. And while people have issues with controlling feelings, that we can master the sciences. So we have to fix our thinking first by being rational.
Wait, I'm sorry, you said, okay, wait. I agree that black folks, if I heard you correctly, black folks have a problem with their feelings.
No, I said black folks have an ethical problem.
Oh, I thought I heard you say they need to mask the feelings through science, so I misheard.
Well, that's part of their ethics. Ethics is about mastering the feelings and the laws and principles.
So why would we mask feelings?
I said master.
Master, okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I told you it's late.
No, I understand. So when we master our feelings, we can live according to the laws of That's someone outside. Can a snake be like that? Right? So in this traditional African setting, you look at things holistically, including all lives. That's not how the target works. They chimera of individual. Nothing is individual. We all share the same breath. We speak the same language. Our body made it. They say collective, one entity. That's how the ancient got around it. And if we introduce that, we can go back to putting the all first. Put the all first and put everyone first.
Last question for you, sir. Do you think Trump, under Project 2025, is going to round up Black Americans and put them in concentration camps, send them to prisons overseas, Africa, Nigeria, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I have no clue about what Trump's going to do. What I do have a clue about is the candidate selection process betrays that the United States has been sold out by a small class of power, include the masses in terms of policy. This is a figurehead, a scapegoat. I have no part in these politics, but I see how the elites utilize scapegoats like presidents to blame stuff. And this is consistent with Eisenhower's one and Kennedy's one about secret societies and so forth with the military industrial complex. So these presidents since Kennedy are figureheads. I'm not blaming Trump for any of that. Other people larger picture. So he may be doing it, he may not. My person's too ignorant to know him. But if he is, yeah, I better look out.
I think every black man in prison for nonviolent crimes should be immediately released so they can help control the streets to keep us safe from Project 2025. So we don't go to the fields or wherever we're going. Because I'll be honest with you, if there's an option to go to the field or be the New Age house ninja, I opt to serve massive lemonade on this Sunday because I'm not working in the fields. You think I will have an option? That's a rhetorical question. I'm not.
Well, my whole point is that both pale face and dark face are a giant plantation.
And why I got a third option for you.
Yes. My mute is frozen. I couldn't come off. Yes.
No, it's okay. I'll tell you privately. I just want you to know that no matter how aggressive they pursue Project 2025, I got you.
Well, even though it seems that way, I'll say it's for the masters of all, dark face and pale face. Somebody got to do that. Somebody got to look out for dark face and pale face. They're trying to do this in this way.
Why do you call us dark face and pale face?
Well, we can be pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark, or whatever category is on us.
Oh wait, so when you refer to pale face, are you referring to white folks or light-skinned
I'm
blacks?
referring to a way of referring to two categories of exhaustion. Pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark face. Whatever way to exhaust the matter.
Okay, I said that was the last question, but I swear this is it. And I'm not trying to be funny.
Wait, hold on. Before we go, NY, like, is he actually having a conversation here, or is he just naming members of the Wu-Tang Clan?
No, I'm utilizing pale face, non-pale face, and not everybody that ASR is here to protect. That's what I'm saying. Mutually exclusive, yet join the exhaustive category. You see how we do that? It maps. So the power league got pale face and dark face and non-dark faces on their plantation. That's what I'm saying. We all need to come together and overthrow the Wizard of Oz. You can tell the government that I said that. You already know about his. You see, that's what Malcolm X was trying to do. They murdered him. That's what JFK was trying to do. They murdered him. Let's see the pattern.
Wait, why do you think JFK got killed?
For like exposing the power elite, trying to destroy the CIA, those secret societies here. He was also looking towards unifying the people to come peace, in the war of Russia and all that, against the war. The unifiers, they tend to kill you. Because you can't have people unified. Because
So you're pro-Kennedy? No, I'm pro-truth. And I know what the Kennedy was trying to do when they got that honor. That honor don't tie with the Irishman. They're real. They murder. They try to
Look, bro, Roger's not gonna get it. He doesn't have a degree in pure mathematics.
You don't have to. You got enough brain to understand that they're violence people. They're fighting over Republicans and Democrats. They work for the same people. It's absurd. It's like the prosecutor, the DA versus the state appointed the defense attorney. It's the same institution. It's absurd.
So where do we go from here?
You gotta change our values. You gotta have a constitutional convention and a fundamental value system. You gotta start from the beginning.
Can we start with the values of free market capitalism?
How about starting from the values that we're all one entity, that will be for all, correct?
Well, I don't believe in collectivist rights. I think that's fucking insane.
I didn't say collectivist rights, did I? You terminated that.
Well,
I didn't collectivist rights. You mentioned that.
So what are you referring to? Let me ask you this: are you an advocate of free market capitalism?
I'm an advocate of us being one entity.
I don't want that at all.
Yeah, but
I want us all to be individuals.
There's no such thing as individual. How's your person speaking the English language as an individual? It's a shared phenomenon.
No, language is a social construct, just as race is. And you're putting a huge emphasis on race, and I put a huge emphasis on a different social construct.
Race is a biology. Racism is the function of that pseudoscientific term that has been endowed by powers. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that the notion of individuals chimera. Nothing about your body is individual. Your body is a collection. You share a language. You share ground. That's not individual. That's collective. Nobody succeeds or fails outside of a collective. So what's individual about that? You can't even get a meaning without a collective. You know how
I really hope that we can deregulate the drug market as it pertains to advancements with psilocybin. I think new schizophrenic drugs would really help.
Well, that doesn't refute the argument. Let's call it ad hominem argumentation. That means the structure of the argument is necessarily false.
I could have been referring to myself. Maybe I'm the one that needs help.
But you move on to a point. You notice I'm not getting upset when they say stuff. I just refute the argument. That's how we're going to train. It's like fighting with them.
Interesting.
You know how much genius you got in this room right now? You can take over the planet.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Tell me which people on this stage are geniuses.
Everybody. We have the same capacity. We just need to have the same value system. Our science to think coherent.
Well, I can promise you one thing. One thing I know for sure, and that is that Rich is no genius.
That's not fair. Whoever Rich is.
No. Rich is no genius. Look, he'll tell you he's no genius. His IQ is only 141.
Well, actually, for highly gifted is 131.5 to 139. Above 139 is considered genius.
The point is, I mean, a lot of my buddies that got killed were white folks. I saw how they treat the black people as they fight. So when you see that, from my perspective, you start understanding the benefits they do them facing as well. That's why they
How
get
do you
that.
stop people from individuation? How do you do that?
You gotta destroy the concept of individual. It doesn't exist. The corporatocracy, they don't act as individual people, they act as a group.
But that's what Stalin did, bro. That's what Stalin did. Destroyed the very idea of individualism by re-educating everybody and controlling everything and subjecting everything to this.
What are you talking about?
Be able to teach out of order.
I'm talking about
Yeah, I
that.
just made it, but it took with some. Hey, sorry, didn't Mrs. Aya pack your ass up so hard that I'm really surprised that you're you didn't even talk about this shit.
Actually, the opposite happened.
No, Mrs. Aya is an actual legit mathematician, and she said that a lot of some of the shit that you're saying is in the right direction, and she said she understands what you're saying, but she said you're a fucking idiot in layman's terms. She said you're a fucking idiot, and you're unlearned, you're unread, you don't know what you're talking about, and just a lot of the shit you're just saying, you're just making the fuck up. That's how we're
Hold on. We do not have to have personal attacks. Hold on. Individuals are free to be as smart or as stupid as they like. We will not be attacking people on this stage.
Oh, not only she didn't say that, she said the opposite. She even talked about how they were hating on her for being a woman. She even said this big that she wouldn't know because my field is abstract mathematics, hers is applied. So now you're lying again.
She attacked you.
Hold on. If I may finish, now only you're lying.
You took a vote on it.
If I may finish, now only you're lying and the whole shocked by what I said and applauded. So the problem is you're lying to the audience about what happened that day. She didn't say any of that. In fact, I sent my person some information for the check. So when the lying shot expired the reputation, that's what happens when people have a reputation. So the woman said that she didn't understand a lot of stuff I was saying, and she's not studied in that for mathematics. You know that they articulates with the whole God and some of that stuff.
ASR, hold on. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't understand a lick of what you're saying. All I know is that when I asked you this direct question of, do you think that race relations have had any progress since 1860, your answer was no. When you said that, it didn't matter what else you said, because I'm just dismissive of you in this conversation, because I don't believe that you're being intellectually honest.
Yeah, because you're not looking at actual argument. It's going off the field. So as a black man, hold on. As a black man, great.
Hold on. My feelings have nothing to do with the fact that a 5-year-old can know that if slavery has been ended, that would be progress on race relations. And listen, the fact that you can't acknowledge the progress, there's no point in talking to you because you're not even connected to reality.
When you say can't, that's a term of modal logic. You say it's impossible.
ASR, 1 is 1 times 1 equal.
So I'm answering one question at a time. So when you say can't, that's jargon of modal logic. I never said it's not possible. So for one, you're not speaking correct. I said that you don't have the same framework. So as a descendant of slaves, I understand that this is not my personal value system. So the only progress for my person is for black liberation, not participation in a vacuum system. You assume a framework that I don't have, and then because you don't understand it, you call my person whatever. That's a limited thinking. That shows that your range is not far in thinking, sir.
That's right. Listen. I'm perfectly okay with you. Hold on. Mute your mic. Okay, there you go. I'm perfectly okay with you believing that I'm the one that doesn't understand what's happening here. I'm okay with that because you're the person not connected to reality in any way. So I don't care what you have to say. Period.
Well, then you're demonstrating that your arguments are not on good faith. You don't care, and that's the problem.
Oh, well, no, you were the one that broke good faith when you answered the question about has there been any progress made
and I say
race relations in the U.S. from 1860 to 2025, and you said no. And when hold on. When you said that, I have now dismissed you as somebody that I don't want to have a conversation with because you want me to be honest, and I'll just tell it the way it is. You're simply too stupid for me to talk to. It's a waste of time.
So calling me stupid doesn't attend to the fact that the Kerner Commission, which came from the highest branch of the government, said the same thing in the 60s. White folks are complicit in creating a government. They maintain it. The government said this. Lyndon B. Johnson said this about the white American institutions. So if my person is stupid, then so is Lyndon Johnson for saying the same.
I agree. We finally agree on something. Let's just leave it there. We got to win. Lyndon Baines Johnson is an idiot. We agree. Let's take that point of agreement and we'll just say, hey, we agreed on something.
But it was his commission.
We just agreed on something. Why do you want to walk it back? Why do you want to ruin the agreement?
I didn't walk anything back. You're not listening. I said it was his commission that he convoked that determined that. These are hundreds of people who did a survey.
Did you know that LBJ had a nickname for his penis? That nickname for his penis was Jumbo. Did you know that? Little trivia. Little presidential trivia.
You know that he was being investigated for that murder before he became vice president?
Well, hold on. Let's not move so fast over this. I just said that the former president of the United States had a nickname for his penis of Jumbo. I don't think we should just move on so quickly. We should let that... Can we just let that one soak in for a second?
Yeah, no homo.
Yeah, let it soak in for a second. LBJ called his penis Jumbo.
And that's the man he wants to listen to.
Little trivia. Little presidential.
Wasn't he also wasn't it was LBJ that said he wanted that he would have black people vote Democrats or those N-words vote Democrats?
Listen. I want to have a good faith conversation. Can we invite the other people that have joined the stage to jump into the conversation? We've got L and the Black Sea and Phantom and Bazooks. Who is this? Melly Mel? Yeah, so if anybody wants to jump into this conversation, the question of the room is, have U.S. race relations improved since the 1960s? I would argue...
Right?
Hold on. No. Hold on. I would argue yes, but we have people on the stage that don't even believe that they've improved since the 1860s. That's the weird thing, right? I would argue that maybe they've taken a backslide over the last 10 years. But since 1960 to now, I think it's pretty indisputable that they've improved. And from 1860, there's only one human being on the stage that thinks that they haven't improved one iota since 1860. But if you guys want to jump into the conversation, please do. Now's good.
I just want to make a little observation, ASR, just from my profession, right? When you refer to yourself as my person and myself, but not my person, that is something you would want to look into. It's called DPDR. No offense, I'm just observing because, depersonalization and derealization disorder is real. So, I don't know why you refer to yourself as my person. You are you, aren't you?
Because I never referred to myself as my person.
Oh.
So we call that's called straw man argumentation. We start attacking an argument that no one has made. I refer to myself as my identity sphere number one. That's the seer. And my identity by implication doesn't change. We call that necessary truth. It's devoid of that changing factor, energy movement. That's sphere number one. My 9 identity will be the body I'm housing. That's my person, sphere number 9. So why would I go around identifying with something I'm not?
You were on point.
And what is Roger's identity?
So
what is his identity?
All of our identity is that which perceives. That's consciousness. It's immaterial. So you're not the body you're housing. You're the entity that's conscious of the fact that you're versus the body. That consciousness is your identity. Your non-identity is your body. So you look at that's not your identity. That's your energy vehicle.
Can you imagine this guy at a fucking bar trying to great. This is bad now. With a few drinks, this would just be fucking...
What I'm saying is...
Mojo, his biggest problem is that he won't give up on trying to convince you that he's right.
Yeah, so...
Because he's such a fucking narcissist.
The problem is, you won't attend somebody's argument.
Nobody gives a shit about your fucking argument. That's what we're trying to say. We're over here like, hey, no, and you're like, oh, I know you want it. And it's like, no, we don't want it.
What is
It's like you're giving like rapey vibes. Like fucking chill out, dude.
demonstrating?
Nobody gives a fuck about your goddamn argument. It's fucking
Right.
stupid.
So, and that's the whole point.
Sorry, God. Sorry.
That's different between one
ASR
interaction.
pisses me off so bad.
So you choose to be pissed off. So
You're still being rapey right now.
Hold
Everybody's like, no, we don't
hold
care.
on. Everyone meet up. Everyone meet up. Everyone meet up. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we've been introduced to the dime store version of Terrence Howard. That's the only thing that's computing right now. But carry on, ASR. This is probably amusing for someone. Go ahead.
No means no.
Now, when y'all say the dinosaur version ASR, Terrence Howard, or Terrence Howard is a genius of a man.
I'm sure you would believe that.
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see any problem with Terrence Howard. And you know what?
I know.
You know what? Johns Hopkins University didn't see a problem with ASR too. That's why they accepted my person to it. You see that profile pic?
You mean?
Hold on.
You
You see that profile pic? You see that
Well, you mean to tell me with a degree in pure mathematics,
hold on.
you actually
Hold on. So
validate
Johns Hopkins University doesn't think ASR is crazy with that 4.0 in pure
This
mathematics.
third person shit.
Yeah, so the Johns Hopkins University has no problem with ASR.
But
What's
Johns
your
Hopkins University cannot validate you because they're part of the racist institutions. They are one of the.
I'm talking about my person.
Oh shit.
Hey, you see how that works? I'm not.
Roger, bro. Good seeing you. Good listening to everybody. I'm gonna go slug it out, man, in bed. So I'm gonna go to sleep. Everybody have a good.
Alpha, do you feel like you've been violated?
In so many ways, if I was to count it, I'd probably end up enjoying myself.
Well, hold on. Alpha, can we at least acknowledge that we've accomplished something? We've been on this 4 or 5 year search for the stupidest person ever on Clubhouse. We finally found him. I mean, look, this is good work. We finally found the dumbest person on Clubhouse.
I must admit, you find crazy things in Roger's rooms, man. Have a
good night, man.
I feel like we need like a spray bottle filled with water to spray the ASR.
I was really uncomfortable when he was going down this track of referring to everybody as pale face and blackface. Like, that was very weird.
Boy,
made me very uncomfortable.
Because he's a racist piece of shit.
No, I said pale face and non-pale face, and dark face and non-dark face. Those are category terms that refer to all people. Mutually exclusive, jointly exhaustive.
Which category do you think I fit into?
So what I'm saying is that...
Which category do you think I fit into?
Well, non-dark face.
Non-dark face?
That's what I said. Non-dark face and dark.
I resemble that remark.
Oh, that's a personal problem. Yeah, I've been fruitlessly trying to get ASR to be upset. It's not working.
I don't care if you're... I would hope that you're not upset. I would think that people that are as delusional as you have access to good medication that would keep you from being unhappy at any.
The thing about peace is when you get to the world, and peace is the only immovable reality in the universe. Everything else is.
Do you have anything intelligent to offer to this room? Anything?
Yes. We identify with our infinite potential to achieve evil. We identify with that which is unlimited, which is peace. So why not teach people to be rational or patriotic times since it optimize our condition for success?
Why don't we teach people to attach themselves to an objective reality? Wouldn't that work better?
No. We're not supposed to identify with anything that's limited like objective reality. We identify with that which is unlimited.
Okay, got it. So this is the core problem, that you are not connected to an objective reality. Your reality is subjective, which is why you're just making up a bunch of more shit.
Well, actually, I'm referring to the science of hope and everybody. debt collector. People, you know, I just
Do you think that you wrote something?
I think my person is old money.
I don't know what you mean by your person.
So, by my person, I refer to the spirit number 9. See that profile thing? That's not my identity. My name is spirit number 1, the observer. Yeah, I just don't use the science.
Some people should be institutionalized.
Right, it's
I got to tell you, and like I was just thinking about this, Rich, like that goddamn Ronald Reagan closing down the fucking mental institutions. Like that son of a bitch. Like if Ronald Reagan would have kept the mental institutions fucking whole, maybe, just maybe, this man could get the help that he needs.
You know, I met four people in a group yesterday, and I felt really fucking bad when I told my dad. But I met these people, and no joke, they had to be sub 70 IQ and just fucking inbred hillbillies from like somewhere in Indiana or some shit like that, or Illinois. They're from, but they're out here in Texas living. And the father and the mother smelled so fucking bad. They smelled like homeless people. But they weren't homeless, but they were just such inbred hillbillies. And I called my dad afterwards and I said, I feel so bad because I don't mean this. I don't want to mean this. And I do not mean it in the racial meaning. But I agree, and I hate saying this, I agree with Margaret Sanger when she talked about eugenics, and that some people should be sterilized and shouldn't be allowed to breed. And I mean, the same thing goes with institutions. I don't want anybody to be institutionalized, but there's too many people like ASR just fucking run around, and it's scary. Because, you know, he can get this convoluted fucking idea in his head someday that, you know, I need to go shoot up a fucking church or a fucking mall or some shit, you know. If he believes in his identity and all this fucking crazy shit, what's gonna
I don't know.
stop him from making
don't
it?
have to make it this Jesus Christ. Answer, quick question for you. Do you have any affiliation with BHI?
no. BHI is up.
Nah, he believes in like the ancient Egyptian shit.
Wait, hold on. There's no people called ancient Egyptians.
Kemet, yeah, you were wrong.
Back on the ASR, it's actually I see, you know what I'm saying? In fact, on national television, they would see this. Also, the opposite you're talking about, it was going on.
Permanent disability. No, ASR, quick question. Are you on permanent disability?
My person.
Are you on permanent disability?
He might have got shell shocked.
I'm on permanent truth test.
Yeah.
I keep on ignoring the subject.
Do you receive government checks for permanent disability every month?
ASR had received a lawsuit, multi-million-dollar. What are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about the fact that you're delusions. I think a wellness check is in order to figure out if you're a danger to yourself.
My actual doctor.
Mostly society.
So you're talking about stuff you don't talk about. So my doctor say the opposite. And Johns Hopkins say the opposite. What are y'all talking about? Imaginary stuff? Y'all making up stuff. These are y'all stuff.
I'm talking about the last time I heard somebody this fucking crazy, they were babbling to themselves at the fucking BART station in San Francisco. They were one of those fucking crazy people that carry signs.
You notice how you have an intent to match your argument? You talking about my person, that means it's outside your thinking range.
You were absolutely correct there. No, you were absolutely correct there. I'm going to give you a point. This is completely outside of my thinking.
This is basic logic.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so why you making a joke? Your person being exposed as the joke.
Okay. No, this is fine. I'm the punchline of a crazy man's joke. I'll accept my fate. Fuck it.
You know, at one time, they considered crazy to be flying air. You know, that national Fox News. They had planes and cars.
You make this argument all the time.
Yeah.
Every time somebody calls you crazy,
Rich,
talk about the regulars.
you bumped into this guy before?
Yeah, he's a Chillism regular.
So,
Oh my God. Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Now it makes fucking sense. No, shit, no, listen. Now it makes it. No, now it makes more sense
conversation to two people arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes. I never read it.
Oh yeah, that argument is: would you rather commit bestiality or homosexuality? And the argument is which one is more immoral?
Well, they have this other guy that he's got like some weird accent, but his name is like Huey.
He's from South Africa. He is an attorney.
Yeah. He's an interesting one. He said that he would rather fuck the gorilla because the gorilla has a smaller penis. So this is like the kind of conversation that they like to have.
They do have really small penises and testes.
Yeah, no, but why are they talking about this stuff?
So I can explain why, because Nathan makes the argument that by having sex with another man doesn't make you homosexual, and that there's nothing wrong.
Well, if you don't like it, hold on, a couple things. If you don't like it, doesn't make you homosexual. I mean, like, because there's things like rape.
Yeah, you're going into the chillism conversation right now. Okay.
No, hold on. People have sex in prison. It's more of a power thing rather than homosexual.
That's actually what I brought up about, does it make a man gay if he's raped in prison?
No, that's called gay for this day. That's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. Phantom, you were trying to jump there. What's up?
No, you good. You good.
No, you don't want to talk about gay for this day? Like, what's it up? Wrong market conversation. Tap in. What's happening?
I'm good.
It's like, man, I ain't getting in on that gay shit. Anyways, topic of the room. Have U.S. race relations improved since 1960? Does anyone think that they have not improved? Okay, so I assume everybody in the entire room agrees they have. Okay, let them know to talk about it. Oh, Liam asked a good question. Does it have to be a male gorilla?
That was another recent one.
That's fascinating. What about a spider monkey? They're kind of cute.
I can fuck the spider monkey. A female one.
Here comes Isha, just in time.
Hello? Why just in time?
Oh, we were talking
Are you
about.
talking about brilliant, intelligent, beautiful women?
No.
Lisa, what's up?
Oh, I think my finger just slipped on the button, but, hey. Filled out my application.
What?
My truth and your truth. ¿Cuál?
Why is it when we talk about race relations in the U.S., people assume that the only conversation is between whites and blacks, as if no other race exists?
Isn't that only on Clubhouse?
Well, Clubhouse is a collection of the biggest idiots found anywhere on planet Earth. So yeah, I think we're gonna skew towards the dumber people. What do you think, Rich? Average IQ for Clubhouse?
Depends on the room.
Yeah.
90s.
What's that?
Depends on the room.
I would say, it depends on the room. I would say on average probably in the 90s. But I would say there's a lot of rooms that skew into the 70s and 60s.
Interesting.
Are you doing a sociological study, Roger? Why all these questions? You're very curious tonight.
Yeah, I've had a lot of caffeine.
Oh, she missed ASR, so she's not.
I missed the what?
You missed ASR. He's not in the audience right now. He's the one blasting the chat.
What did I miss about this person?
Super fucking low IQ. Just dumb.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this new community?
On the what?
I think that they should be allowed to have a community. If you buy private property and you want to invite people to stay on your property and you have rules for your property, not much difference than I have rules in my house. I think you should be able to do that. I just think it's a very stupid way to organize. If you're going to pull your resources together and buy a piece of property, I would think that there's much more intelligent ways to organize that. If you wanted it to be thriving, you'd probably want to have some diversity in terms of knowledge, skill, and ability, right? And those, if you had skilled tradesmen, that would probably be good. People that understand agriculture, if you're going to have land.
He didn't talk about the Spanish people, did he?
That's what I was about to say. You're just talking about Mexicans right now.
Right, because I was gonna say, I was interested in learning. I had two questions for him, but I because of my day and where I wasn't able to kind of fully participate in the conversation, but I did tap in and listen for a little bit. But I was gonna ask two questions. One, why did he not talk about the Spanish people in anything of what he was saying? And I wanted to know if it's because he's going to utilize them to help build this place, right? Because we know that a lot of Hispanics are big into, doing the contracting and,
gardening,
getting,
mowing.
all of that, those type of labor. So that was my one question. And then my other question for him was, well, I actually had another one too. My other question for him was, okay, so now your community is all established, everything's up and going, and families are flourishing, and the children are coming of age, and now they're done with college and ready to move into their own family lives. Will they be able to marry out? Could they marry somebody who is outside, a black person, Spanish person, Jew? Can they marry outside of the community and still be accepted?
I think he kind of addressed that, and I hope there's a recording of it, but there was something said about they would reevaluate their membership because you have to get accepted.
Did Curtis ask him? Do you know?
I don't remember who the person was. Somebody asked the question that was right on that topic.
Okay, so then that must have been Curtis because I texted him and he was in the middle of talking while I was I was listening, and I was like, ask him this question. Then I couldn't talk no more. I had to go.
Yeah, there was a vague answer about like the first of all, when you first sign up, the membership has to be approved, and then like let's say like if you grow up in that community and you decide to fraternize outside of this community, they would just reevaluate whether or not you're a good fit for the community.
So it's like a cult.
That's great. That's great.
I mean, I'm okay with them doing that though.
And I was wondering, the only other question that I was gonna ask is if somebody who is on Clubhouse, everybody identifies me as a white woman here on Clubhouse. So I wanted to know if I identify as white, can I participate in the community if I identify as white? Doesn't matter. I've already filled out my application, and they've contacted me. I have an upcoming meeting next week, and I was told that I'm getting 40 acres minus the meal out of this, so I'm super stoked.
What? We were talking about the 40 acre and a mule thing earlier in this room, and there's a lot of government land. I don't think the 40 acres is the problem. It's just that there's not enough mules.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, maybe if people would accept acreage in a hamster, we could probably make hamsters happen, or mice, because they multiply really rapidly. So we can come up with.
I'm so lost in this conversation.
I'm anti-rodent, so I will definitely not accept any mice. I'll take a horse instead.
ESA for reparations for African Americans because of slavery. They wanted 40 acres and a mule.
And a meal.
No,
a mule, a donkey.
Like a donkey.
Mule.
A donkey.
Hee-haw, hee-haw.
She said a meal.
A meal. I'm like, yeah, cannot you get your own meal? A mule, okay.
I can care less about reparations, but if it was to be given, I'd take a hamster.
There you go. We're giving out hamsters.
They're no different from a rodent. They're no different from a rodent. It is a
I wouldn't do that
mouse.
to a poor hamster.
It's just a fat mouse. It's just a fat
And
mouse.
they die faster. When I was a kid, I had pets of weird animals, and hamsters died relatively quick.
That's because you didn't take care of them.
No, that's not true. Hold on. Respectfully, I took great care of all my animals, and hamsters just don't live. They just don't live as long as like rabbits or rats or mice or any of them.
I had a rabbit for my little boy when he was younger. So I have 6 children, and my oldest is the one I'm talking about. But when he was a little boy, I got him this big, fat, chunky rabbit, and it was so adorable.
Rabbits can get
a lot.
massive.
I had a rabbit too, and the rabbit would. I tried to like domesticate it and like let it loose in the living room, and it would always like run up to like wires, like the wire to the TV or whatever, and it would try to eat the wires. And then I was just like, you know what? Fuck this! I'm gonna get rid of this fucking rabbit. And so,
What did you do?
well, I put it on Craigslist. That was the thing. No, hold on. This gets worse. I put it on Craigslist, and I just said, "Hey, I'm giving away a rabbit. I'm giving away the cage." And the cage was like, I'm not very handy, but like, I made this rabbit cage. I went down to Home Depot. I bought all the shit. I built a fucking pretty badass rabbit cage. And this fucking Hispanic guy pulls up, and like, the way he grabbed the rabbit out of the cage, like, he just like fucking just by the back of the neck, just pulled it up, and then he goes, he confirmed, he goes, free? And I said, yeah. And then he said thank you, and then he's gonna walk away. And then I'm telling him like, hey, the cage is worth far more than the rabbit. And this fucking guy was just like, no. He didn't want the cage. And then once I realized that this guy just literally walked over to his car, threw the fucking rabbit in this little sack, and then threw it in the fucking side, like in the passenger seat. That's when I realized.
Food. Yeah.
That's when I realized This motherfucker is just about to eat the rabbit. He saw it for free, and he fucking came and swooped up the rabbit. No, he was. He was
Mexican.
Hey,
he was a Hispanic guy.
not too much. My grandmother used to make fried chicken all the time, and one day my dad comes in and he says, "You know what you're eating there, boy?" And I said, "Chicken, why?" And he says, "Nah, you're eating squirrel." And kind of find out my grandmother used to fry up squirrel thighs, and then squirrel legs, and then also rabbit legs. And she,
Squirrel thighs.
Dude, it was fucking good. Like, rabbit legs just taste like fucking chicken, especially if you prepare it right.
It's greasy.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is venison.
So there's actually a trick to get rid of the greasiness and the gaminess, is to take it and put it in a Pyrex glass bowl, fill it up with ice water, and then put it in the refrigerator overnight, and then all the gaminess and the oil and stuff comes out of the meat, and then it floats on top, and then you just take the meat out and then cook it. That was my grandmother's trick. But it just tastes like chicken.
I'm actually disturbed by what's happening in the chat because.
I'm missing it. Hold on.
Did you bury him?
I'm curious if my hamster, my poor hamster.
Bury him.
We did. He was in the back there. We buried our fish. We buried the hamster, the rats, everything. I wonder.
Did you have funerals for them? Did you have a prayer ceremony or
Yeah, my brother and I used to say nice things about him, and then we bury him.
That is so kind. That's way better than I did. So I had this fish, and it was a cool fish. It was like the little beta fish or whatever.
Did you flush it down the toilet?
Just listen. So, I had this beta fish, and I'm like, oh, the little jar that it came in was super tiny, very tiny, and I had a little plant thing or whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna buy this huge bowl for this fish so it can have lots of room to swim around. I would hate to live in that tiny little bowl, and I'm gonna put other fish like it inside of this bowl. So I bought this huge, really beautiful bowl, and I put all the beads at the bottom, and I fill it with water, and I have this floating plant that they eat from or whatever, and then a few days go by, and I'm noticing the fish are dying, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what it is. And so I'm calling the pet place, and I'm like, I have this certain plant. If I take a picture of it and I bring it in, can you tell me about it? And so they were like, yeah, so I come in with this picture of the plant, and they're like, oh no, we have those plants too. And I'm like, yeah, because I got it from a fish place, and this is what they gave me. So anyways, fast forward, now I'm down to one fish in the bowl. So I keep on replacing, these fish, and I'm like, this is crazy. This blue fish is I don't know how he's making it. Here he was murdering all the other fish, and beta fish really aren't supposed to be in the same bowl together. And so it's that's completely wild. So the bowl was dirty, after all these, these murders that took place in this bowl. And so I had to take out all of the stuff, and I took the fish and I put him in another glass or whatever, and I asked my son, I'm like, can you clean out the bowl for me? Because he was already standing at the counter. And I was like, can you quickly wash this for me? So he actually uses Dawn soap, washes it really good, and then rinses it out, and he gives it back to me. He's like, here, it's clean. So I'm not thinking anything of it, and we put the fish back in the bowl. And I wake up the next day, and the fish is floating on top of the water. And there's what I noticed that I didn't notice before, there's all these little bubbles at the top. So the Dawn, he probably choked on Dawn in the bowl, which was horrifying. So anyways, this was the fish that my daughter liked, and so we had to do a fish funeral, and I dug a hole out in the backyard and stuff, and said some nice things, and then we drew some pictures of the fish and stuff. But I would do that again.
He said, did you see here when I said eating squirrel and rabbit, and y'all eat fucking iguana in your country?
Wait, hold on. We gotta let this sink in. The Angel's story. This is wild. So, Angel, do you have fish now?
No, I fish since then. It was a lot.
If she did have a fish, would it make it an angel fish?
Did you have a name for your fish?
Beluga. I think the name was Beluga because it was blue, but my baby named it, so it was named Beluga.
We were talking earlier about the fish on Different Strokes. Gary Coleman's character Arnold had a little fish named Abraham.
I have chickens in my backyard. See them? These are. These are respite chickens, so they're not actually mine. I just am. I'm like the respite for a little while.
Have you ever seen what happens when you chop their head off?
Yeah, I have. I've seen some people actually like take it and swirl it around by its neck, and I'm like, ew, that was inhumane for a chicken. It's kind of gross.
Yeah, the first like rotation, it snaps her neck, then we know.
It's just wild. But yeah, I have some chickens in my backyard, and they kind of cross the street a little bit sometimes, so I'm always like, well, why did the chicken cross the road? It's just so funny.
Audra, have you ever seen the story about the guy, it was like around the turn of the century, but he chopped the head off of a chicken, and the chicken refused to die, and he just started force feeding it. Yeah, started force feeding it, and took it out to different circus shows at one time. I don't remember the chicken's name, but he gave it a name and everything. And people were coming from miles around to see this chicken, his head chopped off. Yeah. Pretty great.
It's amazing. We used to go to a place in California. There's a town called American Canyon, and my Mexican friends and I, and a Filipino guy too, we would go watch these chicken fights. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen
Those are
this.
fucking brutal.
Yeah, I don't think at my age I would get into it, but back in those days, you get to gamble on it. You drink a couple beers. It was interesting.
I knew somebody who got bit by a chicken, or I should say, I don't know what I'm gonna call it. Anyways, I don't know if a chicken can bite you.
Look at Hope in the chat. She's talking about cocks. It's amazing.
Cock bites. I just had a bad visual, but so this person lately got like right in between like the thumb and the index finger, that little soft smushy part. This like fucking bird like attacked its arm, its hand right there. And it was pretty bad because it was like a hole inside that part, that like that little web in between. And I thought it was pretty gross. They were pretty vicious animals. Mine are nice though. I think that's also how they're kept and they're taken care of. Mine actually done, and I don't have names for them because I feel like I did start naming them, and then I would come down the yard, the next day, and I would be pointing at the ones that I thought I named something, and my kids are like, "No, we named that this," and I'm like, "Okay, I give up with the names." So, just waiting for people to come and adopt them.
Was Mike the headless chicken, and he got a kernel of corn stuck in his head, throat, his esophagus, and he died in 1927. And it wasn't actually a headless chicken. He missed with the axe when he was coming down, but then he chopped like half of its, he cut its whole face off. He cut like half of the brain, but the other half of the brain was still functioning. He missed the jugular, carotid artery.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine if that was like an actual thing, like men?
Oh, I bet it's not chicken, sorry.
No, I was in the chat. Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the stage. I just kind of.
Are you trying to picture men fighting with their cocks?
I was what I was thinking about was like, can you like actually imagine if like that's what men did to like compete for women?
I don't think
like. Like, I envision that there being like this table that like, you know, like the penis gets measured on or something, but like not measured by like just laying it there. Like they have to like slap it down like as like, you know, this is the largest I can get, or like the longest I can get, or like something weird like that.
What about this? How far it can shoot the semen? That would be good.
There you go. That would be actually really good. But that would be weird to like actually have to like watch that in real time.
I mean, you gotta get some real torque going, you know, but there, yeah.
It was
But I would imagine that.
house. It was a friend of ours' house. My girlfriend and I were doing some stuff. And she went on the ceiling. I didn't realize that she called, like, her friend called like an hour later screaming that I had to come back to her fucking house and clean the fucking cum off her ceiling.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
As you should. As you should.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm sure they're happy you clean your semen up, but Hope is asking, what happens if tall, skinny white guys become fat? Do their cocks shrink? Here's an interesting story that I learned. So apparently, if a fat guy loses 30 pounds of fat, they will regain an inch of cock size. So if a guy's got like, if a guy's 90 pounds overweight, they can grow their dick like 3 inches.
You know how many men would run to go lose weight if they knew that their penises would stretch longer?
You know what it was? Do you remember when Adam Carolla and Dr. Dre used to do their fucking radio TV show? Do you guys remember that? It's too young for that.
I don't think I'm too young for it. I'm still very young. I'm very young.
Dr. Drew was the one breaking this thing down, and I remember thinking, and I was just like, you know what? I've got about 10 pounds. That's probably like that's gotta be a you know, a third of an inch. Let's do it.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 50. Like at this point, like I'm like any day now. Like my dick's gonna stop working. Like everybody tells you after 50, like you like start running into problems.
Wait, you're
Right
really
now,
50?
yeah.
No, I never knew that. This is my last year in my 30s, so I'll be joining your crowd soon.
Well, did you know that the fastest spread of sexually transmitted diseases is among seniors in assisted living homes?
Shut the fuck up. I would not think that would be for the reasons that we think that it is.
So here's the issue, right? So with the Viagra, you get like some guy that, you know, goes and gets the little blue pill. So now he can get hard-ons. So then he goes and experiments with, you know, hookers. He ends up getting sexually transmitted diseases. The word gets out into the assisted living home that, hey, Bob down the hall, he can get a hard-on. And then all the old ladies come to fuck Bob. And then so Bob gives all the ladies, and then the word gets out to the men that like, hey, Bob's screwing all these women. What? How's Bob get a hard on? Well, Bob's got these little blue pills, and then so then everybody else goes against the blue pills. There's a lot of fucking going on in those old folks.
Oh, dude, there's one in Florida. Like Gainesville, Ocala. It's like the largest retiree community. They all run around on fucking golf carts, and they hang loofahs off the back of their golf carts. And each color of the loofahs indicate like what they're into. So if they're just like straight dude, then it's like a blue one. If it's a straight chick, it's like a pink one. If it's like a violet one, it means they're like swingers and shit. Or like, you know, all kinds of different shit. Or then bi or whatever. But yeah, there it is. Behind us is
What's the oldest chick you would fuck?
oldest woman I would fuck or have fucked.
What's the oldest you would go?
Dude, there was a chick that was like 70 years old. I was 23 on here. I was like in my 20s. And she had a body of a fucking 20-year-old. I mean, she came out in a one-piece bikini, and her strap on her shoulder was down around underneath her breast. So her entire breast was exposed. And she had the most supple, nice titties I've ever seen in my life. Like fucking 20-year-old fucking, just fucking amazing. And I let her go. I was like, oh, damn, you're. She just looked down at it, shrugged her shoulders, and just kept talking. I signed her up on set and listened to it.
trying to beat the brakes off for her. She didn't let it in.
So Angela, you looking forward to turning 40?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. You know, starting to go gray, and it's working for me, I guess. I don't know.
So are you gonna color your hair?
I haven't. No, I haven't. Any
So here's
chances because I don't want to mess it up.
Here's the thing with coloring your hair, right? You either have to commit that you're always gonna do it, or you're never gonna do it.
Right, and that's where I'm at.
Yeah, you just gotta make the decision. It's gonna be for the rest of your life, as long as you have hair, you're gonna color it, or I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna let nature take its course. Because there's nothing worse than showing up with grays and then showing up a few days later without grays. Like that's just it's like you're much better off just pick your poison. You're always gonna color. You're never gonna color.
So I contract with this small office, and there's four of the women in the office, but I'm the youngest. And you're right, they are very serious about dyeing their hair. They all have their hair appointments, and they talk about like how much the pricing has gone up, and when grays start to show, there's like a semi little mid breakdown that they kind of have over it, and I'm just like, well, why not just let it go? And they're like, oh my gosh, I could never do that. But you're right, like yes, you have to take a minute if you're gonna dye your hair. Just take a minute all the way. I don't know what has encouraged me not to dye my hair, but I'm afraid I'm just gonna mess it up, or it's gonna get messed up, or something is gonna happen to my hair because I've never dyed it before.
So Pure Blood American says 60 to 70-year-old Asians still look 40. And we've talked about this in this room before, but probably not with this audience. Asian women are so interesting because it's very true that they can look super young until they're old, until that's not true. And then all of a sudden, like they go from looking like really young to looking like Yoda. They age instantly, and they look like fucking little hunchbacks that like survived for fucking thousands of years. It's crazy.
And they had the Coke bottle glasses, the little boo-boo, the fucking slippers, yeah. So my mother-in-law, I tell my wife that every day. I said, there's that fucking Asian wall. I said, one day you're gonna wake up and start looking like your mom. I'm sorry.
I'm really afraid of a hunchback as an older person, so I'm
Get a boob reduction.
really. I have none. There's nothing to
Like Roger, it doesn't matter if
John, listen, I'm just telling you, like the people that get the hunchback typically, like they either have really bad posture, or an accident happens, or it's a result of gravity taking over because they have big boobs. So.
Well, I don't have the third thing you said. However, I'm very aware of my posture. So like, especially on the days where I find myself sitting down a lot, I intentionally make sure that my back is straight. When I drive, I drive with like my chair like all the way back, like it's straight. I look weird, I know. But anytime that I can get some straight backing in, I do so.
Yeah, and it's worse for women than it is for men, in my opinion. The beauty standards for women are crazy. Like, guys can, like, get, like, a dad bod and still, like, fucking just still survive.
I don't really understand what a dad bod is. Is it where the guy becomes, like, he looks like he's pregnant?
It's like, you can tell that they, like, drink some beer.
You ever seen Bert Kreischer?
Yeah, that's a good. Just look up Bert Kreischer. He does all his shows with his shirt off. So like a dad bod, like they still have like some semblance of like a masculine figure. Their chest,
their arms. They're not like super fit, but like you could tell that they've done some things. They might lift some heavy shit periodically, but then they got a little bit of a belly, so they don't really look fat. They just look like a normal dude. And it'll progressively get worse if they don't take care of it. But like in that dad bod like transition phase, like dad bods are like a desirable thing to a lot of women out there. Why? I'm not sure.
No.
Alright, Angel, so imagine like a dude who was really like athletic when he was younger. He's like, you know, the jock and shit like that, and now he's put on some weight because he's got kids. That's a dad.
Yeah. I looked at this guy that you referenced, and this is not cute. I thought a dad bod was like a guy who was like used to be like really in shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he's no longer. But I thought like he was no longer in shape, but still had like a slim look to him, not like
in the
belly.
Look at my PTR. That's a dad bod. Like, you could tell he was in real good shape. In his
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at.
Yeah, now he's got a pot belly because he drinks so much beer and eats nachos and shit.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's sexy or not. I don't know about that being sexy.
I'm just telling you, chicks dig that shit. You know why? Here's the thing.
Do you guys have dad bods?
I mean,
I'm a total fucking dad bod. Here's the thing that I found to be true. When you talk to women, when you really get to talk to women about what they're into, what they're not into, women are insecure. And like women, especially if they start getting a little bit of fucking like flab, they no longer, like a woman with a little bit of flab doesn't want a guy anymore that's super fit. They don't want it.
I just learned that term this year. I learned what a fupa meant, and I'm really like disturbed that people title it that. I never knew. I'm a mother. I have 6 children. I never knew that this term existed, and I was introduced to it this year on the application called Clubhouse, and I'm not impressed. I disagree.
Well,
it should have a different name.
You got through high school without knowing what a FUPA was. We definitely knew what a FUPA was, you know?
Alright.
Our teacher
didn't know what a FUPA was.
You know? She had the biggest FUPA I've ever saw, but it could be a fat upper pussy or a fat upper penis area, you know?
Well, it says the fat upper, the upper fat area that keeps the kitty from catching a cold. Used as a headrest during box eating.
Like, you know, what I think is disturbing is the sound of this term. The sound of it is completely disturbing. It's just like the term moist. You know, it just doesn't sound right.
You don't like the sound moist?
I don't like the sound fupa.
It sounds like Opa, like you're Greek and you're excited.
I don't know Greek. But the term fupa is kind of disturbing. And then another thing too. So when this whole fupa episode happened, somebody had a picture of me in their phone, and they PTR'd and said that I had a fupa. And I'm not really somebody who's like ever really shown like my full body on the app, so this was very interesting that they had this picture. And the picture that they had was literally like a picture that I had like posted for maybe a hot 3 seconds. And it was fascinating how this person was like literally like hawking my account and like got this photo. Huh?
Was it Galaxy Better?
No, it was a more disturbing person on the app.
No, I don't think
probably
mentally disturbing than Galaxy.
No, she's probably a little bit mentally unstable. But so, anyways, I learned that she was identifying my stomach area as a fupa, and this is where I learned the term. And I was like, "What the fuck is a fupa?" I never knew what this fucking term was until this year.
Was it accurate?
I don't think so. No. No.
I don't see one.
Do I have do I have like a little like pouch? Like I've always had something like that ever since like even before I had children.
You had a fupa before you had kids.
Sure.
I saw a post where men were saying they were attracted to poopas, so like, you know, I think it's a thing.
Yeah,
they like it.
That's the during box eating.
You damn right. Lift that motherfucker up, get underneath it like a mechanic.
Oh yeah, whenever I see a woman get her kid out of the car, I go, oh, at least she did something right. She's got a trophy. She might even have multiple trophies.
Someone gave me a thumbs down. I don't know who did.
Danny, were you offering your fupa on Clubhouse again?
That's a lie. Is this a traumatic hamster room? Oh wait, they changed the title. Was it? Like,
That's why I came in. I was curious on what the hell happened to the hamster and who did it and why.
Angel, check the title.
so funny.
So Q, I guess you like fupa.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Those women are down to earth, man. They're beautiful. Yes. Now you got some women out there with fupas that are big girls that are like, you can tell they are extremely comfortable with themselves. The ones that hang out and party and stuff like that. They're okay, but that's not the type of fupa that I like. I like the mom jeans wearing fupa mom. You know, I like soccer mom, fupa mom. I'm into that. You know, they're easier to get along with.
Pure in this the chat said C-section scars and fupas.
Hell yeah, that's the one right there. That's it. She got juice in that tomato. As long as you know what you're doing, meaning that woman is not nothing to play with. Now, you go out here and you find a woman that don't have a fupa, and she got her tummy tucked, and she got a waist snatch, and the BBL, poison. Toxic. You asking for it. Give me the fupa any day.
I've always heard the term tiger stripes. I didn't realize that people on this application had problems with tiger stripes. Now, I'm not somebody who has like what they call severe tiger stripes. So I never really thought too much of it. I thought all women were kind of like that. Like they kind of like just went back to like normal after like having their babies. But apparently some women actually don't survive that, and they remain with these like bruised, almost looking like tiger stripes. And so
oatmeal.
The term of it.
You mean like oatmeal cookie stomachs?
No, like the tigers like on the left handle sides of it.
She's talking about stretch marks after they have a baby.
Oh, yeah. Like a Mexican black girl. You know what I'm saying? Like on the side, like on the hips, or you talking about on the stomach?
Yeah, like on the side of the hips, yeah.
Oh, okay. Ain't nothing wrong with them neither. I don't know what who will complain about. Oh, shit. Let me go.
Well, I just thought, like, most women had this, you know, just have this acceptance of, like, the fact that you had a baby. Like, you had a whole baby. Like, I've had 6 of them, all natural births. And,
nobody's going to complain about that. It's when you look like somebody burned rubber on their stomach. Like, you know, when you're no longer in a burnout with yourself.
And I think it's about women, I've never heard none of my homeboys say, I ain't fucking with her because she got stretch marks. Or fupa. Or she too skinny, or she too big. I've never heard it. I've heard of some. I've heard of some unpleasant sex, oral, foreign sex. I've heard. Yeah, smells.
Sex.
Huh?
You said foreign sex? What's that?
No, boring. I got a little accent. Boring. Yeah. Like you know the owl or not too much or the pushback or the you know it's shit like that. But I've never heard no one say no. She got too many stretch marks for me. I only hear conversations like that come from women that feel mainly insecure about it, or it's more of a judgmental thing that the women place amongst themselves. I don't think there's a man on this stage that's going to complain about a stretch mark or two, because we're not sleeping with the stretch marks. We want the boom boom.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a big thing. I saw them making fun of somebody who had them, and I was like, I never knew it was like that critical.
You said you got 6 kids, Angel?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Q says you want 7.
We know she don't look like she had one. You know that like she snapped back pretty good. And for her to say that she has a fumble, I'm like, well, you know, I can't believe that. But see what I'm saying from that PTR, if that's you in your picture. I don't see, I don't see how anyone would complain about your body build at all. I don't. Stretch marks, oatmeal cookie stomach, fupa, I don't see nothing wrong with you at all. Gray hair, you can have a couple grays up top and down bottom. I don't see a problem with you at all. I can show you some women that have problems now, but I hear women that's built like you complain about things that I'm not gonna say you shouldn't complain about, but I can show you something that you can say, okay, I get your point, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess every woman has some things that they complain about. Back to this cockfighting competition thing. So I was also thinking too, you know how like people like they go like through karate and like they break boards and stuff. Like that would be like that should be like one of the like competing factors is like you have to break a board. We're talking about cockfights.
You talking about with roosters?
Do you know what a cockfight?
You talking about with roosters? I don't know talking about with roosters with ladies.
No, with
like
like actual. No, it's actual like human nails.
All right, I'm going back on me. All right, I'm going on me.
Medhead, do you know about cockfights? Cockfights.
Penis fights between 2 men. Alright, you know, like when 2 men take their penis and then they like fight them like swords, like lightsabers, like Star Wars. Okay, you know, have you seen like a sword fight? You know, 2 swords. Imagine 2 men take their penis and they put their penis together and fighting.
Yeah, it's a new trend that's taking place to compete for women. So men are like seeing how far they can ejaculate, or like men are seeing how far their semen goes when they ejaculate. They're like sword fighting. They're breaking boards with their penis. They're like having like you ever see like that rope tie, thing or whatever? Like they tie the rope and then see who can like win, like pull each other across. There's so many different like tug of war. Yeah.
The sperming one where they're like whose sperm goes the farthest. That was all in the name of science, I think.
No, that was a college that did that. The sperm racing, where they was putting their sperms inside of the tubes and seeing which one can, which male had the fastest sperm cells. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's make sure Ventab still is a Ventab. Do you think this is a good idea for two men to fighting? Oh yeah, that was about the woman's vagina, you seeing the skin. Fupa is the extra skin above the woman's vagina. Like on the bottom of her stomach.
What that is? You never heard of
extra skin.
roast beef?
I've heard of roast beef before, like something you like cook and eat, but what are beef curtains?
Long labias.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat this again?
Long labias, long pussy lips, all that. Just looks like roast beef.
Oh my god, I just fainted.
Just look up roast beef.
Look up blue waffle.
Oh my God. I ain't seen that blue waffle in almost 20 years. Do not do it. Fellas, ladies, do not stay away from the blue waffle. And two ladies in one cup. Two girls. Two girls, some shit like, don't do that neither.
I'm super proud of my algorithm in my phone, and so I do not want it contaminated. I am very serious about the algorithm in my phone.
So, what do you like the ideal of two men fighting against each other with their penises? Like,
for women, though, this is how they compete for women.
Yeah, it's how they compete to, like, be the woman.
Rights or something like that?
No. So the two men are competing to win the woman's, courting her, loving her. They want to marry her. So the two men grab their penises and they pull them out of their pants, and then they use them like swords, and they fight each other like swords with their penises.
Yeah, and there's
and
all
whoever
these
wins
different,
gets the woman.
Yeah, and there's all these different competitions that they do. They like break boards with their penis. They have like a tug of war.
Yeah, and then you have to shoot your semen, your sperm.
See how far you can shoot it.
Like how far you can shoot it. Do you think it's a good idea or no?
I say no.
Are you willing to do that type for like a woman?
For sure.
Maybe it's not the law. Is it
a great show, though.
Is that too haram?
A little bit.
Oh, the topic, fupa. Fupa is the extra skin a woman has after she has baby, above her vagina, the bottom of her stomach, the loose skin. It's like a kangaroo pouch.
Like, what if the women had a competition like that with their titties, man? Like, how much shit can you store under your titties? Or let's see if the women can smack their titties against each other.
Okay, there was a video of someone lifting tables with their boobs. So like my friend was lifting stuff with hers and I was lifting stuff, not tables, but we were definitely participating in that challenge.
Q, you got any big girls in your family? Or like cousins or anything?
Not big as FHP. I got some tall.
Yeah, my family's got like the big, giant, massive fucking titties. A lot of the women do. Like they got the shit, where's my keys?
That would probably be like a great funny show to watch. Like women unloading their purse into their bras, like that shit would be funny.
Yeah, that's all the Nazis.
Right, the tangerine, like orangutan titties. But what I'm saying is like,
giant fucking titties, just like triple F's.
but what about the women with green titties? How would that work? With tangerine titties, a little small, the ones that's underage, the little dudes, you know.
Well, it depends on yeah, you're right. There would have to be I don't know, different rules perhaps. Same thing with guys with tangerine penises, really small ones. They would have to have different rules. But women can have similar competitions, how far can your breast milk shoot?
Can I have a question, please? It's not related to the topic of the moment, but I have this question. Oh, nice corpse. Okay, I'm just asking about an economist. Is there any economist consultant here in the room? I actually get in touch. He wants to talk to you. Sorry, I'm sorry, Mojo. The guy at the top. Old guy with the beard and the cigar. What's his name? Mojo. Mojo. Is he an economist consultant? No. Okay.
Are you an economist? What do you do for a living?
Oh, I think Danny is also, she's young booty, so she's really good with the money and finance and accounting. And she's autistic.
I am from the Middle East. I'm Egyptian, and I'm working as a HR consultant.
Oh yeah, you definitely need Habibi, you need the help of what you, Danny, go ahead. Habibi, go ahead.
And I am a Muslim, and I am a TikTok podcaster, and I would like to make a new podcast interview with someone, an economic consultant who is living in this.
Hold up, I can help you. Let's imagine we're on a podcast and you were asked the question, how old was the Prophet Muhammad's wife when he fucked her?
Sorry? Yeah, but please repeat the question, please.
Prophet Muhammad, how old was he when he fucked Aisha, and how old was she?
This is a question about the religion, a little bit. And I am not ready for it. That's it.
I heard 9. Is that?
Just say Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
She was 9.
Okay.
Yeah, he was 54 and she was 9.
Was she 9? But did they get married when she was 7 or 6?
6.
She was
Okay.
when he married her, and then that sick fuck, Prophet Muhammad, fucked her when she was 9.
Did you guys hear about the YouTube show? Well, I don't know if it's a show or whatever, but anyways, you can find it on YouTube. It's called The Dancing Boys. The Afghan Dancing Boys.
Matcha Bazi Boys.
Yeah.
Dancing Boys,
Yeah.
Afghanistan.
Like, that shit was fucking wild. That is wild.
Yeah, the guy was bragging about that he fucked 3,000 young boys.
Yeah. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Did you see their pimp? He literally he went for prayer, and then after he went for prayer or something like that, he then went and
Muslims all over the
all the
world
way up
do this. Yeah, they fuck little boys, little girls, they fuck donkeys, they fuck goats.
It's just so disturbing.
Okay, guys, nice to meet you. Shukran, habibi, assalamu alaikum, jahannam.
Later.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, jahannam. Assalamu alaikum, just like Prophet Muhammad. I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate. He died crying like a bitch.
I know how competitive guys are. I can actually see this cockfighting competition thing like becoming like a global thing, you know, like there being like a whole like Olympics for it too.
Well, I think the problem is too, like, you would have to be like the perfect size. Because if it's way too long, then when you hit it, it's just gonna fold over in two, and it's just not gonna work well. So it's gonna be like a right size and like thickness and all that shit.
Well, that's what I'm sitting here thinking. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, now hold on a second. Now, my question to the ladies is, so you're the contender up. You have 4 men about to cockfight for you, right? And all of these men have 9-inch penises, 10-inch penises. You gotta take one of them, right? And you find yourself in a situation where now you're uncomfortable. What do you do with it if you have 5 men and none of them meet your criteria of a healthy size for you to even be messing with?
You just want to ask these ladies what's a perfect size for them?
No. I'm not. No, that's not none of my business. What I'm saying is, what happens when the ladies are faced with an extremely large penis or 4 or 5 options of extremely small penises, but they still have to marry one? You see what I'm saying? If this is
I think stamina counts. I think there should be within the competition. There should be a how long can you stay hard, and I think that will like be what like takes the win.
Don't let these women lie. There ain't no such thing as stupid.
There definitely is.
He's a liar. Push a damn baby out your pussy. You're like, that's stupid.
It's not the same.
Yes.
Nope.
Probably not the same. But yeah, to answer your question, I think who can, stay harder longer would be the winner.
I think that would be easy for any of us to do if we're not fucking. And the second you start having sex with no drugs, no alcohol, no influence, no condoms, that first round might last every bit of, I give it at the max 8 to 12 minutes. And that's pushing it for some. But if you're talking about just having an erection and staring at this beautiful woman, I think you can get a bunch of men to stand up there with that erection for hours. They're not doing anything. As long as they're not touching themselves and they got an erection and they have something to focus on, that thing being you.
What about men who are 50 and above? Can they do that?
I don't know. I'm in my late 30s. I ain't got nothing to do with them.
Wait a second. And the morning time doesn't count. Like, these competitions have to happen, like, mid-evening or something, or, like, afternoon. Because the morning time is just cheating.
Wait, why?
Shit, if I gotta do all that to get some pussy, I'd rather buy it.
There's something special about men in the morning and their penises, like, they just kind of stand up by themselves in the morning.
Well, it's because the bladder gets full overnight, and then it presses against the prostrate, which causes the penis to be erect.
So it has to do with the bladder?
Yeah, so that's why dudes, when they wake up, they have morning wood. It's because the bladder fills up, and then it compresses against the prostrate, and the prostrate is a natural, like, G-spot for men. And then it causes the penis to become erect, and that's usually why you have to piss early in the morning, especially if you get a hard on. So you should take a piss, usually like kind of deflates.
The guy in the chat says, "I don't think I can keep a hard on in the company of other guys." What? Why not? What is so wrong with that? Is it like, does it like then become like a gay thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that are like, oh, that's gay. If you
So
fuck
you
a
guys
chick
are
in front of a bunch of-
so technically you men are insecure.
No, that's no,
That's
not.
insecurity to me. If you automatically think that you're standing in front of another guy with a heart on, mind you, we're in competition here for the love of a woman. So if you're standing there with your penis erected and it's like, you know, like why get insecure if you're winning?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the guy in the chat. It's something about that that don't fit right. It don't feel right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I fucked my girl and not my wife, but an ex-girlfriend in a swingers club in front of like 40 people. I got an applaud, like a standing ovation, everybody clapping afterwards. We got done.
Oh shit. I don't think I want to ask any questions.
Wait, I missed it. I was reading the chat. Apparently, I don't know why my hearing turned off while I was reading. What did you say?
Oh, I said, not my wife, the girl that I dated back in the day. Her and I went to a swingers club. I'd been to a bunch of swingers clubs before, but I convinced her to go. And we were gonna like meet another young couple and shit, but there wasn't any young couples. It was just a bunch of older people. And we were in our 20s, so what I mean by old is people like in their 40s and 50s, which I'm 40 now, so it wouldn't have been a big deal. But we ended up fucking in like 40, 50 people, and they all like got up afterwards and like started clapping and shit.
You could see those people watching you.
Yeah, it was like a big room area with a bunch of beds and shit. People were doing stuff in their beds and stuff like that. After we got done, people were really clapping. It made her like super nervous because she was like she was real timid and shy and shit. That was what was crazy.
Now I think that's different. Now that you mention it that way, that's something a little different. If you're physically engaging in sex, and there's 4 or 5 couples in here, and everybody's partnered up in their own respective corners, you can actually use the motivation of the other women moaning and the skin smacking as a thing for you to get your rocks off, or to keep going. So I can actually see that.
There was
Sounds like a good game show.
Yeah, it is actually.
When we first got there, there was actually a smoking hot couple, super hot little fucking short petite blonde, and then her fucking boyfriend and shit. Like her and I were okay with like swapping and shit and all that kind of stuff. And so we got there and shit. The fucking young couple that were actually there got approached by these 2 like morbidly obese like fucking 50-year-olds, husband and wife, and they're like, hey, did you guys want to like go somewhere or like hang out or like do stuff, like they're trying to see if they wanted to like go swing and shit, and they're like, no, we don't like old people or fat people.
I was gonna say, no judgment zone is.
Oh my god, the fucking odors came over and they were like, y'all gotta get the fuck out, that's rude. All you have to do in that situation is just say, hey, no, sorry, not interested, and then just move on. But yeah, that everybody else is just kind of old shit. It's a problem with swingers clubs. It's usually a lot of old fat people.
Can you imagine that being like an actual game show, like where like couples were like doing what you were doing, but like they were like competing for money?
Yeah, I think they do that in like Japan, don't they? They have a TV show where people like, yeah, Japan has like a TV show on like their X-rated shit, but it's on like TV, like cable television. Yeah, but you could watch it. It's like people fucking and shit. It's like in front of a crowd. Yeah.
Like what couple can do the best?
Yeah, they already. Look up Japanese.
They do all that shit.
Look up Japanese game show sex or something, and it has them like fucking in front of a crowd, and they're like getting really. Japan's wild.
On Clubhouse in my entire Clubhouse life.
Yeah, I stayed in.
I think it's interesting. I really do.
I stayed in one of those capsule hotels in Japan, and I was laying there, and it's just like regular TV channels, and then you hit this other button, and then it was all porn shit. I was like, what the fuck is? But yeah, Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're definitely a different type of humans. Yeah. That'd be a weird ass game show. Can you imagine like what all you'd have to do in order to like win?
Yeah.
Like you gotta
Japan's weird.
like how do you like outbeat the other person? Like what qualifies? It's crazy.
Are you married, Angel?
Are you married?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, are you married?
No.
Oh, I was gonna ask you if you would you go on a show with your husband and have sex in a room with 2-3 other couples that's been married just as long as you have. You know, there's some things that I think some stuff when you're like a private setting and there's other couples there, so I'm guilty of it. I've been in a situation where I had my partner, we was in a big ass hotel room that was divided by the door that's in the middle, but each room had 2 beds, so it was 4 beds, 4 couples, and the door was open. We was in there, 20-year-olds, we 20, 21, man. And we just doing dumb shit, trying to blend in, but the skin smacking of the other couples, it did something to me, for me to like, yeah, you're not gonna outfuck me tonight. You know, my mental going to, I'm competing against my homeboy, so I get it. I do get that.
Crazy. I thought this was gonna be like a troll topic, but I didn't really realize that some people actually have this lived experience. I might open up a room later.
Yeah, I'm guilty.
The people have had sex.
No, I'm talking about like competition.
But it wasn't a competition. But it wasn't it's something that I told myself in my head. You know, it wasn't nothing that he and I were.
Competition, yeah, that's
correct.
So
Yeah.
wait, what happens when you lose though? Like, what if you do like
I
that?
can
Like,
attest to this. Okay, I can attest to this, and I think almost every man in this entire room will agree with this. What I'm about to say. If your girl confides in you on when her ex was like in bed, your main fucking goal and objective now is to outdo that motherfucker. If she said I had 5 orgasms in one night, that bitch is gonna have 10 now. I don't give a fuck. If I gotta fucking pop Viagra's and fucking drink Gatorades and shit, she's going to fucking have 10, and it's gonna knock her fucking socks off because you want to know in your mind that you're number one firstly. And then secondly, that motherfucker doesn't stand a chance, and everything she ever thought about him being the fucking best lady she's ever had is just out the fucking window. And if there's
what happens when you don't win?
Oh, I was with, I'm married, so yeah, I have to make sure. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do. I don't care if you gotta stand and drink fucking Gatorade with a fucking IV stuck in your.
See, I've been in my relationship over a decade, and so I'm just, I'm not in the whole dating thing or like couples thing like you guys are, and so it's interesting to hear. Again, this is supposed to be a troll, but it turned into a topic, I guess. But it's Q had mentioned like, oh yeah, like I heard something, and then I was like, I got in competition of like what happens when you don't win, like.
Well, I cheated sex, so I don't give a fuck about competition, to be honest with you.
How do you cheat?
Well, I'm a coffee drinker, and I've come to the conclusion I don't pop pills and do all that other crazy shit, but I'll take a medium cup of coffee before sex, and the same amount of coffee that I take down, I also take down water. My first orgasm, it out of there. My second, in between the first and the third, you get an urge to piss. I don't go pee, I hold it. And then I force myself to get an erection. Once you get that erection with that full bladder, it's over with. She's gonna have to fight me off of her at some point.
Just walk in
It works. I promise you fellas, if you're a coffee drinker, drink you some coffee. You know, coffee will make you go to the bathroom. You go start pissing
Don't
quite
you
a bit.
have to like make the coffee first? Like, so don't you have to wait for it to like go through like the coffee process?
Correct. After you make it, but that's what I'm saying. The first orgasm, right? The first nut. That's me preparing my coffee. My coffee is brewing on that first one. After I get off, you give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go down this coffee real quick. I'm gonna take it down, shot of espresso with a mouthful of coffee afterward with water. And I'm gonna drink it. Once I get that second erection, it's pretty much over with. Now, some people I've heard that the second erection it lasts a lot longer, but I force it up. Like you can bust a whole nut with an erection and still keep it as long as you got that full bladder piss behind you.
Oh, okay.
You can keep.
I can also give you some other piece of advice that actually does work. I see on like a real sex talk thing or whatever it was, one of those fucking shit. It was on the internet like way back when, it was like fucking 20 years ago type shit. Like when the internet wasn't even on YouTube. But I see this thing where it said that you jerk off, you get fully hard, and like right before you're about to bust a nut, you get your salad balls. Just stop. Just stop. Let that motherfucker go back to sleep, and then just start back again. And then get all the way up there, and then just fucking stop and let it go. Just let it fucking relax. And then do that like fucking 4, 5, 6 times, whatever, and then just fucking bust. And it'll just decrease the sensitivity, and it allows you to be able to hold an erection longer. You just fucking fuck forever.
You know what I learned the other day? So we were talking about I don't know how we got to the topic. But anyways, so there's this lady in the room and she like delivers babies or is like works in like the infant unit, the NICU. And so she was over here and she was like, guys can like reduce their sperm count by like actually sitting in like a hot tub or hot water before they have sex. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And she's like, yeah, like you can completely like decrease the amount of sperm you have right before you have sex. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it has to do with like the hot temperature and stuff like that. The way that you can actually increase your sperm and also increase the amount is to have cold air and stuff like that running. So like a fan or something like that.
So do you guys like actually practice these things? Like do men do that?
What about where you get like 99% of the way there, then stop? I used to do it all the time and it seemed like it worked.
Interesting. What about the warm and cold stuff?
Usually just have a fan on all the time. I think that's smarter. But I've also got 3 kids within like 3.5, 4 years of each other, so I guess.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have 4 kids that are pretty much almost like all back to back.
Yeah.
Damn, Angel, you won't play it. You just hang in a circle on it.
Sure.
You alright, man. You alright.
Alright, have fun. What you got to say? Have fun, man. Have a good one, guys.
That's very serious.
Oh, go ahead. Say it.
I was just gonna say that, that the chair referring to is called tandem.
This all started because
And I have 5 kids.
This all started because somebody said Angel has a flip button.
My gosh.
Yeah, I was sharing my story about somebody who said I had a flip button. I made a big scene about it.
Wow. People are so.
But it was my first time learning the terms. I never knew the term before then, but I don't ever really like the term. It just sounds disgusting on my tongue.
Yeah.
What's the word? What's the word when a girl has like a big ass like a bunch of fat in the front, like the pelvis area? What the fuck do they call that? There's a big name for that. It's like a slang terminology for
A bunch of fat where?
like right in the front pelvis area, like right below the stomach. You know, like morbidly obese, like big fat chicks have like that big front fuck on. Yeah, there's football, and I think you're saying football, but there's another word for football. I can't remember what it's called.
I don't think nothing wrong with it. I think the women
Gooch.
will.
It's a gooch. Gooch.
I heard of it.
Ouch. Yeah, I've heard
Ouch.
ouch.
Yeah, maybe ouch. What's that? Yeah, it's maybe English version.
They call it a camel toe.
No, Kansas is different.
I don't know.
I know what that is. I know what that is.
Yeah. What we call it.
Anybody in here drive a Tesla?
From time to time.
You said from time to time?
Yeah, I don't own one.
No. The FSD mode, so that's the full self-driving mode, right? It has this ability to see, it's watching the driver. So even though it's driving itself, it's watching you. So if you pick up your phone, it can detect that you're not paying attention to the road. And I bring that up because if you are a male and you're receiving oral sex, well, it can detect that too, my guy. So, don't do it.
Gooch or mommy pouch. That's the only way it's also gooch.
So interesting that it actually picks up on cannibalism. That was so weird. Wait, the phone or the car picks up on the cannibalism?
The car.
That's
Wait,
interesting.
I was going for a second. I got fucking cannibalism.
Yeah, he said if you're getting head, like if somebody's like giving the driver oral sex or something, that the car can pick up on it. I personally think that people who put other people's body parts in their mouth are kind of cannibals a little bit, and if you swallow semen, you're definitely cannibal.
Wait a
And
minute,
if
you
you
got
swallow semen and then you're like, no, I'm not like, I don't eat kids. No, you just ate a whole fucking generation full of kids. Like, you eat them.
Wait a minute, Angel. Wait. I gotta
If you
ask
put it like the whole like thing, if you put flesh in your mouth, you are a fucking cannibal. Period.
Wait a minute, Angel.
So when
Wait,
they
you-
suck their thumbs, they're cannibalizing?
It's not the same thing.
Yes.
Angel,
It's not the same thing.
I want to ask you something, and you don't have to answer. You can say none of your business. You got 6 kids, right?
None of your business. And
Okay, all right.
and so I'm just saying, yeah, you're a cannibal if you swallow children.
What happens if you touch your lips or your tongue or your etc.?
It's not the same thing. We're talking about we're talking about people who are doing this for like pleasure. You eat for pleasure, right? We all eat for pleasure.
What if a girl sucks a guy's dick but she doesn't swallow the tongue? Is it still cannibalism?
She's borderline, like just putting it like flesh in your mouth like that. That's like
Also,
that's like
when a girl swallows the semen, it's not eating
that is
the whole ass
absolutely.
baby. It's not a whole ass baby because there's no egg involved.
Well, it's definitely eating a generation.
Okay, I got another question, and you don't have to answer this one either. You don't receive oral sex, Angel?
I
Of course
will.
I do. Watch.
Well, I will. A jaw will be broken, and I will divorce immediately.
Wait a minute. Whoa. What are you doing with you? Are you okay? Wait, so you saying you don't want your man to eat the cat?
That is absolutely gross.
Oh, hell no.
disgusting.
But I would say that it's safe to presume it's never been done.
It's safe to presume.
Yes, it is.
It has, but it could have been done right for her to say ill.
No, it has not. She just said that.
But she lies.
Why would she lie about this? She has to know that her
If
opinion
she
is
said the truth, she would be a hypocrite. She knows it.
What?
no.
If she said, of course, yeah, I've had my pussy licked before, then she would be a hypocrite. So of course she would lie.
She just referred to it as she just referred to it as cannibalism.
She developed that.
Are you
It's
kidding?
developed by it.
I don't
She would wake up like, looking at like, a slaughterhouse of like cattle and was like, oh man, I'm gonna become a vegan now. Like, no, she developed this idea.
I actually don't eat
She
beef
developed
or
this
cow.
idea. She developed this idea, and she developed it after she's already had her pussy licked in her life, and that would make her a hypocrite if she conceived it too.
Okay, it's kind of crazy to me. It's like you should
She's
believe a
sucked dick
woman.
in her life too, so she's also
Because I just don't think that anybody would lie about this. I agree.
Wait, serendipity. You don't think people would lie on Clubhouse? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met that are into Rolls Royce like
Can I get a word in? Rich, listen. I don't. I promise you, this is not the first time that she's had people react to her like this. I can assure you, she would not voluntarily lie about this. If anything, she'd just keep her mouth shut and not mention it. Because this is not the first time she's had people be like, what the fuck?
No, I don't care. I don't care if
That's true.
this position or idea thinks that it is. That's totally fine. But don't be a hypocrite and say that you've never done A or B. We all fucking know you have. You got 6 kids. You've sucked dick and you've had your pussy eaten before. Just
At least one time. At least one time. Right.
when she was a teenager, she hopped to it one time.
This is just so wrong. It's just so not true.
Yeah, it's
That's fucking crazy.
I can't conform anywhere near oral sexual behaviors, especially when it is so close to cannibalism. Like, can you just imagine?
You're not getting it.
We don't always believe them.
You're not getting
Just imagine. Listen, just think of yourselves for a moment, gentlemen. Just think of yourselves for a moment. Imagine if someone like they put a penis in your mouth, right? Like, and then all of a sudden, like, you feel like this drip. Like, that's a kid. Like that's a generation right there.
You're gonna say that like sucking dick or eating pussy is cannibalism. Yeah, your pussy bleeds every month and doesn't fucking die, and we still fucking like seriously, come on, like you ever thought about like, oh wow, this thing that walks around and bleeds every fucking month and doesn't fucking somehow die. We're fucking attracted to it and still fucking, yeah.
Right.
It's like, but suck your dick and eat pussy's cannibalism.
But can you just imagine, like, somebody who knows somebody who has their menstrual, and then like their menstrual is over with, and then like you go have sex with them, and then like somehow you end up doing this thing called eating the box. I just learned that this year on Clubhouse too. Actually, I learned what Kraken is. I didn't know what that term was, but it's a new term for me. So you say you're cracking, and then all of a sudden like you turn around and like you eat the box and stuff, and then you realize like, wow, she just actually like had her period like a week ago. Like, that's kind of gross. And there's just something inhumane about that. And personally, I think about like, okay, kissing is a beautiful thing. Why would you want to kiss somebody who was like down there and then they swallowed a whole bunch of kids?
Pure Blood said he's eating box while she's on her menstrual on a whole road.
The bravery.
He's got red wings all over.
Oh, that boy got his wings. Wait
He got
a
red wings in
minute.
the box.
This is okay.
Oh, so now that, see, I'm noting this one, red
wings,
means when, okay, and is that the same for like
I
who go down there? Do they get?
I don't fucking know her period either.
Well, no.
I'm just saying, is it different? No. I mean, like a woman who goes down on a woman, does Does she get Red Wings too?
Yeah, we Red Wings.
She gets Red Wings. Okay, alright.
Yes, we have Red Wings.
Oh my goodness.
Think
Now
about
we
it.
bumping clams.
It's the labias covered in that blood, and they look like red wings.
So when the lesbians are bumping their clams.
This is exactly why this is safe to put your mouth in places. It keeps you safe.
Cute. $100 says she's done able to, but she's like, but the IG sucking a dick.
I don't think she shaves down there.
She's had a dick stuffed in her asshole before, but she's like, that's cannibalism if you put a penis in your mouth.
I don't shave my legs or my armpits, but even still, it's just one of those things that it's just absolutely downright disgusting.
It's not this. Okay.
It is absolutely.
It's disgusting. Okay, let me ask you this. Please.
Unattractively funky-ish. Like, can you just imagine, like, you were putting your fucking mouth.
Wait, I have a question. Would you define 69 as like a snake eating itself?
Oh, okay, so, that is weird.
Yeah,
Probably,
69
that is
where the
just
two
gross.
people are eating each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, I got it. Yeah, I almost forgot what that was. So yeah, but the nip, that is just, you can't, like,
Somebody invite
why would you do that? Like, why would you want to put your fucking mouth where you eat your food, like, you kiss your face,
She said that oral sex is cannibalism.
How do it, but listen, most importantly, like, you use your mouth to say prayers, like, God can't hear you if you have semen on your mouth. Like, he can't hear you if you have semen on your throat.
Girl, I have to refute you there, okay? I have to refute you there, alright? God hears my prayers just fine.
Alright, let's let Tuna crash out. Go ahead, Tuna.
Yeah, you know that God also can't hear you when you're talking straight.
Also, Tuna, did you hear what she said? Oral sex.
Yeah, no, I got the Ouroboros reference, but a snake eating itself. I mean, shit. If any man could actually reach that, we wouldn't date.
Wait, didn't Marilyn Manson, didn't like that, whatever his name was, like the guy take out removing ribs so he could do that?
Yeah, it's been an urban legend. Before it was Marilyn Manson, it was Prince, and it was Michael Jackson, and then it was, Jerry Lee Lewis.
I don't know.
I can reach mine, but I've never done it.
I don't know how I would
How do you know that you can reach yours?
Because I put my head down by it.
Oh, so then your penis is like long.
9 3/4 inches.
I don't know how I feel right now, knowing that I have a partner that I would never get head from and that I can never give head to. So do you use toys? You got a rose?
That is, well, that's gonna just mess up your whole juju. Like, you want to be able to, like, come naturally. Like, if you utilize those weapons, which that's what they are, they're weapons. If you utilize those weapons, you're gonna mess up your whole sexual orb. You don't want to do that to yourself, and you don't want to abuse yourself in any of those sort of facets with these weapons that they've created.
Okay, well, she's telling the truth, guys. Because if she had said, "Oh yeah, I have a dildo, I have a," I don't know, man. That shit would piss me off. If I got with a chick and she did not want me to, if I want to express myself with everything and she stops me from doing that, I don't know, and I can't get no head.
We'll find it out. We'll find it out this way, Tuna. What do you think is the odds on a woman who has 6 kids back to back never having oral sex or giving oral sex or taking it?
I say that if you love her, wear her like a gas mask.
I like that answer. Okay.
I believe her.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I love my wife to pieces, but I will eat that shit like I'm arms folded behind my back at a lasagna eating.
I'm telling you, man, you ain't no fucking way in hell you not sitting on my goddamn face. After 20 years, we've been married 20 years and I ain't never ate my wife foot. Shit, I killed myself. I wouldn't marry her. Fuck no.
Well, it's been over a decade, so we're doing wonderfully fine. Now, does he ask often? Very often. Does it happen? Never.
Is he blind?
No, he's white.
He's not.
Okay, girl. I'm just saying, you look like a beautifully young, and I was married for 30. Okay, so this comes from a place of, I hope, helpfulness. Honey, as time goes by, you're going to have to change things up a bit. It's gonna get stagnant. And the thing of it is, I feel you, girl. I feel you. I think you're being honest. I think it's just truly, genuinely how you feel. You're wrong about the cannibalism because those aren't beasts, they're sperm. But I believe wholeheartedly that you feel right now. But I think you will change. I think you will change.
Well, I'm coming up on 40, so this is my last year in my 30s. I'm coming up on 40, and my gray hairs are coming in, and I'm not getting any younger. So I have a bucket
Don't
list.
me comment on anything if he refuses to eat the cook.
Let her finish looking.
I have a bucket list, and this oral sexual stuff is not on the bucket list. However, I do have this really, because you're like, it's going to get boring and stuff, but I do have this really cool idea of where I would like to, like, be intimate. And so I was thinking, like, gosh, can you just imagine, like, a hot air balloon?
You
Can you
crazy
just
as
imagine
hell.
a hot air balloon?
Angel,
I'm a public cunt girl. I would do things I'm not supposed to be doing.
So I was thinking, like, a hot air balloon somewhere, like, over in, like, somewhere, like, Europe or somewhere, like, France or, like, Paris or, like...
Hell no. You said, well, a hot air balloon just went down killing 12 people. Look, Angel, let me tell you something. If you ain't never got no head and you ain't never gave no head, I'm giving you a full warning. Don't get it. At this age, almost 40, turning gray, don't do it. Because you're going to piss yourself off. Especially if you get some head from somebody that know what they're doing now. You're going to look back and you're going to regret the past 25 plus years of your life. You're like, what the fuck have I been missing?
I'm
Been
very
missing out
happy.
on everything.
I'm very confident. I'm very happy. And I feel much better that when I go to say my prayers, they are able to be heard loud and clean and clear.
What that got to do with you getting your pussy ate? I'm telling you not to.
Just imagine that you're married to the old dude from Disney's Up.
Yeah.
Oh, like that old couple. They were so cute, weren't they? Aw. He like absolutely adored her, loved her. Wait, what was that last time?
You know that old dude got a blowjob, at least one.
Probably certain.
The Cub Scout.
There is no way. I just can't. Do you know how much head I've gotten in my life? I couldn't imagine giving that up, being with the woman that I'm in love with who's not doing it. Like, the chances of me.
Why would you want to do that when, like, are like women that you're with, like, has a perfectly working vagina? It's perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong with
The women in the past had a perfectly working vagina. That don't mean that they couldn't suck a nail out of the wall. I have gotten some head that felt better than some pussy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, like a golf ball through a garden hose.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I had this one girl, man.
Tail hitch.
I'm telling you, good Lord, make your left leg twitch. I done had many amount of strokes fucking with some of them women in the past. And what I'm saying to you is, there's no way I would be able to get with a woman. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm like, well, for real?
So I can tell you how the old man from Up definitely got ahead from his wife because he was still thinking about her ass while she was dead.
That's a fact.
If that bitch wasn't sucking dick, he'd be like, fuck her. That bitch sucked. She was terrible. When he was dreaming about her, he was like, man, I'll miss her.
Angel, my only comment though, Because I am a praying woman, I stay in constant prayer. My only comment to that is that Corinthians says that a husband should satisfy his wife's needs and a wife should satisfy her husband's needs. It does not say that there are multiple ways you can do that.
But it also says cleanliness is next to godliness.
Absolutely.
That's not what that means.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I wouldn't want to, like, put my mouth on something that has just been so close to places that I wouldn't want my mouth to be for dinner. I would like my mouth to be on a fork and a spoon, and sometimes I like to lick my peanut butter off the knife, but that's about as far as I'm going.
Also, I was gonna ask, where did you find that in the Bible?
Cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah, which verse?
Let me go Google that really quick, 1 sec, Barry.
Yeah.
Serenity prayer is in the Bible, not just say good touch.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness, isn't the Bible?
No, it's not. It's a John Wesley quote from 1790. There's nowhere in the Bible that says cleanliness is next to godliness.
Something about being clean is there, and something about having, like, clean oral hygiene is there as well.
Yeah, but that just goes with the territory. It's just basic hygiene, right? I mean, if you shower every day, then what's the problem?
Yeah, but, like, when I'm eating, like, food, like, there's no possible way, like, I can get, like, an STD in my mouth from just eating food. Like, you can get a fucking STD down there, and that is so wild.
There was some issue.
You're not worried about your husband having an STD.
No, nobody's worried about that. But what I am worried about is that there's a world around us where people actually engage in this for these pleasures, you know? And I just don't think that being in participation with some of those oral behaviors is a form of modesty. I don't think that it is a way to kind of proclaim femininity. And not that I'm a feminist, but I just think that there's just something special about not having these type of oral behaviors as a woman. It just makes you more polite and way more attractive.
Let me ask the fellas something real quick.
Attractive for who, though? Angel.
Fellas, have y'all ever turned down some head?
Because for over 10 years, and I don't shave my armpits, I don't shave my legs, and I can't tell you how many times in a week that I am told how beautiful I am and how lovely I am and how attractive I am and how exciting I am and how some of the things I can't say right now. A lot of compliments. Wait, a lot of compliments come from this one beautiful man who has kind of accepted me, and what I'm learning is my awkwardness. I just didn't know that other women weren't like this.
Hell no, you are a beautiful, hairy motherfucker. And let me ask you men something real quick. Men, have y'all ever turned down head or asked a woman, hey, you don't have to judge your mind, but you brush your teeth, you make sure you floss the book. I don't want you to got gingivitis or something. Have you ever said that to a woman?
Gingivitis is an venereal disease.
She can have a mouthful of shit, I wouldn't care.
I'm English. I also have patient management with the state of in the UK, so yeah,
Well, I'm expecting
Well,
you guys
the
to say
English,
that.
yeah, they have really fucked up teeth.
I would expect those guys to say that. There are a lot more women that have issues with oral than men.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and like,
Yeah, I mean, if some chick had like jagged, broken, sharp teeth and shit, then, you know, I would definitely turn that down. However, I would turn that shit down.
and then like,
It's like we're having two separate conversations here.
the title before was talking about like beef burns. Like I almost regurgitated when I learned that what that was. I damn near fainted, and I had like Oh my girl, I'm not vegetarian, but my meat has to be. I do eat lamb sometimes, but I mostly eat salmon and fish. But like if I do eat lamb, like I have to be like almost charcoal burnt.
Maybe like 7 to 8 minutes or something.
No, I'm Jewish by birth. I'm Black American as well, and I don't claim any religion.
Oh, so you're like one of these weird spiritualists. Okay, never mind.
I mean, it's kind of
I'm not a weird spiritualist. I believe in God. I believe there's only one God, and I have an absolute soul God-fearing fear of being.
So you're like a progressive secular Jew that's spiritualist. Okay.
If anyone's keen, I've been behind the section on Felicia, Son of Solomon 2-3, as an apple tree among the apple trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. In his shadow I delight to sit in his fruit, and his fruit was as sweet to my taste. There you go.
So was that a scripture of a man having oral with another man? Wait, can you read that again? Sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna put some quotes in because this is why I'm not a pastor. I'm good at reading scripture out from my book. So, I'm just gonna copy and paste it into the chat for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Because I heard
In the meantime, Angel, I have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Okay,
So,
sure.
so this sweet man that you have found, which of course I congratulate you, that's fantastic that he can accept you for who you are. But let's for argument's sake, say that he's uncircumcised. Would you be willing to help him achieve circumcision by, the traditions of your forefathers? I mean, in certain subsects of the Jewish culture, they practice mitzvah, which is, biting off the foreskin and sucking on it. Would that be fine with you? Would you do that for your fantastic man?
He would absolutely.
That expensive.
He would absolutely be on his own.
Well, okay. We know. But I think, you know what? People should be able to decide what they want to do with their lives. I don't think they should be pressured into doing anything. But I do believe, speaking from just the fact of being a man, that I think it's more about the fact that the woman wants to give the man pleasure without reciprocity. I think that is one aspect of it that the men feel like, it doesn't necessarily have to be good. It's fantastic if it's good, but it's just the act itself that it's kind of like selfless, right?
Exactly.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it should be a moment of like, and I get it, like, obviously we're in this modern day and there's like all of these like sexual, over-sexualized normalities, but like there's something so beautiful about like, just being I don't, maybe pure isn't like the best term for it, but like just being on like this pureness of like knowing that you haven't been like, engaged in certain like certain things. Yeah.
And I actually respect it. If that's the way you want to have your relationship with another person, then I guess that's fine.
Yeah, and everyone else is cool too. Like it sounds pretty funny. It sounds like it's pretty dangerous that people play a lot of Russian roulette, but that's to each his own.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do absolutely want to emphasize that, you have to kind of, as a responsible adult, I don't think, I don't know the state of sex ed today, but like getting tested, I feel it's a given when you decide you want a long-term partner, you both should be tested and make sure everything is safe. But a lot of people don't, unfortunately, and that's why we have, chlamydia and herpes and stuff like that, right? So, yeah.
Well, Alex, what gets me though is if a woman tell me I can't get no head because she gotta pray, well, I'm praying for some head. So we praying for you see what I'm saying? Me, I'm praying for two different things at this point.
That's fine. I mean, I get you. But
I think Angel, her husband paralyzed. Something wrong with that dude. Something ain't right. Ain't no way. I think either he blind or something. Something's wrong.
Or maybe he just cherishes his wife and he wants to respect her
He's
wishes.
not paralyzed. And in fact, I'm not going to show you a picture of him, but I'll show you
multiple reasons. Maybe he doesn't find it palpable, you know.
Well, I thought of that too. Like maybe because she don't shave, she got so much hair. He like, man, I don't want to do that shit no way. I can see that too. I can see that too. But that's still.
You guys are gonna see like an image of him or whatever, but it's a shadow, and he's giving me a kiss.
Oh, he seems very loving. You know, good for you.
Man, what the hell is that? You know, that's AI. That's computer generated. Don't believe it. That's real. Come on, man.
It's our shadows yesterday at the winery. Like, it's just our shadows.
I just think Q's a hater now. That's
I am a hater. Like, she's like, oh, look at our shadows. Let me take this picture. Don't move.
It's very and it's true because look, you can tell that he's holding my chin and he's gonna kiss me, and it is a heinous-free kiss. It's, you know, kiss on my lips, and it's been free, and I'm kissing him, and it's been vagina-free. It's just a beautiful photo.
good for you. But you, we're looking at this from the other perspective. Then, do you think maybe it's because people have been so desensitized by the porn industry? Because a lot of people have gotten access to it very early.
Jewish and she's
Absolutely, yes. Because people see my thing.
and she's a curmudgeon. That's what it means.
Wait, what's a curmudgeon?
Probably something like
I hate when I have to Google 75 words. This is my promotion: ban prostitution, ban public nudity, and all promotions of sex. Ban pornography, ban sexual exploitation as a norm. And I think once we start to do these sort of things and we do them globally, we will be able to bring more light onto bringing up young people into this world who will have a better chance at healthier sexual engagements with the world.
Clarifying question, Angel. Does this include the Pride Parade? Because that features a lot of public.
Absolutely, Ray.
Oh,
So
wow.
you can throw the alphabet crew in there as well.
crusty built
And so I think that this is, you know, if we ban all these things, this is a great start towards, like, you know, and this is probably a far fetched. We're talking about like the world. Imagine if we abandoned prostitution. Imagine if we abandoned like public nudity and like all promotions of like, you know, sexual exploitation. And it's like even in its minor, you know, facet. But like I think like once we kind of like close all of those like doors, I think we can start to help, you know, avenues in regards to like human trafficking and sex trafficking.
No, I
Those sort of things are going to.
Angel, you're incredibly based. I have to say, like, she's grown on me more and more. Actually, I think you're a beacon of light in you know, surrounded by darkness here. So you know, I think.
Stop sucking shit. If you need pussy.
No, the fact is, bro, I'm married. Where are your children? You know, so I don't have to. I'm just saying that the fact is, Collapse, that she's actually. She's what? I mean, Europe in fucking.
I said all three of mine are sleeping Jews.
Okay, good for you, Collapse. What I'm saying is, if you like, what would be interesting, Angel, is that you know a lot of the things you are espousing are going a little bit. You know, it's almost an act of rebellion, considering you know if we start looking at patterns here, the people of the diaspora that are in the forefront of these industries, right? So it's kind of interesting, you know, because you know at face value we could assume that you're some kind of you know very liberal kind of hippie kind of person, right? But super progressive. But then you know when you start looking at it, it's actually very very.
And I just want to say one thing too. I get like a lot of feedback from people. Like when I tell people that I have 6 children, there's a lot that kind of comes with that, right? And I have to kind of like prepare myself sometimes to like wait to hear what people have to say. So normally it's like, oh, like you have 6 kids, like gosh, that must be hard, or oh my gosh, I can't believe you look like that after having 6 children, or gosh, how many baby daddies do you have? And it's I like the one like how many baby daddies do you have, right? Like that one is, you know, that comes from a certain demographic of people, and I'm just like, wow, that's
I wasn't gonna ask, but I thought it.
Black people?
Yeah. So then the other one is like, oh, were all of your pregnancies normal? And then I have to like reply back, and I'm like, yeah, I have had 6 normal vaginal pregnancies, and I nursed all of my children. Like for years, I've nursed my children.
That was
even
my
when
next
I had
thought.
multiple children back to back, like I was nursing one and nursing the other, like you know. So anyways, and then I always get like all of like this shady talk and all of this horrible things said to me, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stand in my truth, and I'm just gonna stand for me, because I realize that not many women, you know, can stand this way, and I'm kind of really grateful about that, and I think that God has shown His light in my life, and I think that reflects, and so I'm proud of us over here.
I'm proud of you too. Shout out to your guy, because his patience is something beyond humanity can. I don't think no man can process that. Not one that can see. Shout out to him, man. That shit crazy. 6 children,
You
no
would have
triplets.
gone and bought a pack of Menthols ages ago, right?
Man. Well, because I know what good head feels like. You cannot. You see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, man. Like, man, hell no. I'll be like, come on, you're not gonna beg. I'm not gonna be begging to eat no pussy, man. I can't do it. I'm gonna have to pack a bag, man. I have to pop a balloon on that one, though. You had me at first, Angel. You had me. The 6 kids I can take. The no bedroom play. Fuck. No.
So the question in the chat was, is breastfeeding cannibalism too? No, it's not. Like actually, like my milk, like I can tell.
Cannibalism.
It definitely is. Something coming out of your body going into another one. Yep, that's cannibalism.
Yeah, what's the
check,
difference
whoever wrote
between
that.
semen and breast milk?
What's the difference?
Produced by the body, and another person is ingesting it.
Correct.
Well, let me just say this. So when you become pregnant,
They're both just proteins from your body.
when you become pregnant and you go through your, you know, all of your, you know, gestations of, you know.
Yeah, when your balls drop and you go through puberty, you start producing semen, sperm.
And you go through the, like, you know, all of this, and the baby's fully grown and everything. Like all of a sudden now, like your breasts are ready. Like your breasts automatically turn on, and guess what happens? Like this little sprinkler device.
You ejaculate out the head of your penis.
What do you think? What do you think happens with the penis every 24 hours? And our testicles.
Yeah, but
it's
the
ready.
Doesn't matter. But listen, I just want to say something. This is the difference with a baby. Right? When you take a brand new baby and you put the baby like right by the mouth or something, or right by the breast, the baby automatically starts to do like this friction thing, right?
When
Like
you
the
put
natural.
the average woman next to a man's penis, they do the same damn thing.
I was just about to say that. When you
99% of women, you put a dick in her face, they go, I don't want to, but okay.
But the thing of the matter is that after like the nursing session, right, the baby will then like, you know, be full or whatever. The baby will be full and everything, and then what happens is that like your milk will then like repump itself or come back in. And then it fills back up, and so then boom, like the baby is ready again. So the difference is that once you fill back up, the woman is like gone. She's like off with the next penis in her mouth.
She'll keep sucking dick.
Right, but once yours is full, she'll be somewhere else doing like sucking the next guy.
No, not if you're married.
Okay.
She'll suck your dick multiple times.
Angel, if you take a newlywed wife and you put a dick in front of her face, her nipples get hard. And she's going to get more pleasure out of that, I think, than the man will, especially if she enjoys doing it. But yeah, something
Wait. Wouldn't it be cannibalism? Because she said even if it doesn't include eating up the sperm, ingesting the sperm, if you're just sucking it, just putting the dick in your mouth and sucking on it, even if you bust it out all over the carpet, whatever, that's it. She still considers that cannibalism, the same way it is eating pussy. So would you then say a man sucking or licking on your titty, on your nipple, would be cannibalism?
Yeah.
So your husband doesn't suck on your titties? You're a bold-faced liar. You know you don't want to lie. Look at you. Look at you. Lying ass. Thinking about lying, but you know Hashem's gonna judge you.
Hey, Angel, don't.
You gonna lie.
This is more of a natural and safer thing because my breasts don't actually insert any or anything like that.
Your nipple when he sucks on it is no different than you sucking on his penis. Or him sucking on your clit. Because they're both the same size.
There's a big difference because males they have the ability to be able to stick their penis in a couple different places anal, vagina. My breast can't do that, so they are far more.
You can be titty fucked. You can definitely be titty fucked. In the Pornhub rabbit hole to make this statement.
This is fucking crazy. You are crazy.
Alex, we're trying to show how much of a hypocrite she is.
Yeah, I understand that, guys, and it is very entertaining. So I know that, but I do have to interject some boring facts here, right? That there is a slight difference due to the fact that they are meant for specific purposes, right? So even though sperm, technically, you could eat it, it has calories and proteins. It has a specific task, right? The same with breast milk. Breast milk actually has antibodies which the baby needs to have an immune system in the beginning because they don't have one when they are born. So they get one transferred from their moms.
Yeah, that's just the colostrum. That's only the first couple of breastfeeding.
Yeah, sure. But then if the mom consumes alcohol, it gets transferred to the babies. I mean, there is some level of,
I mean, if I smoke a cigarette, I'm guessing my cum will probably taste a little smoky too.
Yeah, probably. or shitty. Like asparagus is apparently a huge fucking destroyer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to do one. But speaking of kinks, you're making your case here. I find it very, very compelling.
They say that pineapple makes sperm taste better, but I believe that that's more to do with swingers trying to keep
I was really waiting for Tuna to say it definitely doesn't, and he goes from experience.
No, I mean, I can't say that I'm a jizz connoisseur myself.
Oh, you don't partake in crème de pénis, Tuna boy?
No, that's not very different.
Tuna always comes on here and LARPs and he's straight, married with kids.
I am straight, married with kids.
This is like the magic trick where it's like, look, I'm going to hypnotize you to make you forget that you were ever gay. And then someone said, no, I was never gay, and it's like, look, so it's working.
Ask your mom.
I'm gonna say this, and one thing about breastfeeding is that I can do this out in public and it be accepted as a natural normalcy, a normal loving affection thing. If you were to be if you were to be out in public and a woman was giving you head, everybody is going to look at you in shame. They're gonna look at you and be like, yo, that is absolutely disgusting.
You're crazy as hell. There's a lot of women that'll be like, oh, girl.
I would just like to point out that in Papua New Guinea, I don't think anybody would care, and they would all probably huddle around and just grunt like animals.
I'm from a town where it's normal on a Saturday night for a girl to take shit in a drain.
Are you in Essex, you now?
No, but I've just been watching the place I used to live in, Essex, throw the police out of their town.
Wait, is it the Muslims? It's the Muslims. I know it's the Muslims watching.
Actually, it was a Somali guy who he had already attacked 2 children, and he was no, he's not Muslim. So he'd already attacked 2 children.
He's Somali.
Bail. Yeah, so Somali refugee claims that he's Christian.
Wait, then he's not Somali then.
No, but
Somali.
he's claiming.
No, I'm making a joke because Somalis claim that if you're not a Muslim, you're not
they
Muslim.
don't claim it. Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. But anyway,
I mean,
what happened there?
if you're claiming political asylum, then you're probably not too worried about whether the Somalis claim you or not. Saying that you have to flee the country that you come from.
I know.
What did he do, Gina?
Oh, he got caught trying to force himself on a 14-year-old girl for the 3rd time. And there was a huge riot in the town that I used to live in. They literally threw the police out of the town.
You know, this sounds very.
The Tinder boys.
This just doesn't sound like Somalis. You know, like I can't picture like Muslims or not even if he's not a Muslim. I mean, just Somalis alone. I can't picture them being like that type of behaviors.
What?
Sorry, I was trying to get a good laugh, you know.
That's actually really funny today. It's very, 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 very on point.
Yeah, it's very unlike them.
Anyways, guys, it's been real.
I get the impression that the international problem that we're seeing with local populations being pitted against immigrant populations is just a way to get people outraged, so that the police can remove from society anyone that might be a leader or physically a threat to totalitarianism taking over.
So Alex, I know it's like the afternoon. It's going to be getting dark soon for you over there. So
yeah, sure.
Because it's morning for us, but I know it's going to be coming up on nighttime. So I'll go ahead and sing you a lullaby for later for when you go to sleep. And I'll get started right here. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell. There you go.
I have to turn the volume down. I don't want my neighbors to issue a fatwa. so, but Tuna, I get what you're saying.
Question for you.
Yeah. Oh, who?
I got a feeling this is contentious. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you guys have a fellow, I think it's Tommy, is it Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. What's the status with that guy? Is he out of prison now, walking free in the UK?
Wait, F1, do you like Tommy Robinson?
Yes, I do.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, Stephen Yaxley, Stephen Yaxley Lennon is his actual name. He is out of jail now, and they're staging a big kick-off in central London on the 13th of September. If you want, it's going to go really ugly.
Did Mossad bring him out of prison, Tuna, or what happened?
No, he's served his time. He's out. Hold on, I'm going to
you need somebody's passport or something, right? To fly to the U.S. or somewhere or something like that.
No, so he was on holiday with his family in Ibiza, and an arrest warrant was put out for him for publishing details of a case where he felt injustice was being done, and he went for non-publication breaches.
And contempt of court, I think, as well, right? If I remember correctly. He's been in and out for a while. But you know, I do agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with your analysis that they are using kind of these situations to kind of silence anyone that they don't like. But at the same time, in all honesty, like when you know, different ethnic groups the disparity becomes too large, that it's bound to have, you know, conflict as a consequence, right? It's just, we can use Lebanon as an example. You know, before, like in the
1960s and 70s, it was called the Paris of the East, right? And now it's like almost a failed state. And I think, unfortunately, that's just a consequence of people that don't share values when they live too close to each other. That's what you're going to get. But it's also that I feel like many countries in the West have not been very clear about assimilation, right? We talk about integration a lot in Europe, but it's not the integration that we want, really. We want them to assimilate. That's really what you're looking for, that they can, blend into the crowd of the rest of the people and share those values. But that's not really what's been communicated. There's no impetus on, them to adjust to how we live. And then that's why you get the conflicts, right? So,
if we're honest, there's not the welcoming integration angle. It's just that it's seen as a faux pas to say, actually, we don't want our neighbourhoods filled with people that we then have to educate as to what our way of life is.
Yeah.
We'd rather just live our way of life.
That's
the reality that no one really wants to mention.
They all flock over to the UK, and then want to live in the UK, but they want to bring all their beliefs and change the way things are done in the UK. Why don't you just stay in your own country and practice their own?
Because there's no money there, F1. That's why. There's no money. That's why. They get free money.
Then they must realise that they are guests in the UK. They can't come over there and change everything there,
I think it's also a consequence of the volumes, F1. Like, my mother is an immigrant, but she was educated when she came to Europe, and she actually put in effort to make sure that her kids could speak without accents, that we understood the culture, that we actively participated in the culture, right? But
I'm not immigrant as well.
The reality is that the reality is the world has changed. When I was a kid, there was this understanding that every man in society, if I had a drop of rubbish in front of another man, and an older man was to turn around and say, "Oi, fucking put that in the bin," that was an accepted social standard in society. Now we have a social standard in society where if you've got a machete gang running around, there was a case in Manchester recently where a father's now on murder charges. His son was attacked outside his house. Young refugee boy at 15 attacked his son with a machete. Oh shit, whereabouts in New Zealand, F1?
I live in Christchurch.
I live in Leiston.
You do?
Yeah. Howdy, kia ora.
Kia ora. So, alright. That's really cool. I'm in Wellington at the moment, just for work.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Terrible place it is. They used to say that, Palmerston North was the Hamilton of Wellington, but now I think that Wellington is the Hamilton of Wellington.
Palmy is shit, bro.
Yeah.
There's not much happening.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what happened after Jacinda. They will never undo the damage that they have created to their society in, coming from SA to here, there are people in New Zealand that will never understand the way of life and the accepted risks and, genuine dangers that there are living in SA. Because it's a bit of a paradise here in New Zealand that, so far out of the way that they're naive to a lot of the realities of living in, what we consider the rest of the real world. And so New Zealand has for since the 70s, ever since the Labour Party really started to make moves, what we've seen in New Zealand is that they have been completely dependent on influxes of immigration in order to keep the brain drain from just absolutely decimating the population. And influxes of foreign money coming into the country either through student visas or through tourism or through people buying overpriced holiday property.
now that they've brewed all of that up through COVID, and we have, we've lost 70% of the tourist industry. Our primary industries have all but failed. And the problem is that the leftists think that the solution to the medicine not working is to up the dosage. You look at NBIU this week, they put 1.6 million into a company for a girl boss who was going to go around to schools and give them science demonstrations. And my question is, for a girl boss company that is entirely publicly funded, to end up with a tax bill of $250,000 as soon as the public funding dries up, it's like, well, why couldn't you put that $1.6 million into the schools when they have science departments? Yes. The ideologues they are a tool to be able to destabilize societies. They were 100 years ago when we had the suffragettes and the communists trying to overthrow society by gnawing at the roots, whilst at the same time enjoying the benefits of living in the fairest system that we've come up with, which is right. Everybody works. There are some laws to make sure that some of your freedoms are curtailed, but those are equally accepted as the most fair that we can make these things. And all of these special interest groups that want to try to overthrow society for their own special interest, these are the people who are really quite sick and dangerous because they do not care for the consequences and the accountability of what they are actually pushing when it goes horribly wrong. They're not the people who are sat there saying, well, maybe what they were prescribing actually doesn't work. They will just look to adopt more and more power. And we saw this in the UK with one of the most senior justices in the country, Lord Leveson. Lord Leveson was tasked with coming up with a solution to the backlog, and his only solution was to give more power to the courts and do away with juries. When we start having conversations like that in the West, we're looking at failed states that are drowning in debt. The capital flight that is running away from these countries is significant. The UK alone was supposed to lose by August. They were supposed to lose 9 million millionaires. Sorry, 9,000 millionaires. They've already lost 21,000 millionaires this year. And with the capital flight, that's going to create a situation where there's no one to tax. And there's just angry mobs roaming the streets.
I mean, the rate to be losing Kiwis to Australia is quite alarming as well.
Every time that they report it for the last 3 years, it's always been a record-breaking number.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the I came over literally 2 months before COVID hit broke out. So when I came over, it was all Jacinda praises. And now that Labour's in, it's only the second party that I've witnessed since I've been here. So, but yeah, Jacinda was she wasn't good. She got all the praises and stuff, but I'm not sure what she did with was it Welsh or is it?
The danger of Jacinda Ardern was that she created this cult of personality, and rather than having her second term be a wartime effort, because it's New Zealand, fucking Central War recovery, that our Air Force doesn't have any warplanes. In fact, it's even got a flightless bird as its logo. So Kiwi. So a wartime presidency was just co-opting power from using the fact that everyone else was doing these lockdowns in order to bring in some Stalinistic, control of the public. The problem is that created a power feeding frenzy amongst the rights.
What you're saying is you guys are fucked when the Chinese come to take over.
I don't think wanted to ask you, how much do you charge as like a body double impersonator for gigs where I want to say the Ben Shapiro? You don't have to say anything.
I don't have a big enough small hat on my head for that, but
sorry, I've got a teacup and saucer. We'll just use the saucer.
Yeah. No, but there are some similarities actually, not only in appearance, but I actually was forced to play the violin as a kid, and of course my mom thought I was some kind of prodigy. Of course, that didn't turn out very well. So yeah, absolutely. It's just simping too much for our greatest ally is not really my cup of tea. Not that I in any way endorse the other side either. To me, it's like if you are not an enjoyer of bacon, you're not my concern. That's essentially my position in this entire thing, right?
You say that with a wife actually moving by.
Yeah. So yeah. But other than that, I am a little bit. I try to stay positive. I have a positive outlook, but usually, it has to get darker before the dawn. So we'll see where we end up. But at the moment, it's not looking very well. I also have the great, misfortune, you would say, to live in a part of the world which is very, very progressive, on par with New Zealand and certain parts of Europe as well. So I live in Scandinavia, right? The worst part of Scandinavia, unfortunately, used to be the best part. Yeah. So it has made me a little bit jaded, I think, unfortunately.
Wait, you're saying you don't like muscle rape gangs?
Not a huge fan. Not a huge fan, perhaps. But we'll see.
I mean, they seem like really nice for the young boys.
Yeah. We have some of them. Of course, that seems to be more of like the unique selling point of the
nice, yeah.
Yeah, but we do have, giant soldiers blowing up. We have the most explosions per capita in a country currently not engaged in war. So it's like they blow up a lot of doors and they execute each other in broad daylight here. So yeah.
These kids, they blow up so young these days.
Yeah, exactly.
I really want to go and visit Europe. You're like inspiring me.
Could be a lot worse, yeah, it always gets worse.
These are all the things your travel agent wouldn't tell
People always ask me, because I lived in Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines for 3.5 years, and they're like, well, why didn't you go to Europe?
to go to.
I don't know, man.
It's depressing.
I just think we've created a melting pot that is going to end up in a near extinction level event within our lifetime.
Pretty much, if you look at Rhodesia, Zimbabwe now, there was such a thriving country, and you look at it now, it's a failed state. South Africa's heading the same way. They've just passed a law now that where the government is allowed to take your land and not compensate you for anything. If they feel your land belongs to, they want to give it to this tribe or this person, it's illegal now for them to literally take your land and give it away. You got South Africans fleeing over to the States. When I brought those South Africans over, it's because of that refugee status. It's unfair.
Actually call out the corruption were to be seen in the modern day as somehow hateful. It's not. It's just describing the reality of why these things don't work. You know, the gag of saying, oh no, hold on, there's an ism or there's an ist that I'm going to say that you can't say that. And it's like, well, then you need to own the failure that you're creating by these Orwellian silence traps and the tone policing that means that we can't actually speak about anything that's real.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a huge understanding in South Africa. There's certain groups of people are allowed to say certain things, but the other group of people aren't allowed to say it because
because of this inherited guilt that has to be continuously knocked out and knocked out.
Yes. Yeah. If you, they had a guy that went out into the streets and they're asking questions. That if you look at 90% of the people in that country, they all want to just live together in peace. The politicians make it out to be, it's this government versus this government group. They hate each other, or they're saying white people hate the black people hate the white people. I've got so many different racial friends in South Africa, and everybody gets along so well. And then you get these guys that go out and do these polls and stuff, and everyone says the same thing. They all want to live in peace and harmony. But you've got politicians. There's the third biggest political group in South Africa called the EFF. And they literally on national TV they sing songs like "Kill the Farmers, Kill the Poor." Threats of whiteness, all this on TV. They actually played it in Donald Trump in White House. Donald Trump played the videos for the South African president. If you look at them, if you would say where South African president went to go see Donald Trump in White House about the terrorists, and Donald Trump ambushed him and played the videos for him, and he sat there with a mouthful of teeth, didn't know what to say.
See, it's not those extremists that you need to worry about. In SA, the real canary in the coal mine will be when the incumbent government starts having a go at the Indians. That tends to be the litmus paper for, if you have a look at Army when he kicked the Indians out of the country, that's the real tipping point.
Yeah, I guess, let's go ahead. Sorry. Yes, one of the groups, racial groups that are standing with the opposition are the Indians because they're getting discriminated as well. There's a huge
discriminate. These guys had like a period of history of slavery, which we called indentured servitude, but it's basically slavery. And they never, they never got their recognition for the atrocities that were committed against the Indian. They just got on with life.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. Do you think it's a net positive or a net negative for the country of Germany or Deutschland to be bringing in as many Muslim migrants as they did? Do you think it's helped their society or bad ones are the bad ones, and we should fight against them. But you know, there's a lot of good Muslims, and that was our argument.
I mean, if you go to somewhere, you know, in the south of Germany, you know, life is pretty comfortable that close to Switzerland.
Is there a lot of
towns like so Ravensburg, yeah. You have the mosque in Ravensburg. You have you know, what we would call integrated. The way of life is it's very different to like central Berlin, who, you know, if we have a look through, every living person in Berlin will have some memory of the hardships that the Second World War created in its wake. You know, even down to things like Google Maps. Google Maps was actually invented in Berlin in an art collective, stolen by Google, but you know, that's how big tech works.
So do you think Muslims are a net positive for the German culture, the people, and their future?
I'd say it depends where you go. Immigration is a positive if you're going to add people to an already functioning society. If you're stalling society by adding more people in, that don't have anything to contribute to an already existing system, or we saw with a lot of the people that turned up in New York, people that are prepared to come and actually build something anew. Then my question is,
turned out well for London?
I mean, when are we saying the immigration started? Because the Romans did, okay?
Oh no, I'm saying like the Muslim migration.
If you go into an area where you have effects. No, I'll answer it. You know, if you go into an area like Tower Hamlets, you have real problems. You know, kids that are growing up there with a chip on their shoulder because they don't feel like they really identify as the place that their parents came from, and they don't feel like they're accepted in the city that they find themselves in, and so they form not ghettos but cliques. That creates displaced and you know, disaffected youth who, you know, that creates some serious social problems. Especially when you start throwing fundamentalism into the mix, and a fundamentalism that hijacks that sense of displacement.
It was funny because we had this guy named Roy Field up here yesterday, and he was talking about how in the past, he claimed that in the past 10 years in the UK, they've only had about 10 honor killings by Muslims. So I just simple Google searched it, and it shows between 120 and 150 per year.
That we know of.
Yeah,
because they've gone through the court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muslims are amazing people. I think we should bring them all in.
The reality is that we've totally lost control of any semblance of society. There's no money in any of these systems to put the sort of radical policy in place that is required to restore balance and order.
Wait, I forgot to ask, you're moving to Dubai, right? Are you guys going to convert or no?
Well, I'm Quaker, my wife's Hindu. I don't think that we're about to give up bacon. So we're there for one reason and one reason alone, and that's the 0% income tax.
Have you seen the numbers of the people that are fleeing out of Dubai? Because they realize, oh shit, we can't drink and like live normal lives.
Europe's not that far away, to be fair. I'm more interested in raising our kids right, away from the ideologues, than I am about going out and getting on the piss.
Would you be okay if your kids came home and said they wanted to convert to Islam?
They're a ways away
from that, but sure, hypothetically, we'll talk about it. Thing is with kids, if you give them something to kick against, that's going to validate their reason to kick against it. F1, are you a dad?
Yes, 2 kids.
Bless you. Our next door neighbours, they're from SA, got 2 wonderful kids, and I've got to say that they're thriving. You know, Dad is a fantastically hard worker. Never had better neighbours. Genuinely nice human beings, like we'd happily. In fact, when our newborn first came to the world, they were some of the first people, aside from family, who came around and wet the baby's head.
Okay. Yeah, it's generally, like, I know a few people here, and just speaking on my own experience, like, I know how hard it is in SA to find a decent job, let alone, try and survive. But so when you have someone in SA working, like my employer I worked there for over 15 years for the same place, so you tend not to jump around. And then when we come over here, we used to that kind of mentality to work hard, don't jump around, don't mess around, do your work and go home. And I feel that's what a lot of them bring. There are some bad apples, but most of us really tend to, and I think that's why, because it's so difficult, keeping a job or finding a job. My experience of that's why I think most of us, like, when we have a job, we don't muck around.
Do you tend to find that there's a little bit of xenophobia in New Zealand, though, where
towards South Africans, or?
No, just generally towards people from overseas. I tend to feel it when you see, like, businesses that want to announce that they're Kiwi-owned and operated in a country where you can't buy property if you're not a resident or not a citizen.
Yeah, so that's an issue we had. We actually only this year we got our permanent residence approved.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. So we now just doing the time to get our citizenship. But that was a huge issue for us. Like we couldn't even look at looking at property or anything until we had residency. Never alone KiwiSaver, we couldn't even get KiwiSaver until we had residency. So it's not easy. Look, immigrating is so hard, especially when you leave half your family behind. But we did it for our kids' future, and it was the best decision we ever did. They're doing so well.
What do you make of the schools out here with all of the different indigenous healths and Matariki and all the sort of bundled in stuff that's not what we would normally call education?
Yeah, it's I mean, the schooling here compared to South Africa is quite vastly different. When we first came over to Gisborne, that's where I got my first visa when we immigrated, was Gisborne, and then took another job in Auckland, and then to Christchurch, Timaru, and then back to Christchurch. And we went to visit the school my daughter was going to go to, and it was so different. Like they were going to do a lot of play time and outdoor activities more than they would be in the classroom. And we were like, myself and the wife were just this is how they do it here, and we have to accept it. But now that like our kids are doing so well in school, top of their class almost, and teachers love them. Very popular in school, you know, good in sports, and couldn't be prouder.
Good on you, man. Really good on you. I'm glad that we met.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I might drop you a DM, some contact details when I was to hook up maybe sometime in CrossFit. Grab a coffee or
That'd be cool. Yeah. There's not a lot going on in Leaston.
No.
I'd say wait for this storm to blow over first. That's gonna kick us in the pants. A mate up in Auckland saying that it really is quite a big one coming through.
Yeah, I believe there's a nasty storm coming through. Because I'm in Wellington for 2 weeks, and from tomorrow there's like 100% rain, so it's not going to be fun.
Well, to be fair, that means that Newtown's going to get a wash.
I'll just drop you a DM real quick.
If you're stuck for something to do and you end up at Calendar Girls, let me know.
Got contacts?
Yeah, I've got some contacts there. My former boss, I've resigned now. I tried to resign from this company for 3 years in a row. Originally we came over because on Stack Overflow, I was sat there screaming at someone that was clearly quite undeveloped as a dev, and they were asking questions about how to password protect Excel files, and they were sharing stuff that had people's medical details on it, and I figured it out pretty quickly. And I worked out that the people that were handling the call center work for COVID, they were sharing the entire country's medical information on unpassword protected Excel spreadsheets. This came out because the company, and I won't say who the company's name, but it rhymes with Home Care Medical or something like that. So when I came over and built them a simple, isolated database to be able to run their call flow, I turned up at the heads of department meeting and just put a hard drive on the table that had the entire country's medical history on it. And I said, look, basically, 1, I shouldn't be able to assemble that. 2, I shouldn't be able to assemble that without setting off a lot of fucking alarms before I get anywhere near doing it. And 3, I shouldn't be able to do that and walk in here and have to explain what I've done to you, because if I hadn't have brought this up, you would have been none the wiser.
Yeah. You should be in handcuffs, prison cells locked away somewhere.
But it wasn't hard enough to down. So they looked at those suggestions, and 2 years later, they hire us again because the budget that they were running to Fata Water off of was on a single Excel spreadsheet. The entire company, $23 billion was spent. And this is being administrated on a single Excel spreadsheet, and they fucking password protected it and forgot the password. Now, they tried to hire us to brute force the password. It had to be explained to them that would require more compute resource than New Zealand has in country, and to get that resource piped in from Australia would mean that enterprise would see a noticeable reduction in service bringing that resource across from Australia. Yeah, what does that mean? It's like
the same people that were responsible for that fuck up are still in their jobs. It doesn't surprise me. And yeah, no, that I think that yeah, no, I should be alright. It's probably sounds okay, but in an age where we're literally able to create vast armies of intelligence, and China's really moving in on the AI space now. I don't know, I just feel like we're at a point where we can no longer wing it. We have to take national security seriously when it comes to like our intellectual operation security. We have to take that shit seriously. Enough's enough. Anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll get off it now. If you quickly don't want to go for that coffee after hearing me go off like a little political rant.
So, you got the password. They the Valkyrie trials.
Americans always think that Maori people are, you know, living in reservations somewhere.
Oh no, right now they're like intermittent the general population. They seem like very intelligent people.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say pejoratively. I would say that the people who are the worst offenders of just utter incompetence are usually the people that have got their job as a result of some sort of hiring practice which seems like it's being nice to people that haven't had a chance before. You know, which in New Zealand, so in New Zealand, we tend to consider women to be like a minority group, and there's quite a few people who are incompetent at their jobs. That's what I'll say.
I got you.
Anything to do with MBIE or Ministry of Social Development, just if you're expecting something to get done on budget, on time, you know, forget it. What you're more likely to find is that they were going to do everything that they were contracted to do, but instead what they ended up doing was they went on a workshop for something that was completely irrelevant, but it pandered to sort of just Cinderella style. But they're a small group. We have to recognise this group as free lunches all round. Reason only, we move all of our companies into a owner-operated.
I'll say when do you like y'all leave it signed up. What do you want to talk about?
PTO.
I want to talk some bit. Yeah, I got a 7, a 5, and a 3-year-old. They're pretty amazing.
Oh, God bless.
Amazing.
Are you a girl dad or a boy dad?
I mean, I'd say the person I'm closest with is my daughter. She's also the oldest, though.
So, all of the trouble here is just about to hit me, brother. You're going to be sat there thinking, how can I hit a boyfriend with a spade and make it look like an accident?
Also, I have sons and we live in Texas, so he gets away with it. If he starts any kind of fuck shit, then I'll just shoot him and call the police, and the police will show up and shake my hand. They just seems funny and wings. Yeah, I can't blame him.
Oh, yeah. You know what's great? Why we come to Texas?
Dude, Texas is the fucking best. Oh my god. I moved here in 2017, and I love it. So there's no limits.
So in California?
No, Florida.
Oh wow.
I mean, Florida's a
I
very,
knew that there was a big.
yeah, Florida's a very conservative state as well, for the most part, but, I mean, nothing compares to fucking Texas. I mean, there's no limitation on blades, so if you want to walk around with you know, a katana, you want to walk around with a fucking sword or a long sword, you can just walk around and the police can't say anything to you. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to stab somebody or something, you know, but if you're just walking around with it held on your back or something, or, you know, or a machete or something, you can just walk around. Same thing when it comes to firearms, for handguns and rifles, like AR-15s and AKs, you can conceal and or only carry constitutionally, meaning that you don't have to have any type of permit, which they just changed a couple years ago because of the Biden administration was threatening to restrict federal background checks. And you have to go through a federal background check just to get a carry concealed weapon permit, even though it's from the state of Texas. So Greg Abbott, the governor, was like, well, fuck that. We'll just make it constitutional carry as long as you're not mentally adjudicated, as long as you're not a felon, as long as you're over 21 for handguns and 18 for long rifles. You can just buy one and fucking carry it anywhere you want. So, I mean, there's certain restrictions in federal courthouses or, you know, lieutenant courtroom or something like that. But certain places like that, you can't go in with a firearm. But, I mean, if you want to walk into a fucking, you know, grocery store or something like that with a pistol on your side, I mean, they can trespass you for the property
a lot of them got into the hands of criminals, after being given to the police.
Well, Jacinda, after the Christchurch shooter sent the manifesto to Jacinda's office with an email saying, "I'm going on a murder spree now." Jacinda brought in gun control here in New Zealand, and that has been such a fantastically well managed and organised. At one point, the police in Auckland accidentally leaked the entire database of all of the home gun owners. As a spate of burglaries.
That's why there'll never be a registry in the United States. That's exactly why.
Tuna, if you want to hear something hysterical about Texas, so the Biden had been floating the ideal of taking away long rifles from American citizens, and Governor Greg Abbott came out and said, listen, the first fucking police department that gets fucking state funding, the first one that goes to arrest the person for possession of a long rifle, he said, I will cut all the funding from the fucking state that I can to your department, and it will stay that way until you release the person. So pretty much every police department in the entire state was like, they all like shook hands, looked at each other, and head nodded. They're like, yep, we're not touching anybody. It doesn't matter if Biden came out tomorrow and said, hey, we're taking all the long rifles away, y'all need to start enacting this. Even the fucking constitutional amendment, whatever. Abbott was like, no. He's like, I don't give a fuck what they say. You're not taking their fucking guns away, and I will punish the fuck out of you. And I love it.
My favourite, and I know that you don't live in Florida anymore, but when it comes to law enforcement, my favourite criminal story from Florida has to be the lady that was
went to the police department at the note.
Oh no, God, there's so many to choose from. Now my favourite one has to be the lady that was charged with assault with a deadly weapon in a drive-through because she threw an alligator at the lady at the drive-through.
That sounds like Florida.
The deadly weapon was the alligator.
Yeah,
that tracks. Florida tracks.
It's between that one. It's between that one and the dude that was out drinking and all his buddies got arrested. So he broke into the police station jail because he missed his buddies. He was charged with trespassing.
You live in Texas, right?
No, I'm in Nebraska. My daughter lives in Dallas.
I knew you were somewhere. Okay, yeah, it's your daughter.
Yeah, my daughter lives in Dallas.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to the foreigners how amazing Texas is.
Well, we also don't need. We could open carry. We can conceal carry. No permit. All I do. Well, my first gun purchase many years ago. You just get a sheriff background check, simple background check. That's it.
Yeah, see, Kentucky has constitutional open carry, but they don't have constitutional conceal. So if you want to conceal, you have to go get a license. Or there's reciprocity. There's from like if you have a Florida ID, current like a CCW, current concealed weapons permit,
right?
Then you can conceal carry in Kentucky in places.
Yeah, here and in Texas, you just should assume that most people are carrying. They just have a daily carry and that they have on them. So, you just should assume that.
Yeah, there's that old like saying. I don't know if it's a saying. It's like a little parable story, but it says that there's a little old lady and she's driving down the road in her 1970s big giant boat car. She gets pulled over by the cops, and the police officer stops her, and he says, ma'am, do you have anything in the car that I need to be worried about, or any firearms or anything? And she's like, I got a 45 in the glove box, a 357 in my purse, I got a 12 gauge underneath the seat, and I got a hunting rifle in the trunk. And then the police officer asked her, he's like, ma'am, what are you so, and she's like 85 years old. He's like, what are you so scared of? And she said, not a damn thing.
Exactly. when you, well, there is a sense of, and especially if you know how to use them, right? You don't worry as much, and especially being a woman, I travel for work. I also hunt and fish. So if I'm alone, I've got my dog, I'm carrying, I do feel a sense of a little bit more security.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
I'm a millennial. I'm 40 years old, and I am addicted to my phone. I use my phone for so much shit, and my wife gets on me because she says I'm addicted to it. But I will leave my house and be like, fuck, I forgot my cell phone. And I'm like, damn it. And I'm like, oh, but I got my pistol. But if I don't have my pistol, if I have my cell phone and I don't have my pistol, I'm turning the fuck around. I don't care if I'm 5 miles on the road or 10 kilometers, whatever. I am turning around to go get my fucking pistol because I'm not going to be caught slipping. I'm not going to go into the grocery store and then some fucking dickhead decides to go fucking postal because he got fired last week and go with a machete or something, you know, and just fucking start killing people.
Speaking of machetes,
I only used machete because I didn't want to justify, you know, the other people saying, oh, if there wasn't any guns, he couldn't have came in with a gun.
Yeah. Well, I gotta tell you, lately on my local news, it is not shootings I'm hearing about, it's fucking cuttings.
Yep.
Every night. What is going on? I'm of a certain age, I'm just gonna be honest. We didn't have cuttings.
Well, hey, did you see that
Michigan?
news story? Yeah, I think it was Michigan.
Wild. Yeah.
And the guy went into like Walmart and he fucking started stabbing like 5 people or something.
In
and then he
Michigan.
gets outside. Yeah, and he gets outside, and they said in the news report that 2 citizens helped apprehend the criminal.
Yeah,
before the police arrived. Yeah, and they forgot to mention that it was a black dude with a fucking pistol pointing at his fucking face saying, "Get on the fucking ground."
Exactly. And the other one was the other one's a Marine.
Yeah. But they forgot, they just, you know, fucking selectively forgot shit that the one guy had a fucking carrying concealed weapon and fucking pulled his pistol and was threatening. Like, you should have mentioned that. Like, oh yeah, armed man with a firearm stops, you know, assailant. You know.
It was sort of an important addition to the story, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Tina.
When I hear people say stuff like, oh, well, if you didn't have any guns, then there wouldn't be any shootings, I'm just tempted to say, yeah, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, but she's fucking not.
Oh, yeah. But you gotta be careful because some libtard will come up on the stage and be like, but if you went into the grocery store and the bad guy didn't have a gun, then you wouldn't need a gun either. It's like, well, what if he comes in with a fucking machete? Like they're doing in Europe, and they're doing
this guy that the guy in question that we're talking about didn't have a gun. He cut 11 people.
Yeah.
11
One
people.
died.
And one died. He didn't have a gun.
Yep.
And you know what? My question is, watching the video, if the man would have shot him, would he have gone to jail immediately?
Depends on the state. In Texas, fuck no.
Oh no.
They would have showed up.
Not here either.
They would have shook his fucking hand, slapped that black guy in the back, and said, "Thank you, sir. You want a job at the police department? We'll get you a job at the sheriff's deputy."
Well, it's too bad he didn't finish him off.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because now he's just taxpayers' money and a waste of fucking money.
Yeah, see, I'm of the mind that, and I've always been raised this way, and I had some fucking dumb bitch that I was talking to last week. On 4th of July, there was a guy that went up to, it was a black dude in the hood, and he went up into the hood, and they were doing fireworks, and he seen some other black guy that he had a beef with, and he started shooting at him, and he shot fucking 3 people, and then he started to, like, try to take off, so the police were chasing him, and then one cop showed up and, like, got in a gunfight with him, but he didn't, like, kill the guy, he only hit him, like, once or twice, and the guy was still shooting at him. And the guy was like reloading, shooting at the cops. Well, like 5 squad cars pulled in, and they just fucking, they heard one gunshot, and they all mag dumped. And they're like, oh, did you see the video? This lady was like, oh, did you see the video? And why didn't they shoot him in the leg? And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like,
wow.
It's just like, why didn't they shoot him in the leg? And they didn't have to shoot him that many times. And I'm like, this all happened within the span of like 5 seconds. It It was like one gunshot. One gunshot happened. The first officer started magged up, and the second officer heard gunshots, so he assumes that it's the bad guy, or there's a reason the first officer's shooting, and then he starts magged up. Next thing you know, you got 5 officers all magged up and simultaneously, and then the sixth one usually yells out, "Cease fire! Cease fire! Cease fire! Stop firing!" You know, they have to stop everybody because they're all fucking amped up, and it's just bullshit. I told the lady, I said, listen, I said, any time that I have to pull my firearm, I am not pulling the firearm to present it. I'm not doing like that guy did in fucking northern Michigan, pull the pistol out, the guy's been stabbing people and shit. You don't pull the pistol out and be like, get on the fucking ground. No, you pull the fucking shit out and you shoot that motherfucker. You shoot to kill, because she's talking about shooting with the leg. I'm like, no, you go center mass. You go from the groin area to the fucking neck, which is, the abdomen area. You hit the abdomen, you're trying to hit vital organs, and you keep shooting until the fucking threat is neutralized. You don't fucking try to shoot him one time and be like, oh, he's down. Well, there's been so many instances where police officers or people have shot people, and they're like, oh, he's down, he's laying on the ground, he's obviously dead. And then the guy gets up and fucking starts shooting or fucking stabbing him. It's like,
these dudes have never watched action films where the bad guy comes back for one last shot.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been situations like that where the guy's been laying on the ground and he rolls over and he starts shooting the cops.
And he's not aiming for their legs.
No, he's trying to fucking kill them. But yeah.
Hold on, what day is George Floyd's celebration day?
I don't know, and I think he can go fuck himself. I hope he's burning in hell. That motherfucker was crying for his mom before they even fucking touched him. He was sitting in the car, he's like, Mama, I'm dying. They're like, he was crying for his mama. And I'm like, yeah, he's crying for his mama when he knew he's about to go to fucking prison, passing fucking counterfeit money and fucking high as shit, driving.
So did he die from drug overdose or?
Oh no, they said that he had marijuana, methamphetamine, fentanyl, and a bunch of other fucking shit that he had in his system all the time, same time. And then he had an enlarged heart because he's 6'7", and he had hypertension and all this kind of shit. And then on top of that, they placed their fucking knee on his back, and it caused him to fucking, compress his chest and have a heart attack. And they're like, oh, they asphyxiated and choked him to death. It's like, no, he had his knee on his fucking shoulder blades. He was trying to pin a 6'7" fucking giant in his heart.
Is it too soon to start marketing George Floyd and Halo?
Yeah, there was a similar situation that happened with this morbidly obese guy that was fighting the police, and the police were wrestling on the ground, and he just fucking had a heart attack and died. It's like, dude, if you got fucking heart problems, don't fight the fucking cops. If you're 20 years old, you got a fucking perfect physical shit. If you want to wrestle around the cops, it's fine, but if you know you're amped up on fucking 17 different drugs and you got heart problems, you probably shouldn't be fighting the cop.
So, do you think that the media is incentivizing to fight cops?
Does the media incentivize it?
Yeah, sounds good to me to fight cops and they
Well, I mean, even if they don't have it,
I would think represents the best guy, to be honest.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, even if they don't have a gun, yeah. I mean, you're taking the chance.
I would say the same thing about those colors being big. Colors, they deserve that. Why are they moving out of that too?
That's a hot take. I haven't heard of.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, I mean, you agree with the George Floyd thing. I agree with you on that. Any person that puts himself in a position, he knows the other side is home right and he needs to sit down. Like, he's right.
Agreed.
I got arrested by an officer who I have a history with. Jumped up judge, found not guilty. But this
grab the bridge of his nose and say, "Are you sure what you're saying this time?" Yeah, no, I definitely remember it. I just misspoke in my sworn statement. We're like, okay, because the conversation that you're saying, yeah, this person made these statements in, that was recorded too, and that was played afterwards, so they've got somewhat of a bee in their bonnet about me. So I did a bit of research and found that her brother actually died in a boating accident when he was too drunk and he crashed into the side of a former Navy frigate. And all I said during the arrest, while they were deliberately trying to use the handcuffs in order to exert pain on my wrist, I said, "Jesus, you're a worse cop than your brother was a boat captain." And I had the shit kicked out of me in the cells, like probably turned upside down, rolled into a pretzel. And yeah, fucking, alright, I've got some bruises, but totally fucking worth it. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Actually, Masanda, I would say like my biggest criticism of Israel, honestly, is the disappointment and the anger and frustration in the state of Israel in not buying bombers from the United States. Because if they did have bombers, then they could carpet bomb Gaza, and this would be over a lot quicker. But that's probably my biggest criticism of Israel.
I don't know. I think. I mean, I'm the worst country to them. I think if that were.
No, it seems like they don't want bombers because they don't want to long. And like, I wish they had bombers, because if they had bombers, because then they could carpet bomb Gaza, and it would just be so much easier. We would have to have IDF soldiers dying. We wouldn't have to like have this conflict continue and all this shit. Like, we could just carpet bomb Gaza and get them like rip the Band-Aid off, you know?
Yeah,
Then we could build the water part of Gaza.
I think the blood red from using cluster bombs also. I had something like that.
Yeah, I just
it shouldn't take this long to like take down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it shouldn't take this long to take down a couple because I'm like country just like what's the thing on gas what's the chlorine gas? The thing Hitler used chlorine gas, throw it down there, tunnel and kill everything inside. That's
So I can copy.
Is there any chance that we could go to the UN for a binding resolution to change the Palestinian flag to one that uses neon colours, like with the vests and the sites? Well, that way you'd be able to see Hamas holes from further away. Others.
I don't know. I think Israel, the US, I think they're very harsh on individuals. I don't know. There's a lot of hesitation. I know people cry or whatever. Like the US, I mean, they think that he's gonna stop doing this. It's shocking. I said, all the bombs America has. It's crazy.
Realistically, America has the military might to turn around and say, right, you are going to solve this in the next 5 days, or we're going to bomb the Kaaba, and go and bomb the Kaaba, flatten it, and just turn around and say, right, who wants to argue, then get away with that.
Blacks. And you blacks.
No. That was just a statement. There was no punchline in that one. Yeah, and I think that with increasing partisanship and political and social unrest in the world, we're going to start seeing politicians put out options like that. No, not in the very far future.
I think maybe it's going to be that's their power. So I think the nation, whatever, need to really find a way to either not depend heavily on Saudi oil or to quickly build that
like you said, these people have guns. They would just wake up in the morning and say, fuck it, we're shooting everything in sight.
That's it was under the influence from inside. So yeah, so it's
I saw this there.
yeah. Yeah, it's a joke, to say the least.
Yeah, Wasanda loves the United States so much.
Oh, no, it's not. I love money. I'm like, there's something really looks now. Awesome.
Glory. Oh, God, feel sorry for you.
Yeah, it's a shit.
I believe in the Blue Mountains in Pretoria. I mean, that looks nice.
Just don't stop at any traffic lights. Just daytime, nighttime, just drive through them when it's really free. Yeah, you're right, but that's not tourism. I get what you
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, Zimbabwe, you know, I saw that guy from Muscle Sort of say, he feels safe for the whole thing. He puts this great bridge and enters Zimbabwe. That's a fair truth.
That's something that's true because I've been to Zimbabwe. I've been there before on holiday again, doing some tiger fishing, and I tell you what, the locals are so warm and welcoming. You know, I went right into the township with them, around the shops and stuff. You feel like the one came to you and said, "You don't need to worry about a single thing. No one here will touch you. You can go anywhere you want, do anything you want. No one will touch you." But South Africa, it's a different story, bro.
In South Africa, if you kill somebody, you shoot a kid. Like our American brothers here, you can go kill him.
Well, this is what I was. That's one of the things I wanted to say when talking about like in Texas, in South Africa, where people are too scared to use their firearms because even though you can prove your life's in danger, you still have like a 90% chance of going to jail.
Well, yeah, we have states like that in the U.S. that, so we have what they call castle doctrine or stand your ground. So, yeah, castle doctrine means I can protect my house with any type of force. Stand your ground means that I don't have to retreat to another room. If you're in California, there's no stand your ground. So if you're sitting on your couch and some fucking meth head comes in with a butcher knife and kicks in your front door, you're sitting on the couch with your girl, and even if you got your pistol sitting there on the fucking table, you have to physically get up and try to retreat to like the bedroom. And then if the person pursues you and kicks down the bedroom door, then you're justified in killing. Texas, I can fucking pick up my pistol and shoot right in the door. I can even go farther than that. So in the state of Texas, I can also protect my own property and stuff, and that extends even to being
I make more money than you, sir. Respectfully, you should worship my feet.
Yeah, well, one thing I was gonna say is my wife's super conservative. She wouldn't interrupt, man. She's a little different. But I can guarantee you one thing, somebody breaks in this fucking house, she's picking up that rifle with those 5.56s, and she's gonna be fucking set them down fucking range. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm as conservative as they get, but I know actually who to listen to and who not to. There's a difference, and a wise person, man or woman, discerns the difference.
Agreed.
So agreed is fair.
Not to say I'm digging, but why do people use GDP as a measure?
It means that we do a little better here, sir. We do a little better. We maybe have a formula. Well, I honestly feel like some of these countries that are like, women shouldn't. I'm sorry, but look at what y'all created. Absolutely fucking nothing.
It's a quantitative measure of society's output, so it's sort of a common barometer.
Why not use Human Development Index? American expansion. Because that's actually measures how better the people actually are.
Yeah, give me a measure.
Not billionaire making more money.
Even poor people make more money than you, sir. What do you have?
One of the things I was gonna mention.
You're funny, man.
One of the things I was gonna mention.
Buddy, this is true.
One of the things I was gonna mention is here in the United States, anybody and everybody within the United States has the ability to make as much fucking money as they want. But in your shithole fucking country, Masanda, it doesn't matter if you're a fucking 170 IQ fucking Mensa member and you like have all the fucking best things going for you, you can still live in those fucking squalor fucking mud huts in those fucking ghettos with all the fucking trash piled up and fucking sewage water running through your entire middle of your fucking city. And there's absolutely zero chance that that person will ever make anything of themselves. There's zero upward mobility in your fucking rat hole country.
Sandra, I thought you were in SA. It sounds like you live in Atlanta.
Yeah.
No, man, I live in SA. No, I mean, these are just words at the end of the day. Look, all I'm saying is GDP, I think, is the worst thing to measure if you're talking about success.
Of course you would say that.
Of course right. It's the worst thing.
Let's pick a different measurement that doesn't matter.
So Al,
How many millions of people do we have in the United States that come from absolutely fucking nothing and grew up in the worst of fucking conditions and now are fucking multimillionaires?
And those people are the very people who will tell you, God bless America. Yeah. It is Americans who do not understand what we have. It is always the people who come here who are like, my God, yes, I made all kinds of money. My life is better. I have freedom to actually speak like I'm speaking right now, and nobody will be knocking on the door.
Yeah, so many of those fucking Indians from fucking Andhra Pradesh and fucking Hyderabad that lived in fucking shithole squalors are now making fucking, $300,000-$400,000 a year in fucking tech.
Yeah, the Indians crack.
Okay, so just playing devil's advocate here for a moment on El's point, and I respect El. The point that's being made is that the countries with the largest GDPs are the best places to live, but
I didn't say all countries. I didn't say all countries.
Okay, because I was going to shoot that one down, because the largest GDP per capita goes Singapore, Luxembourg, Qatar, Ireland. America doesn't feature until position 9, and there are some shit countries like Macau, Brunei. Those are not places that you want to live.
Those countries are the side of Rhode Island, respectfully.
Ireland? That's
okay, they might get Pennsylvania.
No. Fucking, I looked at a thing. Fucking, what's the size of fucking the entire UK? UK's like the size of fucking, it's like the size of PA.
It's actually landmass. It's closer to Colorado.
Okay, Colorado's fucking small.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, it's
No, it only looks big on the map because of Mercator projection. I was just seeing in this room if I could throw a snug premise in. Elle caught it, but yeah, the fact that Ireland's on the mix, it's all American tax haven money that makes Ireland.
Exactly.
And so yeah, I managed to sneak my premise. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know the 7,100 islands of the Philippines land mass is the size of Arizona. It's kind of fucking crazy.
When it comes to Singapore, what are we actually calling land?
Oh.
Is it this mud and pond over here?
I love Singapore. I fucking hate Singapore at the same time.
Listen, there are lots of great places in the world. I'm not trying to throw shade on the very lovely places in the world, because there are. The issue is the whole women shouldn't speak, the whole, you know, and I'm speaking to a larger issue, and that is the lack of freedoms in the world. And I actually think that leads to poverty. It leads to uprisings, and the people will eventually either just fucking give up, like a lot of countries you see you to yourself. Why do the people not rise up? They've been so whipped. They have been so downtrodden by their governments, they don't even give a shit anymore. And that's why Americans will never give up guns. Americans would rather die than give up their guns, because we've seen what the...
On the flip side of that same issue though, Al, do we have to go so far to the opposite end of the extreme that we end up with Amber Heard?
Amber could have been from anywhere, let's be honest. But, yeah.
I set up a website called amberheardsturds.com. I'm amazed how many people...
News coverage. That's crazy.
Oh, but it was of the era, isn't it? Like we have this 7-year itch, and we have to kill our newsworthy entertainment darlings.
That's true.
7 years before that, we had Harvey Weinstein and all of these monsters that had to be revealed as the predators that they were. But it ended up a witch hunt that went too far, and so yeah, they wanted the newsworthiness on both ends of that spectrum.
Also, Masanda, one of the grievances, like I said, I have a grievance with Israel about not getting bombers. One of the grievances that I would say that I have with God or Yahweh is that he didn't put Gaza farther away so we could nuke it.
You're talking about New Zealand.
I've always wanted to see a nuke in real life, bro. I agree with that. I always want to see a real nuke. I always wanted Robben Island to be nuked, just so I know what it looks like. Oh shit, so that's a real nuke. Because as far as I know, I always thought that shit was racist.
Oh, wait. Are you taking the Barthology opinion that a belief that you don't think nukes actually exist because you've never seen?
I mean, bro.
Wait, Masanda, what shape? Hold on, Masanda, what shape is the Earth?
No, man, I'm not all like a flat earth. Come on.
Oh,
look, what I'm saying
what shape is it though?
I just said I want to say.
Yeah, what shape is it?
Yeah,
elliptical spheroid.
Yeah, I know. I would have accepted round. I would have accepted.
Oh my God, you thought I was gonna say circle? It's a circle, right? That's what you thought I was gonna say.
No, I thought you were gonna say flat.
Flat. I told you I'm not a flat earther, bro. I'm not.
Yeah, you think that thermonuclear weapons are tough?
No. I said I want to see it with my own eyes. So only
honestly, if they had nuclear testing right now, I would pay for your plane ticket to go watch it. And I hope you stare at it hard.
I wouldn't watch it with my own eyes.
Watch it with your eyes. But you know what? Better yet,
I wouldn't watch it with my own eyes.
Put your hands over your eyes, and you'll be fine. I promise.
No, I wouldn't watch it with my own eyes. I just said I would just like to see. So that's what it looks like when they were born.
Yo, Tuna, did you ever hear about the English sailors that they were watching one of the testing, and they had their hands over their eyes? And they said that they could see the bones inside their hands as the testing went on.
No, but I heard about the Irishman that had his hands over his nuts and told them how bright it was. Well, I'm being unable to find them in the room.
That's what I want to happen to Masada with his essay at fucking education.
Did you see those?
Some of the good people.
Did you see that video of those Japanese when they returned to ashes? I would just like to see what really happened after that shit. Like they were all like pasted into the floor. Like what's that Marvel guy on Marvel? His name is
Mr. Manhattan.
Sentry. No. Sentry. He has this power to change people into like dust.
Yeah, so does Mr. Manhattan.
I don't know. I just always wanted to see that. Yeah, Mr. Manhattan too. Yeah.
The nuclear weapons dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was so bright. The Asians are still squinting.
I
knew that was
come on.
as soon as you started to say.
You've seen those AR movies, videos of like, it's cool now. You can open your eyes with like Superman grabbing like a Chinese woman. It's like they're already open.
There you go, Masada. There's what you wanted to see in F1's PTR.
Yeah, but I just want to see it like, look, like, yeah, I know nuclear fission is real, of course, right? We use it every day with our nuclear plants. But all I'm saying is, I
bet you're taking the pathology of man. He's like, I don't believe in nukes because I've never seen it. I don't believe the Earth is round because I've never seen it.
Yeah, but none of these people ever want to put money together and go to space, with their own rockets and see themselves. They all just want to live in this pseudoism.
I mean, I don't know if I'll pay for the Blue Origin trip for you, but I definitely will pay for the illegal weapon testing.
I'm never getting that Blue Origin.
Stand within a couple miles and stare.
I've already told all these people that whoever, unless that thing is made of graphene, I don't trust them. That's just me. I think if you're trying to build anything, it shouldn't be super hard on the applicants. It should be something, not the average Joe, but the average graduate will be able to build.
So I started looking up Weinstein and
Weinstein. There's the pedophile one, or the rapist, sorry, the rape, not the pedophile, that's Epstein. There's the pedophile one, and then there's the two brothers, one's a physicist and one's a mathematician, but they have almost identical sounding names. Brett and Michael, isn't it? Weinstein. And then there's, Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein is the one that I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's the director, yeah.
Well, not anymore. The only thing that he's directing is well,
did they let him out, or is he still in?
I remember, was it Ken Williams that if Weinstein looked like Andrew Cavill or Brad Pitt, I don't think a lot of people would look at those.
Oh, dude, I said okay.
To the point of a lot of producers that are photogenic. That's why they're behind the camera.
There's a comedian, what the fuck's his name? Gary something, the white guy that's married to the black chick. And he always does like black comedy shows. And he was talking about, he said, all you women sit there and complain about a cat calling and all this kind of shit. And he's like, the only cat get pissed off from the cat calling because the men that are cat calling you aren't attractive. But if you look like Shamarma or fucking Wesley Snipes or something like that, then you wouldn't have any problem with him cat calling and shit. And then also women will sit there and they'll say, black women will say, well, I wouldn't fuck a white guy, or I wouldn't fuck some like the average white guy. And he's like, the guy was like, George Costanza from fucking Seinfeld who's worth like $100 million. Suck his fucking skin off his fucking dick.
No, it could even be happening. I mean, it also is.
No, I know, but like the argument is, you know, that the average woman will bitch and complain about, you know, the average guy catcalling them and be like, "Damn, you got nice titties," or giving them a compliment. Even with like these modern women, they'll be like, "I can't believe you're like so sexist and, you know, misogynistic that you want to say that I have a beautiful smile." But if he looks like some gorgeous fucking dude, you know, and he's like super fucking rich, then no problem.
You know what? I can't do it anymore because, you know, I'm married and I've got to be a grown up. But I should have tried that. I should have tried catcalling women with catcalls like, "I'm worth $12.5 million."
Yeah, women don't give a shit.
They're giving it to you like a great. But I just wonder, why not just go to Russia? Harvey Weinstein. Why not just fuck the prostitutes in Russia where it's illegal? Why do all that shit in there?
Yeah, because between him and the airport, there's a prison.
Well, he's saying prior to, he's saying back in the day, why didn't go to Russia or the Philippines or Thailand or something, just fuck hookers.
You know, that's why a lot of these wealthy Americans go. They go to Dubai, they sleep with all these Russian prostitutes. I'm still in all that. That's how they live. They go back to America. Right? When they know no one's going to pay no consequences for any of this action.
Dubai does have extradition treaties, and yeah, you could never skirt diplomacy. It doesn't matter how much money you've got in the world.
Is it true that the Netherlands have a taxation for those people? How can you tax the prostitutes? It's crazy. But I'm just saying, there's a taxation in a lot of these countries, outside of the US, where they do a lot of this stuff. I do it in the US. I think it was stricter in Israel. Maybe he thought it was untouchable.
Prostitution is legal here in New Zealand, and they do charge goods and sales tax onto prostitution. So, you know, one way or the other, you're getting fucked.
Yeah, but you came horrible for that.
I want to meet the dude who has seriously put into his tax return. You write it down as a legitimate business expense. Entertainment. So you're going to take your clients around to a whore. Look at this pole.
Is the way of smoking wrong taxation? I need home.
My former boss, he's a fantastic functioning alcoholic. Australian bloke who I've had to talk back into 3 different lifetime bans from 3 Wellington strip clubs. The last one, I've got no idea how I managed to achieve it, because he got a lifetime ban again from the same place, but this time because he punched a little person in a wheelchair in the face. That's a really hard thing to hear, that you're being tasked with the negotiations to talk him back into a club that has said, generally speaking, we don't want
experience is when you marry an Afrikaans woman, your hair falls out.
Yeah, I was looking at it before I made the comment, and I was like, I think I've read on this, because every time I see whites out in South Africa, they always have, if they don't have a receding hairline, they always have the widow's peaks, you know, it goes up on the two sides, and it like recedes back. And I was looking at a couple images, and I was like, white South African men, and I was like, yeah, I was right, you're fine. Yeah, it's really regular in a lot of my German family members.
Yeah, a lot's not easy being South African. Something else.
It's like the same. It's like the same exact like the people got some more like I'm more in the US, the others are like now we're from South Africa. It's like all the same family.
But you must understand, you stay West South African family.
What's that? No, it's about hair. It's about hair.
Yeah, but I mean, you know the types of white. They talk about Afrikaners, they talk about English.
Well, what's the one that starts with B? Borders or borders, whatever.
I don't know, that's why are you a board or are you English?
English. Ja, Makaplan. Ja, ik is Engels hoor. Ik kan niet Afrikaans praten. Ik kan niet een beetje.
Ik kan niet Afrikaans praten, nee. Ik kan niet Afrikaans I don't like the language right now. I'm fine right now. I'm fine with English. I don't like the language.
Yeah, this is a me instead of which who speaks all the dudes in different languages. It's all the same thing. Like I said, everybody in the Midwest who's to the German descent know how to sing those speaks. I have a little bit about it.
Yeah, I'm not that bad, but I'm far away.
Yeah. I guess I'm the black ball.
So dark.
I just looked at your picture and mine's about the same.
Oh, okay. That's an AR picture of myself that I made. So, pretty sick, mate.
That's M16, isn't it? What is that AR?
I'm not sure. I just took off Battlefield. Sure,
The ejection tool looks like an M16.
Oh, you made the video for that. I don't know. I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
I know what you meant.
No, I was just saying that's my picture.
Oh, is that you?
I always confuse you with mountain. You're not mountain, right? You're the other thing. I always confuse you with it.
No.
I know you're the same though. You, mountain, Marshall, and Manville.
No.
Manville. Who's your brother with Manville? Another guy with Manville. Comes in and
I know.
So, looking at the Weinstein case, he's eligible for release when he's 87, except for this retrial that he's going through at the moment. This is really the test to see whether he'll ever see the outside of a jail for the rest of his life.
Okay, because I seen TVs out in the jail still or something like that. I don't think it was just for court proceedings or something in the retrial. But he wasn't like a jumpsuit handcuffs and jail. I didn't know it was maybe it was
He's on Rikers Island.
Oh, he is.
I think they let him wear a suit for court.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, they treat the rich people. Yeah.
director that was up there was like the likes of Kubrick.
I don't know. You get
Roman
Polanski.
Polanski.
Thank you. Yeah, where did Roman Polanski went to?
He's in France, I believe.
Oh, he's still alive. He's 91 years old, and yeah, he's in Paris. That wouldn't happen today if for his crimes.
But what do you think? Look, I'm not the way it sounds, because people may think I'm supposed to. But I'm just wondering, how do you even get yourself into a mindset of trying to stick with the child? Like, personally, I don't know, I do find it a little bit cringy, or at least, I'm saying for me, a child is really unattractive. Like, obviously it's wrong, but also the part where it's unattractive to me. So I do ask myself, like, how do you even get to a point where you're attracted? You know?
Lisandro, imagine if it could be explained to you, then you'd understand it. If you understood it, then you'd probably have that same mental illness.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe, but
well, no, because
I don't think it's an attraction. I'm thinking, I don't think it's an attraction. Maybe I think it's just, I just love doing this thing to somebody who's vulnerable. I think that's what it is.
So
I don't think it's an attraction. There's so many women in the world.
Louis C.K. had this whole bit about pedophilia where he's talking about how it doesn't matter who you are on the planet, you know that crime carries the worst penalties, and you know, you're not going to be protected for the rest of your life. You're going to be in danger. Like, pedophiles have to know that that's, you know, the consequence for basically the worst crime that there is. And yet they're still compelled to do it. That has to be a mental illness.
Have you been to Afghanistan?
Not personally.
Exactly. It's like a guy got arrested for sleeping with a 60-year-old instead of a 9-year-old, because she was too young. That's the world you live in.
Oh, it's because his penis didn't fit the old girl.
Man, that's the world you live in. So it's like, I think it's elected, man. I think a lot of these Arabian nations, they do this and they just don't put it down on paper. I think this shit happens more than you think. Like passport bros. Sure, not the passport bros. Do you think a lot of those passport bros are just sleeping with overage girls? Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you have to really think about this. Like, a lot of these crimes are bad, you're right, but that's undeveloped. And when you go to your Dominican Republic, or even Thailand and whatever, I mean, those laws are not that pushed. I mean, not even going far from my country, I just heard that apparently child marriages are legal in Madagascar. But this is not something I looked out for, I just saw it on TikTok. Some guy said, yo, you know, it's actually illegal to do this in Madagascar.
Yeah, you got to be some kind of fucked up to be in the market for that. Like, surely since the advent of the internet, do you think that sort of backwards Stone Age sort of thinking will still exist?
Definitely.
When the internet gets into deeper parts of Africa?
No, not even that. But no, I'm saying it definitely in the sense of as long as money exists and most people don't have access to money, so by default they want it, this will always exist, especially for poor governments, the governments that are desperate for cash. That's what I think. People really underestimate how a lot of the world has sold itself to the world fear system.
What was the alternative? As an organised, workable alternative, what could
There isn't. There isn't. I'm an nihilist. There isn't. That's the thing. There is no better real alternative. I mean, people keep talking about Bitcoin, but all that does is just makes it even worse, or at least degenerates even worse. Because now you're hiding from the government. The government can't track you anymore with your degeneracy. So Bitcoin just really worse.
To be fair, Bitcoin is a huge step towards government control of all funds, because the ledger is there. It's everybody's transactions are there, and I mean you could try to anonymize yourself by using different wallets, but at the end of the day, the transactions that you do, unless you're using a highly sophisticated syndicate of players that are going to be trustworthy in order to be able to watch Bitcoin, the ledger's there. Every transaction that's ever happened on Bitcoin exists and is publicly accessible.
Being traceable has never been the problem with Bitcoins or even cash. The question is, who are you tracing? And what, like you just said, it's too much anonymous numbers just moving around. So yeah, you could trace that. This one over here, put the money here. But this one, let's say client A, works with client B, C, D, and they all maybe make a transaction in one country. Like, yeah, basically you just said it's a syndicate. Most times if people are hiding money, it's going to be a syndicate. It's not going to be one person. It's going to be spread out through multiple cryptos. So, it's really hard to track. Even the same with cash, to be honest, man. Bitcoin just takes it to a whole nother level.
Well, I am pushing a repo to GitHub that has taken me from about 7 o'clock yesterday evening. Fuck this. Built an AI call center for a client. And it should have been done 5 days ago. It was done 5 days ago, but then client helpfully turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, is there any chance that we could not use Gmail and instead use Outlook?" Right. You said that you wanted Google Meet as part of your operating environment. Yeah, no, we use Google Meet. Okay, well, what do you want to use instead of that? Oh, can we still use Google Meet with Outlook? And, it comes down to the fact that they're too lazy and too unwilling to have a piece of implementation software so that their Google Calendar will sync up with their Outlook program. Jesus wept. So F1, did you do the partnership visa with your wife, or did you guys apply as a couple? Nope. F1's out for the count. F1, are you there? We can't hear you on mic, brother.
the hell's happening here? Is anybody awake? Mm-hmm.
once called a border patrol agent to find out I would know, but she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris, but nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out, he's not working, let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she would have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered. But think of it, those files were run by these people, they were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election. I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, when you draw a building, draw 4 lines on the roof, and for charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. And I can tell you, they say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was in a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had a top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? With that being said, they say there were many letters by many people. Many big people, big successful people. But I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct, because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue.
That's already covered in the deal that we've agreed. So we're just doing the implementation of that. You mean on the overall on the world? What do you know? Pretty soon. We're gonna have it pretty soon. You have no idea that these people are toughening our shoes, okay? But we're a big buyer of steel, but we make our own steel. We make our own aluminum for the most part. But we buy a lot of aluminum from right here and a lot of steel too. Who are you with? Who are you with? Because you're asking such nice questions. Very good. You're lucky. They're gonna lose the farm because of the state taxes. So what I've done, I know a lot of cash flow, they're land rich and cash. A lot of people are like, I've had that too. Sometimes I'm land rich and cash, sometimes I'm cash rich and land poor. I like it both ways, but as I get older, I like the more conservative. So I did something that I don't know if you can do, but it was great. I love our farmers. As you know, in our tax bill, we have a clause that's very important. We were losing a lot of farms to the banks because a loving mother and father would die and left their farm to their children, or their child, but their children, their family. And they loved their family and they thought they were doing them a favor, but they had a 50% tax to pay, so the land would get valued and at a high number because some of the farms were valuable, but they didn't, they couldn't quantify it. And they go out and borrow money to pay the estate tax or the death tax, as it's called. And they overextend and they lose the farm. And they commit suicide in many cases. You haven't heard of our levels of nowhere near 50%. We've just introduced work rate over many years. Works on that's good, an extra 2% a year over 10 years. So it's not at those levels by any stretch of imagination. But the other thing that we've done, as you know, is make sure that we've got a pathway for farmers that actually increases their year-on-year income, which is the most important thing. And in all of the deals that we do, we ensure that our farmers are the central focus for much of it, particularly agriculture, including in the US deal, because I don't think we can go on for years saying that it's acceptable for farmers to have a year-on-year income which isn't sufficient. We've got to fix that problem. We can't simply live with that problem, so it's a very different situation. Well, we ended the estate tax.
See how you try to play up. He stops and say, oh no.
He did that real quick. I saw that. He's like, oh, no. The Reagan, what you said? No. That's it. That was great. He's like, no.
You talking about estate tax? I'm gonna tell you what we really do for our farmers over there.
Yeah, he actually did a flex. Like, he didn't say it, but he's like, we actually help our people. What are you doing? That's what he really said. But he did it so sly. He's like, no, that's not right. Here's what happens here. And then Trump goes, oh, well, that's good. And I'm like, he was dead wrong. Because I was back here like, yep,
right now.
Do you have a comment on the conversation?
Now we can figure out who brought you up. I did.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna figure it out because it's not about that.
I know that was my humor. That was my humor. Yeah. You brought me up. Can I? Yes, water. I am spicy.
There's no state tax on farmers. So what apparently farm is again, a lot of these farms, they don't make a lot of money, but it's a way of life and they love their way of life and they love that. Dirt is the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. The farmers, they love doing, they don't know how to do anything else, but they don't want to do anything else. I speak to farmers, I say, would you like to live in my penthouse in Manhattan? It's always beautiful. No, sir, I want this farm. Now what happens is, we were losing a lot of people to suicide. They borrow money to pay the estate tax. And they were not able to pay it. And some banks are ruthless, they wouldn't do anything, and they would end up committing suicide. We have totally ended the estate tax in those situations, so there's no estate tax. So when a parent leaves the farm to the kids, they don't have to worry about their local, possibly unfriendly banker coming in and stealing their farm. I don't like anything about it. They shouldn't be allowed in. Anybody illegally should not be allowed in the country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for playing that. Thank you for your patience during the conversation